This is Audible.
Podium Audio presents Soulblade, Book 8 of Surgecaller, written by Todd Herzman, performed by John Perhala. Chapter 1. Huon had never felt such overwhelming power before. The essence from thousands upon thousands of cores, perhaps more than 1 million, had flooded into him, filling every inch of him, filling his core and every single one of his physical and elemental reserves, to the point where he was pushed, head first, into advancing to the next rank, the rank of low celestial. It was something that should have taken years, something that should have taken centuries, perhaps even millennia, and yet here he was. It wasn't long ago that he had become an immortal. He could barely believe what he was feeling, barely believe what was happening at all. Huon was underground, in the everlasting king's palace. He sat, cross-legged, on a floor of ancient gray stone, under a high domed ceiling, a hard casing of essence surrounding him as he advanced. He was struggling to think clearly, as surprised as he was by this eventuality. Kelney, the former immortal of fire, stood above him. Huon couldn't see the man any longer, but he could practically feel his gaze upon the hard casing of essence that enveloped him like a shell. Kelney, who was no longer bonded to the everlasting king, was now bonded to Huon. He had begged Huon to oath-bind him so that he would be under control, so there would be no risk of the man betraying him. Now Huon worried that being bound to him would spell the man's doom. "He's not going to leave until I advance, and the everlasting king will be here soon." Mere minutes ago, Tyrol, the immortal of Earth, now former immortal of Earth, though Huon didn't yet know the man's name, had told them that he had alerted the everlasting king to their presence here during his fight with Leona. Though the everlasting king was on the other side of the continent, apparently it would take him less than an hour to get here. Huon and Kelney had intended to destroy the cores in this massive domed room and be gone before then. The cores. Huon hadn't planned to take their power. He had only wished to destroy them, and this had been the only way. Each and every one of those cores had once belonged to a person. The everlasting king had somehow stolen them from Surgecallers as their cores developed. This was something that he had done for 1,000 years. And every single one of those cores that he had stolen over that time had been kept within this room. Huon didn't understand how. No one seemed to understand how. But it was the way in which the everlasting king had gained his power after his own core had been taken, after it had been torn from him by the other high celestials. These cores were what had made him so damned strong, despite the fact that he had become surgeless. It was how, 1,000 years ago, he had defeated the Immortal Seven in duel after duel and bonded them to his will. And now that power had gone into Huon. "This will wound him. Perhaps when he comes, I will be able to defeat him." But he knew he was simply deluding himself with those thoughts. There was no way that Huon would be able to kill the everlasting king. Not yet. For these were no longer the only cores the man had stockpiled, not since he had begun conquering the other countries within the Harrowland continent. Emera, once Kylie, the immortal of air, had already told them of that. Still, he would be weakened. This would have dealt him a blow, even if not a fatal one. Huon focused on his core, on the changes that he could feel in it. This advancement. It wasn't like any of the ones he'd had previously. It was stronger, more powerful. That much was obvious. But there was something else that was different about it, something he wasn't sure was right. Something about the transformation, the advancement, felt chaotic. The power, it wasn't as controlled as it should have been. "Have I taken in too much essence?" Huon wondered. A Surgecaller could die if they took in too much essence. It was something that Huon and Leona had both risked when they had taken cultivation pills to push them from champion to legend. If a Surgecaller took on too much essence, or essence of a higher advancement than their own, it could blow their core. They had to be able to cultivate and purge the essence as fast as it flowed into them. But creation essence, what Huon was calling the essence that flowed into him from the thousands of human cores, was different to normal essence. It was more akin to soul essence, which simply filled a reserve, making it larger and larger as it was consumed. He hadn't even known this creation essence existed until he had sensed it when observing Eliko's advancement from champion to legend. He had felt something within her, something that was changing her, a type of soul essence he had now come to call creation essence, the very same type found in the cores he had just consumed. It appeared to be what made advancement possible, what changed a Surgecaller's body, so that it could handle the new level of essence it surged from its advanced core. There shouldn't be a risk of my death, Huon thought, though it wasn't all that comforting. At least, not from this. He tried to push his senses outward, tried to pierce the shell of essence around him, but he wasn't able to. Though he knew that his transformation would be one felt around the world by those strong enough, that didn't mean he could push his own senses outside of that hard casing of essence. Just as Huon was worried about how much time had passed, and how much more time would pass before his advancement ended, the chaos in his core settled down, and the hard casing of essence around him cracked. The first thing he saw was the face of his mother's murderer. Kelney stared down at him, his eyes wide with awe. There was something in his gaze that Huon hadn't noticed before. Was that respect? The former Immortal of Fire swallowed. So much power. I haven't felt... He trailed off, gaze turning toward the vast pile of cores. Huon followed the man's gaze, looking at the cores. Guilt filled him at the sight of them all. Though he had planned on destroying them, a part of him wished he would have been able to return them to their rightful owners. Though he knew that once a Surgecaller had lost their core, there was no way for them to gain one again. At least, if there was, the Everlasting King hadn't found one yet. Hence why he used these cores. The pile of cores had turned dull. There was no light in them any longer, when before it had been close to blinding. These cores were connected to the Everlasting King. He would have felt this happen. Huon looked at Kelney. How much time has passed? How long until he reaches us? Minutes, Kelney whispered. We must leave. Huon didn't need to be told twice. He burst to his feet, surging speed essence. He stumbled 2 steps, surprised by how quickly he had stood. A low celestial level speed surge. Footsteps sounded from somewhere down the hall. They were soft, almost imperceptibly so, but not soft enough to go by unheard by his low celestial level hearing. He stepped toward the door, suddenly apprehensive, gripping the hilt of the dagger, Oath Shearer, at his belt. He pulled the dagger from its sheath. He didn't look down at it. He simply focused. Before his advancement, he'd had a small amount of soul essence in his core, just as much as he'd been able to cultivate since his fight with the Immortal of Air, before he'd managed to free her from her bond. Every single other time that he'd advanced, it had filled up his reserves, as it did this time, except it did not fill his soul essence reserve. Interesting, but something to puzzle out later. Huon surged soul essence, shifting the Oathshearer dagger, exerting his will upon it until it became a sword. The last time he'd done this, he'd made a spear from it, but as they were underground, about to step out into a narrow hallway, that didn't seem wise. The transformation had only taken a split second. "Do you hear that?" Huon nodded through the doorway. "Someone is coming." He tilted his head to the side, then relaxed, lowering the sword, his Soulblade, as he had come to call it. He could recognize who it was, simply by the way they stepped. He frowned. "Cyrus." Kelney stepped forward. "What's he doing here?" The gnoll stepped around the corner. Huon had a bad feeling. Something about this didn't seem right. "Did you find the cores?" the dark-haired man asked. He had an odd look about him, and he was wearing different armor to before. Armor Huon recognized. armor of the honor-bound. Huon blinked. We found them, and destroyed them. Huon shook his head. There wasn't time for this. Minutes until the everlasting king will arrive. He wanted to ask why the man was here, what the hell he was doing in the bowels of the everlasting king's palace, but they had to get out first. Huon sped straight toward Cyrus, stopping a foot in front of him. He had moved faster than he ever had. He didn't stumble this time, however. He grasped the man's shoulder. As he did, he noticed there was something in Cyrus's hands, something that radiated power. He frowned, but did not ask about it. "Take this, and run. The everlasting king will be here in moments. Follow me." As Cyrus was wearing honor-bound armor which was infused with hundreds of surge gems, Huon was able to imbue the armor with a small amount of celestial-level speed. The man's eyes widened in shock. "This isn't immortal level," he muttered. "You—" Huon didn't stop to chat. He sprinted down the hall. The others would follow. He could barely believe how fast he moved. In seconds, he went up all the winding stairs and down the countless hallways that all looked almost identical to the last, and found himself standing outside the double doors of the castle, in the courtyard where he had faced the Immortal of Air, where he had cut down her bond as he had cut down the Immortal of Fires. The red dragon raised her head, staring at Huon. Huon had been afraid of this beast for as long as he could remember, ever since it had burned down his village. Looking at the immortal-level beast now, as a newly advanced low celestial, he knew he would be able to crush it in moments. Not that he intended to. A few seconds later, Cyrus stumbled to a stop beside him. Another few seconds passed until Kelney arrived. Huon nodded at the red dragon. "Take Cyrus on the red dragon. Follow me." He leapt straight into the air. Though his soul essence reserve was still fairly low, he had enough for what he needed. Wings sprouted from his back as he hit the apex of his jump. He flapped them, suddenly gaining altitude. He had to remember not to go too fast, lest he leave the others behind. He whirled left and right in the air, pushing his senses outward. He didn't know what the everlasting king would feel like, didn't know if he would be able to feel him at all. That man didn't have a core, not a conventional core, anyway. His newly attained sight was able to take in the entire city of Glenhaven and every single building within it. His hearing stretched just as far, and yet he didn't hear a single human within the city. Good, he's not here yet. The red dragon rose, 2 men on its back. As he took one last look at the city, Huon didn't want to leave. He felt so much power welling up inside him, so much strength. He was a damned low celestial, the most powerful Surgecaller on the entire continent. But that was only because the everlasting king wasn't a Surgecaller, not anymore. Whatever he is, I will defeat him. He just knew that today wasn't the day that would happen. They may have been able to deal him a blow by destroying those cores, but it wouldn't be enough. The everlasting king had built a fleet, one large enough to carry every Surgecaller in the Halloran continent. He was about to bring war to Taloniar, a continent filled with celestials, both low and high. If he plans to go up against the likes of them, weakening him as much as I have won't be enough for me to take him down. First, they had to go after the other cores, not to mention the remaining 3 members of the Immortal 7. If he could sever the bonds they held with all their honor-bound, he might just take the everlasting king's army right from under him. Though something told him it wouldn't be quite that easy. Huon flapped his wings, a feeling that had become natural over the past few months, and sped away from the city of Glenhaven, the capital of the everlasting king's realm. He could hear the whoosh of the red dragon's wings behind him, carrying Kelney and Cyrus to safety. We made it out in time, Huon thought, his gaze stretching all the way to the Huron Mountains, able to spot its white peaks poking through the tops of clouds. Leona and the others will be waiting for us there. though at this rate, with Glenhaven already miles behind them, they would probably make it to the caves before them. A massive boom sounded. Huon stopped in midair, whirling around, looking toward the direction of the noise. A huge cloud of smoke, in the shape of a mushroom, rose in the distance, completely obscuring the city of Glenhaven. Power radiated from it, power like nothing he had ever felt before. The Everlasting King. He destroyed the entire city. Chapter 2. Persistence, patience, and power. In the Everlasting King's mind, these three things went hand in hand. You could have one without the others, of course, but all three combined, well, that created something very special. That created him. He stood, suspended in midair, gazing down at the destruction he had wrought on Glenhaven. For years he had been patient, for years he had persisted, and because of his diligence, his power had grown beyond what he had ever imagined it could, beyond even what it had once been back when he was a high celestial. Anger flared within him, though he quelled it with but a thought. Patience. He was not one to let his emotions take over, though the crater that lay before him might perhaps be evidence to the contrary. Still, he knew that most of the time it was unwise to let his emotions take control. He couldn't help a minor indulgence every 100 years or so, of course, the destruction he had just wrought being one such indulgence. The side of his mouth curled up in a sneer. The immortal of earth, the immortal of strength, and the immortal of air had all been within Glenhaven. They had been tasked with a rather simple mission: protect the store of cores hidden deep within his palace. Those cores should not have been in any danger, but since the immortal of fire had disappeared, a sense of worry wheedled its way into his brain. He didn't know if Blaze's bond had been broken or if he had simply died. The Everlasting King had naturally hoped it would be the latter. What he did know was that the Immortal of Fire knew far, far too much. All of his Immortal Seven knew far too much, he had realized. They knew where he kept his store of cores, something he had corrected the moment he could when gathering new cores. Unfortunately, he hadn't been able to move the cores he already had. Moving them would disrupt the connection he had with them, and all of the essence within the cores would simply leak out into the ether, becoming no use to anyone. Certainly not to him. He let out a long sigh as he watched the cloud rise. He had felt it when his cores had been cut from him, felt it drain at his power. The cores down there. He had been gathering them for hundreds upon hundreds of years, over a bloody 1,000 years of work, gone up in smoke, so to speak. He smiled, which was perhaps an odd reaction. But he knew something that whoever had destroyed those cores didn't. The cores down there had been but a fraction of his power. Once it had been everything. It had been all the strength that he had ever held. But he had used much of their power, depleting many of the cores of their essence, when he had conquered the rest of the Harallan continent. And in his conquering, he had accrued far more power than he had ever held before. That store of cores had diminished his strength by perhaps 1/100th of its whole. The difference was noticeable, of course, but ultimately negligible. He turned from the destruction, his gaze pushing forward, searching the ground, the skies, crawling over every inch of his domain. It is all my domain. Whoever had done this deserved to die. Swift or slow, he did not mind. He lacked preferences when it came to such things. He was not sadistic by nature, though he was sure that many would think otherwise. He saw his subjects as nothing more than fuel for the fire that was his power, and everything within this world was, or would be, his subject. That, or they would die. He did not mind either way, as long as it pushed him closer to his goal. Only 3 of his Immortal 7 remained. He was sure of that. When he had come here, he had seen that a battle had taken place, seen the evidence of it. The first clue being mountain-sized and rather difficult to miss, the immortal of Earth's golem, lying immobile on neglected farmland. It looked as though someone had cut straight to its core. He had not been able to find the body of the immortal of Earth himself, nor had he found the immortal of Airs. However, he had found Fortimer, the immortal of Strength, or rather, his corpse, splayed out in the middle of a street near his palace. The corpse was burned to a crisp. It would take powerful flames to burn one such as he. The immortal of fire lives, yet his bond has been severed. As he could not find the bodies of the other two immortals that had been protecting his cores, he had to assume that the two of them had their bonds severed as well. A small loss, nothing more. Though it didn't bode well. There should be none powerful enough to meddle in his plans, none powerful enough to take down his immortal seven. Not on this continent, and those in Taloniar did not care about what he did. The High Celestials, the so-called Sentinels of the North, East, South, and West, had not seen him as a threat since they had taken his core, since they had ripped it from him and called him nothing. They saw him as a joke, and he was happy for them to do so, as he knew it was the one thing that would ultimately spell their demise. They think they have stolen my power, stopped me. But all they had done is delay the inevitable, for my ascension will happen. Which meant there was someone else who had a hand in this, someone else working behind the scenes. The Everlasting King was not a fool. He had not let a single immortal on this continent live as he conquered it. He had put every single one of them in the ground. They had either been taken by his own hand or by one of his seven. Of course, there could have been immortals that had gone into hiding, or immortals that had newly gained their rank that he was not aware of. But he doubted that. Is this your work, brother? His brother was a High Celestial, as the Everlasting King had once been. He had been one of those bastard sentinels, the Sentinel of the West, until he fell from grace and was dubbed the Devil of the West instead. Well, he had not fallen from grace, but was rather pushed from it. The other sentinels thought that he was working with the Everlasting King all those years ago, because he refused to fight him, and because he was his brother. But he had only refused to fight because of a blood bond they had each sworn long ago, when they were merely children, to never harm one another. The Everlasting King closed his eyes, examining the thin line that was the blood bond held between them. Unfortunately, he could not follow that line to the whereabouts of his brother. He had tried that enough times over the years to know it was a fool's errand. Even with his newfound power, his brother was far too adept at hiding himself. He might not even be on this planet, for all he knew. The bond remained, which meant his brother was still very much alive. Perhaps that fact should have brought him joy, or maybe even sorrow, as though his brother never fought against him. He did not fight with him in the end. But the Everlasting King had no use for such emotions. He never had. He had long ago found that emotions, such as those, were ones others were burdened with, not himself. That was why he was able to do what others weren't willing to. That was why he would be the first of this world to finally ascend beyond it, onto a higher plane of existence, or rather, a higher plane of power. 1,000 years. I've been patient. I've been persistent. I'm not going to let you ruin my plans. Not now. Not ever. If his brother was behind this, then he too would have to die. Still examining the link, the Everlasting King tilted his head to the side. I suppose I will have to find out how to break a blood bond. The Devil of the West sat, cross-legged, on hard stone, in the bowels of a volcano. Lava bubbled and boiled only a few feet from him, occasionally spurting up from the surface and spilling onto his clothes. The lava wasn't powerful enough to do anything, however. It didn't even burn his skin when it made contact, so, of course, it could do nothing to hurt his clothes. He opened his eyes. He had been deep in meditation, trying to follow the lines and links of the world, when his soul bond with Huon had violently snapped. The Devil of the West frowned. His first thought was that the boy must have died. He knew where he had been. He often followed Huon's exploits with his long eye surge, which let him throw his vision halfway across the world. It was rather limited in scope. He could mark someone with his long eye, allowing him to know their location so he could observe them. But he could only ever mark a single person at a time. Or he could blindly look for someone in a location in the hopes of finding them. He had not marked Huon. The Devil of the West's long eye surge had been marked on the same person for 1,000 years. The everlasting king, his brother. So at all times he knew where the man was, assuming he wasn't hidden by protections. Though he didn't need to mark Huon, he had always been able to find the boy, considering the bond they shared. The bond they used to share. But Huon had entered somewhere not even he could observe. The everlasting king's palace was protected from his long eye. It had been for a very long time, which meant he couldn't see if he was still alive. But in the same instant as the Devil of the West felt that violent snap of their bond breaking, he felt something else. Power radiating in waves from somewhere in the Harlan continent. The epicenter of where the essence radiated from was the very place that Huon had been. He knew exactly what that power meant, and he knew he wouldn't have been the only one to feel it. Even on the other side of the world, everyone from immortal to higher would have been able to feel that shift. And those in Harlan, they all would have felt it. All excepting those who were surgeless, of course. My brother won't have felt a thing, he thought, and found himself glad for it. For what he felt was someone advancing from the rank of immortal to that of low celestial. That fact took him by surprise more than Huon dying would have. He hasn't died. He's advanced? Such a feat shouldn't have been possible. The boy, the man, was powerful. He had a sliver of destiny within him, the ability to change the course of things, as he so clearly wished to do. But to have come this far so fast, such a thing made little sense, no matter how much potential the man possessed. The Devil of the West couldn't help but smile. Perhaps he will go even farther than I thought. Perhaps he will go farther than any one of us ever has. The Devil of the West would congratulate him, but now that the bond had been broken, he wasn't able to. He suddenly sat up straight, eyes widening as he checked the position of the everlasting king. He had noticed that the man had been moving, but he hadn't realized where he had been moving until now. I should have known. Of course, I should have known. Huon had gone to destroy the cores beneath the everlasting king's palace. A few minutes after Huon had advanced to the rank of low celestial, an explosion of power emanated from the very place the Devil of the West had sensed him. An explosion like nothing he had ever felt. That much power, the entire city would have been leveled, destroyed, along with everyone in it. Perhaps Huon really was dead. Chapter 3. Huon tore his gaze away from the mass of destruction in the distance. The red dragon hovered in the air, Kelney and Cyrus upon its back. They all felt it. They all stared. The power that emanated from that blast. If I had remained, I would surely be dead right now. He was glad the others had gotten out early, glad they had fled when he'd told them to. Captain Avery would be an immortal now, as Leona already had been. The rest of them were legends, even Gale. They would have been miles away when that explosion came. "We must keep moving." Huon turned in the air. He flew for the Huron mountains faster than before. He had to stop himself from utilizing the true potential of his speed, lest the others not be able to keep up. He landed heavily, feet crunching the snow as his soul essence wings dissipated into nothing. Pushing out his senses, he couldn't feel anyone nearby. Huon knew they might very well arrive here before the others. Though he couldn't hear anything within the cave, that didn't mean it was deserted. Even his level of hearing wouldn't be able to penetrate a bubble of silence. He rushed in as the red dragon landed behind him. The last time he'd been here, he'd almost died. He remembered facing the giant sky eagle with Leona, remembered that, in the end, all it had wanted was to protect its egg, the egg that had hatched into Shuri. The second he entered the cave, 100 ice shards sprang into being and were facing him down. He couldn't help but smile as they all stopped an inch from his face. "Huon," Leona said, waving her hands as the ice shards all turned to mist. "You're here. I was sure you would have made it here before us. Did you feel—" Leona's words were cut off as Huon slammed into her, enveloping her in a hug. He held her tight. "I'm so glad to see you alive." Leona sunk into his arms, hugging him back. "I'm glad to see you as well. When I felt that explosion of power, I worried the Everlasting King had found you." She held him by the shoulders. "Why did you take so long? I thought destroying those cores would only take a moment once you finally reached them." A woman stepped forward behind her, arms crossed, eyebrow raised. "I see you found Cyrus." Captain Avery nodded at the cave opening as the gnoll stepped through. "Where were you, Cyrus? Why did you disappear on us?" Huon turned and looked at the dark-haired former immortal, once a disciple of the Southern sect. "I'd very much like to know as well. We found him in the bowels of the Everlasting King's palace after we destroyed the cores. Or rather, he found us." "You destroyed the cores, then?" Another woman stepped forth, Emera, the woman who was, until recently, the immortal of air. Huon had fought her what felt like mere minutes ago, cutting her bond away from his oath-shearer dagger, or rather, his Soulblade, as he had managed to shift the dagger into a spear, which had ultimately been what had won him the fight. "You!" Leona squeezed his shoulders, looked into his eyes. "You're different." Her eyes widened. "Your scar is gone." Huon blinked. For a moment he wasn't sure what she was referring to. Then he remembered. When he'd been forced to fight in the arena back in Glenhaven, back when he was only a page, he'd been pitted against a fire surger. An old squire, a man who'd seemed like a monster of a fighter at the time. In that fight, Huon had managed to advance to the rank of squire himself. However, as he'd triggered his advancement, he'd been hit with the man's flames. The flames had burned his face while he was inside the hard casing of essence, and he hadn't been able to heal the wound before it healed naturally, leaving him with a burned, scarred face. Huon touched his face. He barely thought of that mark. "It's gone?" "Huon advanced," Kelney said. "What?" Leona said incredulously. "You... what? How is that possible?" Captain Avery asked. He advanced to Celestial?" Huon ran a hand through his hair. "Well, to low Celestial." Gale just shook his head. "You've got to be kidding me. How am I ever supposed to catch up now?" Huon chuckled at the young legend. He surged Celestial-level speed and ruffled the teenager's hair, eliciting a squeal of frustration from him. "Seriously, Huon, how did you manage that?" Leona asked. "We've been immortals for what, less than a year?" Huon looked over at Kelney, then at Leona. "It was the cores, the ones that fuel the Everlasting King's power." He went on to explain the essence they held, creation essence, and that neither Huon nor Kelney had been able to destroy them with conventional means. So Huon had used an essence drain surge and touched the pile of connected cores. He had drained every single one of them of essence in the hopes of making them useless to the everlasting king, something he was sure that he had achieved. I didn't know it would trigger an advancement. I didn't want to take hold of that power, knowing where it came from, but it was the only way I could see to destroy them.
Remarkable, Tyrrell said. You have achieved the very thing that has eluded the everlasting king for so long. That is what he wished to use those cores for, to advance himself. But as he lacks a core of his own, he has never been able to manage it.
That blast of power came from him. Emera gazed out of the cave's entrance. That was Glenhaven, wasn't it? Huon nodded and described to the others what they had seen. The city of Glenhaven, destroyed by a powerful explosion of a magnitude he had never experienced before. Emera and Tyrrell exchanged a glance. He knows of our fate, then. Or rather, he suspects it, Emera said. Tyrrell nodded.
He will come for us.
Huon stared at the former immortal of Earth for a moment. What is your true name? The man blinked, as though confused by the question. He bowed his head.
Karlon.
He straightened, forehead creasing.
I apologize for what I did to you.
His gaze flickered to Huon's wrist.
For binding you. For making you one of my honor-bound.
Huon half turned away from the man. It wasn't your fault. This cave, it was far too crowded. He was glad to see that they were all safe. Leona, Captain Avery, Eliko, Gale, the crew of the Strongwind, and the two immortals they had just gained. But he had to say he still missed when it had just been him and Leona back in Temptoria. And they were all looking to him. Ever since they had learned he'd advanced, as though he held all of the answers, as though he were the leader, and he alone knew what they must do. He felt the compulsion to bite the inside of his cheek, but he pushed it away. I am a low celestial. I do know what to do. He was more powerful than he had ever been, more powerful than he imagined he would be for a very, very long time. He turned to Emera and Karlon. Considering what just happened to Glenhaven, we can assume the Everlasting King hasn't been dealt as hard a blow as we hoped. Destroying those cores, it does not appear to have diminished his power. Huon shook his head. I'm not sure how he managed to do what he did. As I said before, the cores below the palace are by no means the only cores that he possesses. He has gathered more. Emera's gaze fell to the stone floor of the cave. Karlon's face was emotionless as he spoke, carved from stone.
As we conquered the Harlan continent, he had us kill and take the cores from every Surgecaller of legend and immortal rank, though many more Surgecallers have been culled from the honor-bound, disappearing in whole swaths. He is gathering power, more power than he has ever held.
Huon shut his eyes. He had assumed this was what had happened, expected this. My mother's, Gale whispered. A legend and an immortal. He turned to Karlon. You were the one in charge of the assault of the forest city of Landor, weren't you? There was a hint of accusation in the young legend's voice, though it was overwhelmed with worry. Karlon simply nodded. I am the son of the Lady of the Forest and her wife. You don't happen to know if they managed to escape? Of course, Huon thought. Of course he would think they might still be alive. He escaped the battle before its end, never saw their bodies. Karlon glanced at Emera, his face still expressionless. Then he looked at Gale.
I am sorry. They were killed.
He paused, lowered his head.
By my hand.
Gale's eyes widened a fraction. He swallowed, looked away. I see. He clenched his fists and looked at Huon. Do you remember what you promised me when I found you after the forest city of Landor fell? Huon remembered. Revenge. The everlasting king is responsible for this. We will make him pay." The young legend walked straight out of the cave and into the dark. A massive beast padded after him a moment later, his white wolf, Snow. Huon almost walked after him, but Leona gripped his shoulder, glanced at Kelney. "You, more than anyone, know what he is going through, standing in the same room as their mother's killer. He needs time alone." Huon held back a sigh. He did know what Gale was feeling. That's why he wanted to follow. He clenched his own fists, holding himself back. What would he tell Gale that the boy didn't already know? What could he say to help him? He had to turn his attention back to the conversation. "Do either of you have any hint as to where these other cores might be stockpiled? I understand that they cannot be moved once they have been placed somewhere." Emera and Carlon looked at each other. Emera was the one to speak. "The everlasting king kept their whereabouts a secret from even us, ever since—" Her gaze drifted to Kelney. "Ever since Kelney disappeared, he has grown paranoid that someone was out for him, though I suppose it wasn't paranoia." Carlon nodded in agreement.
"Indeed. The man has become ever more secretive. He doesn't trust those bonded to him, with good reason, it would seem."
"How long until he launches his attack on Taloniar?" Huon asked. Carlon clasped his hands behind his back.
"He was to launch the fleet a week from now, though I wonder if his plans might have changed, considering—"
"A week?" Captain Avery muttered. "It will still be some months before he reaches Taloniar, then, unless he has some means of travel that we are unaware of." She raised an eyebrow at the two immortals.
"I do believe your estimation to be correct," Carlon said. 6 months, though I imagine those in Taloniar will be aware of the fleet long before then, and will come to meet it."
Huon digested this fact. A week until the fleet launched, a few months until war broke out in Taloniar. The everlasting king. If he was strong enough to take out the Sentinels and all of the low Celestials within Taloniar, his strength would only keep growing, especially if the theory he had been developing within his mind was correct, a theory he had yet to voice. The cores inside the palace were from pages, ripped from people before they received the call, yet the power they held and the power they offered the everlasting king was immense. Enough, at least, for him to defeat immortals in duels. But now he's going after Celestials, confidently. Huon tapped a finger on his chin, thinking. But when he conquered the rest of Taloniar, he took the cores of stronger Surgecallers, legends, immortals, and many more than that, I'm sure. Carlon nodded slowly.
"Many champions were," he cleared his throat, "culled. Though that happened after much of the continent was conquered."
"The stronger the cores he has stored, the stronger he is." Leona looked at Huon. "Is that what you're getting at?" "Quality over quantity," Captain Avery cut in. "It makes sense. That's why he thinks he can take the High Celestials." "He doesn't just think it," Emera said. "He will do it, I'm sure. The everlasting king isn't one to take unnecessary risks. Why do you think he waited so long to conquer Harlan after being pushed back during his first attempt after becoming surgeless? He was consolidating his power. Over the centuries, there were more and more surgeless within his realm. More and more of the population had no core because of what he was doing, and no one dared try and invade his realm. They may have pushed him back 1,000 years ago, but even the combined might of the rest of the continent hadn't been enough to crush him, only halt his advance." Huon's brows rose. He remembered seeing all those cores. There must have been over 1 million of them. Power, hoarded over centuries.
"You sure he hasn't simply grown impatient?"
Horrell, Captain Avery's first mate, asked. The legend rubbed the back of his neck.
"Maybe he got sick of waiting. Maybe he only thinks he's strong enough." The everlasting king does not grow impatient.
Carlon touched the rock of the cave wall.
He is as patient as a mountain, as patient as the ocean, as patient as the very earth. He would wait 1,000,000 years if he had to.
Your words sound almost reverent, Captain Avery glowered. Don't have any lingering loyalties, do you? Her hand came to rest upon the hilt of her sword. She's an immortal now, too, one who can surge soul essence. Huon peered from one to the other, perhaps strong enough to take this man. Take your hand off your sword, Avery. The woman did as Huon asked, though she didn't seem happy about it. She has a point, however, Huon said, addressing the former immortal of Earth.
Any loyalties I had to that man were fabricated, created by the oath-binding that was forced upon me 1,000 years ago. I wish for his death as much, if not more, than all of you, but his accomplishments, however terrible the means, are astounding.
Huon couldn't argue with the man's words. As much as he hated the everlasting king, what he had done, it had made him very powerful. But the means mattered, and they were deplorable. Then what do we do? Eliko had her hands clasped in front of her, her head down. We can't possibly stop the fleet. We all felt the power emitted from that explosion. I do not doubt his strength, and if we don't know where the cores are... The cores? Huon had a sudden idea. How is he connected to the cores? Kelney, Emera, and Carlon all looked at each other, but none of them offered an answer.
That was never something he would share with anyone, Kelney said.
Huon nodded. But he is connected to them. He looked at the underside of his wrist. Until recently, I was soul-bound to a high celestial. When I was able to feel the link that connected us. Even from another world, I could feel it. Emera and Carlon both looked at him with keen interest at those words. Huon lowered his arm. Whatever link he holds to these cores might be similar. There might be a way to track it. Perhaps all we need do is observe him, find those links, then find out where they lead. Leona looked dubious. Sounds too easy. She looked at the former members of the Immortal Seven. Did the three of you ever feel such a link? They shook their heads. Kelney spoke.
No. However, we were not permitted to observe him with our senses.
Even if there was such a thing, I do not know if we would be able to detect it, Emera said. It is not as though we can detect another's soul binding. Perhaps she was right. Just because Huon had been able to feel the link he had with the Devil of the West didn't mean others could. The everlasting king could very well have such links with his cores, but if he was the only one who could feel them, it wouldn't help them in the slightest. Then again, Huon and Leona were able to sense things that others couldn't. After they had become immortals in Temptoria, then returned to the Strongwind, they had discovered they could feel when essence entered another Surgecaller while they were cultivating. Something Cyrus said other immortals couldn't do. Now Huon was a low celestial that could surge soul essence. That made him powerful. More than powerful, it made him unique. He suddenly touched a hand gently to his stomach. He could feel his core inside him, feel the energy. It felt chaotic, as it had when he had advanced. The power had subsided, the chaos of the essence settling. But now it was like a lightning storm in his gut. We can't stand around and do nothing, Huon said, unless someone comes up with a better plan. This is it. He turned from the cave and walked straight out of it. Leona gave him a questioning glance, but he ignored her as he headed into the snow. Darkness had fallen. Gale was brushing his white wolf's fur off to the side. Huon went the other way. Stepping around a large rock, he slumped back against it, took a deep breath, and shut his eyes. What is going on with me? He hadn't wanted the others, especially Leona, to see him like this. Huon clutched his stomach. Pain shot through his core as the essence roiled and boiled inside him. He was used to pain, but this was different. Something was very, very wrong. Chapter 4. The chaos within his core subsided as suddenly as it came. Huon pushed away from the rock and felt no different to how he had a few moments ago, back in the cave. What the hell is going on? He shut his eyes and examined his newly advanced core. It was filled with more power, more potential than ever before. Though, as he peered deeply into it, he could still feel hints of that chaos that had overtaken him, sending jolts of pain through him. My core has never caused me pain, has it? Huon tilted his head back and looked up at the sky. Perhaps the devil of the West would know what was happening. But with their bond broken, how was he to contact the man? Assuming he would even respond. The devil of the West had recently gone into hiding. He was being hounded by another High Celestial, a mysterious Surgecaller known as Kalak, the same Celestial who had soulbound Huon's father, not to mention Bern. He brushed a hand against the armor covering his stomach. I haven't got time for this. There is too much to do. Footsteps crunched in the snow. Huon? What are you doing out here? Huon pulled his hand away. I just needed a moment to think. He nodded back toward the cave. It was getting rather crowded in there. Leona smiled weakly, coming forward. I know what you mean. I could barely think in there myself. She shook her head. I feel as though I only just got used to having Kelny around. Now the other two, especially the Immortal of Earth. She sighed. I grew up in the House of Tyrol, practically worshipping that man before your courage showed me the truth of things. Leona rested a hand on his shoulder. I'm not sure I ever really thanked you for that. For what? Leona smiled. For helping me escape the House of Tyrol and Glenhaven. Huon smirked. I seem to remember you attacking me before that happened. Leona shoved him. I'm never going to live that down, am I? Huon didn't move a muscle from that shove. He stood, rooted in the snow. Leona raised an eyebrow. Why didn't you move? I was hoping to at least make you stumble. She shoved him again, this time with both hands, right in the chest. Huon didn't budge. Leona sighed, rubbed her hands together, then lunged for him, surging immortal-level strength and speed. It was as though she hit a brick wall. She smashed a fist against his armor. Gods! Low Celestial! How am I supposed to keep pace with you now? How are we even supposed to spar each other? Huon smiled. I'm sure you'll catch up. Leona smiled back, but it didn't last. She turned, facing the direction of Glenhaven. You really think you'll be able to sense the Everlasting King's link to his cores? I don't know. I hope so. I don't see another way. Facing him head-on would be suicide. Leona bit her lip. Maybe you weakened him enough for the Sentinels to deal with him. You heard what Carlon said. The man would wait 1,000,000 years to do what he needed. If he pushes on with his invasion of Taloniar, it means he isn't afraid of them. And if he isn't afraid of them, then they don't stand a chance against him. And neither do we. Huon lowered his head. And neither do we. He raised it. At least, not yet. He clenched a fist. His plan, it had been simple. Destroy the cores, free all the Oathbound, kill the Everlasting King. This complicated that. Far too much. How was he supposed to destroy something if he didn't know how to find it? Leona grabbed his fist, peeled his fingers open, and gently held his hand. We'll figure out a way. I know we will. I just worry about how many will die before then. More footsteps crunched the snow. Huon could tell from the way the person moved who it was. Kelny walked around the rock Huon had been leaning against while his core was in chaos. The man's forehead was creased, heavily lined with worry. He looked at Huon. "What is it?" Huon asked.
"We must find out what has happened with the honor-bound. I had none bound to me when you broke my bond. The same cannot be said for Karlon and Emera. They held the bulk of the honor-bound forces under their bonds. Unfortunately, we do not know if their bonds were cut both ways when you used Oath-Shearer on them."
Huon inclined his head. He had wondered about that. "We at least know the Immortal of Strength's bonds will have died with him." Kelney shifted where he stood at those words. He had been the one to kill Fortimer, as he'd had no choice during their fight. Huon knew he would have wanted to free him instead, but sometimes that simply wasn't an option. A reality that Huon would need to accept as the war truly began in earnest. "We can't save everyone. There simply isn't a way." "What do you think will happen to them?" Leona asked. "Those honor-bound, who lost their bond. Do you think they will fight back?" Huon peered at Leona. "Some, maybe, but most, I imagine they would be too afraid. The majority of them won't be originally from the Everlasting King's realm, and if they're honor-bound now, it's because they chose that rather than choosing death."
"And if they do choose to fight?"
Kelney trailed off. His next words didn't need to be said. They all knew what would happen. They would die, and in a way it would be my fault. Huon wanted to free people, not get them killed. Unfortunately, he knew the only way that some people would see their freedom was in death, like what happened with the Immortal of Strength. He didn't like it. In fact, he hated it, but what other option was there? How could they have done this differently? Huon gazed into the distance, toward the city of Glenhaven. Night had fallen, but the moon's light was more than enough for him to see by. Even without it, he would be fine. He hadn't had a moment to adjust to the natural senses of his low celestial body, but it seemed as though he could see farther now without having to surge sight than he did surging sight as an immortal. The peak they stood upon was higher than the clouds, which slowly drifted beneath them, pushed this way and that by the high winds, buffeting against the cliffs. The power the Everlasting King had demonstrated when he had destroyed Glenhaven. It had been unimaginable. Even now that Huon was a low celestial, though one untested, that explosion had sent a shiver of fear up him, one that had stayed with him. We need to get eyes on the Everlasting King. He must be linked, somehow, to those cores. If there's a connection that can be found, we need to find it. "What about the honor-bound?" Leona asked, her voice barely a whisper. "I don't know if there's anything we can do for them. We could try and free them, one by one, but the Everlasting King knows about us now. Maybe not exactly who we are, but he knows that someone is trying to take him down, that someone destroyed his cores, that someone took his immortals from him." Huon turned to Kelney. "He'll be on guard now, won't he?" Kelney's face was blank, his eyes glazed over, looking in the same direction as Huon had been looking a moment ago, though the man didn't seem to be seeing anything.
"I don't know. On guard makes it sound as though he would be afraid of you." Kelney shook his head. "He might be slightly more cautious, but he does not fear anything. Not anymore."
"Good. Then maybe he won't see me coming." Huon looked away from Kelney. Leona was staring at him intently, but he avoided her gaze, instead staring off into the distance. Though this time he looked the other way, suddenly resolute in his next actions, a plan forming within his mind. "You're going alone, aren't you?" Leona said, her voice still as low as before. "That's why you stepped out here." Huon didn't look at her. It wasn't the reason he had stepped out here, but he didn't want to tell her why he had. He didn't know what chaos was happening within his core, and it wasn't something that he felt he should share with anyone right now. Not even Leona. But she was right about him going alone. It would take too long for us all to get to the other side of the continent. Maybe an immortal could make it before the fleet left. but I'm not so sure. And you want to get there before that. Huon dipped his head in a slow nod. It's too dangerous, getting that close to the Everlasting King, with what he can do. What if he blows up his entire encampment just because he thought there was an enemy inside of it? Do you really think he would do that? Leona asked. That he would needlessly kill so many of his army to rid himself of a handful of enemies? Huon's fists clenched ever tighter. Before, when he clenched his fists this tightly, he would have made his palm bleed, his fingernails cutting into his skin. Now he barely felt any pain. It wasn't that he had become weaker, of course. That would be impossible. His skin was simply far tougher than before. He had an entire village destroyed because one woman harbored her oathless son. Huon's words reeked of anger and rage and pain. Revenge had been the reason he'd started this journey, though his reasons had turned from revenge to justice. Otherwise, the former Immortal of Fire would be long dead. But that didn't mean he didn't still feel the anger. That didn't mean he didn't want the Everlasting King to die. By his own hand, if he had his wish.
Do not underestimate the lengths the Everlasting King will go to protect his goals, to safeguard his path. He is ruthless and uncaring of any but himself. I doubt there is anyone in this world that he has ever cared for. He is unfeeling, hard, and colder than the mountain we stand upon.
Kelney turned, soft steps receding in the snow.
I'll leave the two of you alone.
Huon shut his eyes, fists still clenched. Leona came to him, grabbed his hand like she had before. You're not alone, Huon. You don't have to do this by yourself. Huon bit the inside of his cheek. He wanted to make it bleed, wanted to feel the pain. Something to sharpen his mind. He had to imbue sharpness essence in his teeth just to manage it. He let the wound sting. Not surging stamina, but even so he could already feel it healing. Even without stamina, my low celestial body heals its wounds faster than any lower-ranked Surgecaller ever could. He opened his eyes and embraced Leona, holding her tightly as he had when they'd reunited in the cave. I know I'm not alone, but in this, I have to be. I'll return. Once I find out what I need, I'll come back, but this is something that, right now, only I can do. Before she could fight him, before she could tell him to stop, to think, to stay, and, coming from her, he wasn't sure he would be able to leave if she begged him not to go. He surged speed and leapt backward, off the mountain. The last thing he saw were her eyes widening as she reached out for him, grasping at thin air. Huon flipped around, sprouting wings from his back. Since the second he had landed on the peak, he had been using essence circulation to create pure essence, turning the eternal wheel with that essence, then filling his core with as much soul essence as he could muster. And, as a low celestial, apparently that was a lot. The efficiency of both his essence circulation and his eternal wheel had increased substantially. He could produce soul essence at least 5 times faster than before. As he flew, Shuri tugged on the bond they shared. The Sky Eagle had been hunting nearby when Huon had arrived. He was more aware of her presence and location than he had been before, the bond having grown stronger, clearer with his advancement. As he felt her trying to follow, he pushed her away with but a thought. The Sky Eagle wanted to fight his command, but she must have known it was futile to try and keep up with a low celestial. The air whipped at Huon as he picked up speed. It didn't bother him, didn't hurt his eyes. The wind was thin and cold, but he barely needed to breathe, even without surging breath, and he didn't feel the cold at all. Before, he would have circulated fire essence throughout his body to stave it off, but now that wasn't necessary. How strong have I become since my advancement? He honestly didn't know. The level of strength the low celestial held was a mystery to him, but it was a mystery he would soon solve. Huon flew all through the night, heading toward Horlana, the capital of the Ganadon kingdom. They had long theorized that would be the staging ground for the Everlasting King's new fleet, as it was the largest and closest dock city to the Taloniar continent. In 1 week the fleet would leave, and with it, the Everlasting King. He had to get there before then. I'm going to find those cores. I'm going to destroy them. Then, finally, I'm going to kill the Everlasting King. Chapter 5. It took far less time for Huon to cover the necessary ground between the Huron Mountains and the Ganadon kingdom than he had expected. He hadn't realized just how much faster a low celestial was to an immortal. In the earlier levels of advancement, each new rank achieved increased the amount one could surge their essence. As a page, one could only single surge. As a knight, double surge. A single surge of speed doubled how fast someone naturally was, so the faster one's base, the faster the Surgecaller became. While one could train their base speed and strength by exercising, the Surgecaller's body was also reforged with each advancement to make them stronger, faster, and more durable. It wasn't as simple as an immortal being 7 times faster than a normal human when they surged, as by the time they had become an immortal, their natural speed without surging was perhaps akin to that of a champion quintuple surging, depending on the immortal. Now that Huon had become a low celestial, his body had been strengthened beyond his imagination. He hadn't had a chance to test his capabilities, but if the speed at which he had traveled across Harlan was anything to go by, they had been vastly increased, which was why it had only taken him 2 days to reach the Ganadon kingdom's border, leaving him with 5 days to spare until the army set sail to Taloniar. Initially, he had planned on heading straight to wherever he thought the Everlasting King would be. He needed to figure out where those cores were hidden, and he had no better ideas than trying to observe the man, trying to see the bonding threads that connected him to his sources of power. But he didn't want to go into this without knowing his own strength. At least that was part of it. With time to spare, how could he not go out and train, to try and gauge how strong he had become? When he had been a page, he had never imagined becoming a Celestial. He hadn't even known that Celestials existed. He had thought there was nothing above immortals and that reaching that stage was an insane fancy, even if it had been his ultimate goal beyond purely surviving. Though he wished to test out what he could do, he had no idea where he would be able to find a fight worthy of his newfound strength. It wasn't as though celestial-level monsters simply waltzed around the continent. Finding beasts beyond immortal was incredibly rare, as far as he could tell. Even the ancient Kraken, as powerful as it was, didn't have entirely celestial-level surges. It still had some immortal-level ones, which was perhaps part of the reason they had defeated it in the first place. Beasts and humans were both Surgecallers, but their path of advancement worked in different ways. A beast could advance each of the surges they possessed without ever advancing in overall rank, as beasts didn't technically have ranks, while the only way for a human to do that was by advancing. Shuri, being a bonded familiar, advanced her surges at the same rate as Huon advanced his rank. At least the Sky Eagle had done so until now. After reaching immortal, bonded beasts no longer advanced with their Surgecaller, which was why the ancient Kraken didn't solely possess high celestial surges like the one it was bonded to, the Sentinel of the North. Huon had no idea how beasts in the wild could reach such a rank. Huon had reached the rank of low celestial through means that shouldn't be available to anyone, and he had done it far faster than perhaps anyone ever had in the past. Of course, it had left his core in chaos, though for all he knew that was a normal part of being a low celestial, though he sincerely doubted that. Huon didn't really know how long it usually took a Surgecaller to reach the rank of low celestial, assuming they ever did at all. There were immortals in the Harlan continent, not even including the Immortal Seven, who had been around for 1,000 years or more, yet hadn't reached the next rank. So how could a beast in the wilds ever hope to do such a thing? To gain enough power to advance all their surges past immortal? To even live long enough to try to attain such a thing, as beasts were always hunted down for their cores? He had seen beasts with celestial-level surges in Temptoria while training beneath the waves, but it wasn't as though he could simply head back over there. Besides, if he had been able to take those beasts as an immortal, they would hardly give him any trouble now. But he supposed there were other ways to test his strength that didn't involve fighting, even if that was what he was wishing to do. He landed in the middle of a forest clearing on the outskirts of the Ganadon Kingdom's border. This isn't a border anymore, and this isn't the Ganadon Kingdom. It's all the Everlasting King's realm now. Huon disintegrated his wings as he landed silently on the soft earth. The trees around him had trunks as thick as small houses and were taller than the towers of the Everlasting King's palace. At least they were as tall as they had been before the Everlasting King himself had destroyed Glenhaven and every speck of dust within it. That man truly is a monster I'm going to kill. Huon released a breath. He looked around the clearing at the massive trees surrounding him. The forest was quiet. Not silent, mind. A forest never became silent. There was always some noise, even if just the wind softly flowing through the trees. A rabbit came out from behind a large trunk, hopping through the long grass. Huon had heard the small animal before he had even landed. He couldn't help but smile at the little thing. He still wondered how normal animals managed to survive out here with beasts abound. He crouched, tilting his head to look at it. He supposed he had once been like this animal, when he was a page, only surviving in the wilds out of sheer luck and by staying away from absolutely everything around him that he perceived as even slightly dangerous. How I never managed to get killed, having been so weak, I'll never know. The second the rabbit saw him, it froze, gaze locking onto him. Instinctively, it knew he was a predator. The rabbit remained still for a long moment, then hopped away. Huon shook his head as he came to stand once more. Laying a hand on the hilt of Oathshearer, he examined his core. Surging speed non-stop as he had traveled, he had used up his reserve twice. When he had first advanced to this rank and felt his reserves, it had seemed as though they had become endless. That, of course, wasn't the case, but they did last far longer than they ever had. He had been able to surge speed non-stop for hours before he had run out. He suspected such a thing might not work quite so effectively in a fight, as surging essence in and out of combat had different rates of efficiency. But he was still amazed by how long the essence had lasted. When Huon had gained his blood sword, filling his reserve had become a breeze. He simply needed to hunt a few beasts to do so. Even after he had lost his blood sword, cultivating in Temptoria had been so much easier than cultivating in his own world had ever been. The essence in the air and the essence one created for the physical surges was simply so much denser. Then, when he had learnt how to cultivate soul essence, first in Temptoria, then later in his own world with a combination of essence circulation to purify any type of essence, then turning that essence with the eternal wheel, he simply needed to use pure essence to fill up his reserves. With essence circulation and the eternal wheel, Huon only needed to cultivate breath at a constant rate, then turn that breath into pure essence, then soul essence, and use that to fill his other reserves. At first, he had assumed there would be some efficiency loss, and there was when it came to purifying normal essence. For instance, if he simply purified his breath essence, then returned that purified essence to his breath reserve, he would have less essence than he started with. But if he purified the essence, turned it into soul essence, then fed it back into his breath reserve, he doubled the amount of essence. It was a rather wonderful process, one that meant he never needed to cultivate anything but breath. He filled up his speed reserve within moments, then drew the Oathshearer dagger. As he had traveled, he had been creating as much soul essence as he could, doing so non-stop. He went over the different surges he had at his disposal. First, there were the 4 physical surges: strength, speed, stamina, and breath. Then the 4 elemental surges: fire, wind, water, and earth. Finally, there were the unique surges he possessed, like the 5 senses: acute hearing, touch, sight, smell, and taste. He also had sharpness, fearlessness, roar, will, and stone skin. And above all, the ability to surge soul essence. He still hadn't figured out how he could create new surges like the ones he already possessed. He had manifested a surge in the past, will essence, but he hadn't repeated that. Of course, he didn't need to manifest surges when he had soul essence at his disposal. In a sense, soul essence was only limited by the imagination and skill of the Surgecaller utilizing it. Now that he was a low celestial, Huon couldn't wait to see how his proficiency with the surge had changed, how his proficiency with all of his surges had changed. He looked down at Oathshearer. With a surge of soul essence, he shifted it into a spear. Another surge turned it into a sword, a third an axe. His transitions were smooth, easily done. The shifting of his Soulblade, as he had called it, took less than a split second. Huon tilted his head to the side and tried something he hadn't before. He turned the Soulblade into a shield, then smiled as it worked. With soul essence, he could turn his Soulblade into anything he wished. He could change the length of the hilt and even the blade. That was how he'd taken down the Immortal of Air. He had suddenly elongated the shaft of the spear, cutting her with Oathshearer's blade. He looked over at the nearest tree with a massive, house-sized trunk, while infusing sharpness essence into his blade. While he could make the blade longer or larger, he could only change the part of the blade that cut bonds so much, as it was a dagger-sized blade, not a sword-sized blade. Shifting the Soulblade back into a spear, he turned the shaft in his hands. What if... He smiled, shifting the blade once more. It was easy to envision what he wished, easier than it ever had been. Before he had become a low celestial, he had learnt the ability to split his mind, having multiple parts of his mind focusing on completely different things. That ability had only become easier now he had advanced. Now he was able to task one part of his mind with the visualization process that surging soul essence required. The spear blade became longer and longer until it was 6 feet in length. He could create just about anything with soul essence, as far as he had tried, but he didn't know how to cut bonds without Oathshearer's blade. Though he had extended the blade of the spear to 6 feet, he had basically melted down the original blade and coated it around this new blade incredibly thinly. That way, whatever part of the blade that contacted an enemy would still cut their bonds, even with the slightest of nicks. Genius! He grinned at his new creation. Were he weaker, it would be very unwieldy, but he was more than strong enough to use it. He had even made an odd-looking pommel for the spear as a kind of counterweight, one consisting of densely packed heavy metal. It made the weapon even heavier, but it also balanced it far better in his hands. Staring back at the nearest tree, he elongated the blade even more. Then he swiped the house-sized trunk clear in half at an angle. At first, the tower-tall tree didn't budge. Then it slid downward until it was falling, hurtling toward the ground. The earth vibrated as it struck. Dirt and dust got kicked up in a small cloud. Huon surged wind essence to keep it from his face and saw a crater had been created where the tree fell. Another grin met his lips as he retracted the Soulblade back to being dagger-sized. For the next few hours, Huon surged everything he had. He tested his speed and maneuverability on the ground before testing it in the air. Testing his strength was difficult. Handstand push-ups, even on a single arm, using a single finger, weren't difficult anymore. They hadn't been for a long time, even in Temptoria, where the gravity had been heavier. Neither was picking up boulders or house-thick, tower-tall trees. He looked at his arms and wondered how far he should go at testing his stamina. He had never really tried regrowing limbs before. He had lost a tooth or two in battle, and they certainly regrew. But a finger? A hand? A whole arm? He hoped low celestial level stamina would be more than enough to heal such a loss, to regrow it, but it wasn't something he wanted to be wrong about. There would be no coming back from that, after all. It was the same story for most of his surges. It was difficult to test sharpness essence on trees and rocks, things he would have been able to cut through long before he had become a low celestial. It was also difficult to test his stone skin surge without something to fight against. He could try and harm himself while it was active, but again, the last thing he wished was to cut his damned arm off accidentally. He could run through katas, but that seemed almost pointless for his purposes. Then it came to him. Perhaps it should have come to him earlier. The mind space. He could train in his mind space. It wasn't perfect, but it would work. Within the mind space, he couldn't create new uses of soul essence, only utilize ones he had already come up with in the past. But still, he could test his new powers rather effectively. In fact, he could test his new powers against himself, and it wouldn't even take very long. Huon sat cross-legged on the forest floor. Perhaps it wasn't the safest place in the world to enter a mind space, but he doubted any harm could come to him in this area. When he surged hearing or touch, he couldn't feel a single human for miles around. Perhaps a beast might attack him, but that would bring him out of his mind space instantly. And there was no way a beast from this forest could really hurt him, even if he just sat there and let it attack him for an hour. Huon released a breath and created a mind space to train within. Chapter 6. Days passed within the mind space, while only hours passed in reality. Huon could do almost anything within a mind space. It was within mind spaces that he had trained his techniques while in Temptoria. It was within mind spaces that he had endlessly sparred Leona. It was within mind spaces that he had, using Kelney's pulled memories, fought against every remaining member of the Immortal Seven. If not for that practice, there would have been no way for him to have defeated the Immortal of Air in their battle outside of the Everlasting King's palace. He conjured up the Immortal of Speed, the Immortal of Water, and the Immortal of Stamina. The mind space he had chosen was the burnt-out remnants of his old village, a place that vividly reminded him of what he fought for. He didn't know what it truly looked like these days, but this is what he remembered it as. Buildings burned around him, some crumpled completely, others mysteriously left untouched. Bodies littered the ground, the corpses of those who had lived among him when he had been younger. He hated looking at it all, dredging up those horrid memories of all he had lost on that fateful day. But right now, he felt as though it was necessary. At first, he fought the members of the Immortal Seven he had conjured, one-on-one. As his intention was not to kill them, only break their bonds, all he needed to do was nick them with his Soulblade, something he was able to do with incredible ease now he'd advanced. It didn't take him long to try fighting all three of them at once. Surging low celestial level speed and sharpness, he could easily close the gaps with his enemies and cut through any armor they wore. It was too easy. Taking down the rest of the Immortal Seven would be far, far easier than the first four had been. He almost felt disappointed by that fact. Defeating them had been a part of his mission for so long. He had never expected it to be easy. Only now did he realize he didn't want it to be easy. The challenge was what had driven him this far. Huon wished he could face the Everlasting King in a mind space to test himself against the man, but he didn't know the Everlasting King's capabilities. Any information Kelney or the other former members of the Immortal Seven had would no doubt be outdated. Huon couldn't see the Everlasting King showing off the extent of his powers to any of them, and Huon couldn't exactly imagine something he didn't know about. That's why he conjured up himself. A copy of Huon stood across from him, giving an idle wave before they clashed. Huon couldn't help but grin at his clone as their soul blades met, shifting from one weapon to the next as they fought. With soul essence, Huon could teleport, and he could do it far more easily than when he was an immortal. He hadn't even needed to use that particular ability while fighting the immortals. But fighting himself, he went all out. Fortunately, within the mind space, he could not die. It didn't matter if his arm got cut off by himself. He could simply alter the mind space and will it back into being. Unsurprisingly, every match against himself ended in a draw. Huon slashed, his soul blade a great two-handed monstrosity of a sword. He thrust his soul blade a long, threatening spear. He blocked strikes, his soul blade a shield. His clone teleported, striking at his head behind him. A small fluctuation in the air warned Huon of his clone's whereabouts and movements. He dodged around an axe strike, whirled and slammed his soul blade as a warhammer into his clone's chest, a chest that wasn't there by the time his hammerhead reached it. This is getting ridiculous. Perhaps fighting against himself hadn't been the best. They were evenly matched in every possible way, and Huon simply wasn't able to gain the upper hand. After 10 hours of straight sparring against himself, Huon decided he should test something else. Though he wasn't heading toward the honor-bound army to release them from their bonds one by one, as he had once thought of doing, he wished to know what a clash with 1,000 or 10,000 honor-bound soldiers would look like. Would he be able to restrain his power enough to only leave injuries upon them, enough to break their bonds with Oath-Shearer, but not enough to kill them? Perhaps taking away the Everlasting King's army wouldn't do anything to stop him. Perhaps it would only incur his wrath, his explosive wrath, which could very well get every Surgecaller Huon freed killed. But he didn't know what he would be walking into, didn't know what fights he would eventually find himself in. This seemed like as good a thing as any other to practice. It could come in handy in the future. On the day he had made a deal to be soul-bound to the Devil of the West, he had seen countless honor-bound soldiers fight, and he had fought in a squad of them once, a squad that had Jameson as one of its number. Is he still alive? Is Garl? He shook those thoughts away and conjured 1,000 honor-bound soldiers into his mind space. He shifted the mind space's location to that of a desert plain, one where he could see every single one of the enemy soldiers. These people aren't my enemy, not truly, just as the Immortal of Fire was never my true enemy. It is the man behind them that I wish to kill. Each of them was but an instrument of the Everlasting King. If he needed to kill them to achieve his goal, then he would. He had come to terms with that. But wantonly murdering oath-bound soldiers when they didn't need to die was the lazy way out, and by far his last choice of action. The honor-bound soldiers attacked, surging toward him in a mass of strength and steel. They used all of the elements. The earth shook, ice shards and tsunamis of water sped forth. Tornadoes of sharp winds whirled his way. Fireballs and streams of flame, rocks and boulders thrown. Arrows, spears, and daggers were flung. Huon stood there, stone skin active, and waited for the strikes to hit. He shut his eyes as the first attacks met him, then more and more, until he was under a constant barrage. He could feel every single one of the strikes, but they did not harm him, not in the slightest. There wasn't a single immortal among the honor-bound ranks. There were many champions and still more knights, but few legends, just as he imagined the true army would be like now. After a full minute of taking the attacks, Huon flicked his eyes open. He teleported straight into the fray, turning his soul blade into a spear, controlling its length with ease. He made it longer, slashing one man's calf, made it shorter to stab a close opponent in their forearm. He whirled, leaving small slices on 10 people around him, keeping a close eye on the length of the shaft, never going more than a centimeter into his enemy's flesh. His blade cut through armor as though it were nothing, With every strike, another honor-bound soldier was left bereft and boundless. As easy as it would be to kill these people, these fake people, Huon found it wasn't that much harder to leave them alive. I can do this. I can spare them if I try. Though this was still only a fabrication, he wouldn't truly know what these people would be capable of. Knowing the everlasting king, they could possess weapons that made their power even higher than their ranks, something the honor-bound armor, infused with countless surge gems, was already capable of doing for them. The everlasting king had most definitely engineered other weapons for these people to wield, weapons Huon had yet to see, especially considering he would be sending them after the forces in Taloniar. Forces far stronger than those in the Haralen continent were. Unless, perhaps, you include the everlasting king himself. It took him mere minutes to deal with 1,000 honor-bound. In the end, he stood in a mass of people, every single one of them cut from their bond, all of them looking confused. Staring at the aftermath, it was difficult to believe this was something he had done. He smiled, proud of himself. It was a feeling that had eluded him. His goal, his mission, had always felt like an impossible one. For so long he had pushed for power, and now he had it in abundance. I am so much more than I ever thought I would be. A pain, one in the physical world, not the mind space, pulled him straight back into reality. Huon snapped his eyes open, half expecting to have been stabbed in the gut, but no one was within the clearing. It was just as empty as it had been when he had sat down and shut his eyes. The pain was in his core. Huon clutched his stomach and let out a hiss. Now that he was alone, he didn't hold back, letting the pain show on his face. What is happening to me? He tried to surge stamina, but it did nothing. Literally nothing. For 2 days, his core had not felt such chaos. Not since he had been standing outside of the cave at the peak of the Huron Mountains had he felt this. A foolish part of him had wondered if the chaos had simply vanished. But here it was, coming back in full. He hadn't tried surging the last time this had happened, and the fact that he couldn't surge stamina now worried him greatly. It wasn't the first time he had been cut off from his surges, but in the past such a thing only happened when he surged all of his soul essence reserve. He looked into his core and found his reserve of soul essence to be just as large as it had been before he had created the mind space. So why was this happening to him? The creation essence. He had consumed a massive amount of creation essence when he had drained those cores. That had been the reason he had been able to advance in the first place. But what if that had damaged him somehow? What if his advancement had been unstable? He had learnt a lot about advancing over the years. As far as he had found, it didn't much matter how one advanced, as long as they did. If one advanced with a stronger base to work from, that would be advantageous, at least in the short run. They would have a head start over their peers. A Surgecaller who took 10 years to reach the rank of champion, assuming they were training hard and constantly cultivating during that time, would likely be stronger than a Surgecaller who had reached the rank of champion in 5 years, especially if they used cultivation pills to get them that far, as they simply wouldn't have been able to attain the same amount of experience. This, of course, only worked up to a point. One shouldn't halt their advancement for too long, lest they stagnate. Huon himself had used whatever means necessary to push for advancement. In a way, it had made him less skilled than those of the same advancement as him. But it always made him stronger, so he kept pushing, straight to immortal, and now low celestial. When Huon and Leona had been in Temptoria, they had made up for lost time as best as they could, by training within the mind spaces. It was their hidden weapon. They had spent the equivalent of many years within those spaces. A week passed on their world in the time they had been in Temptoria, and they had not only advanced, they had grown significantly more skilled as well. Huon had also been able to make up for what he lacked in experience with other things, like soul essence, for instance. As far as they knew, no one in their world even knew that soul essence existed, let alone were able to surge it. That alone, he hoped, would give him enough of an advantage to face another low celestial, a Surgecaller who likely would have lived for hundreds, if not over 1,000 years. But from all of the problems he had foreseen when it came to advancing too quickly, whatever the hell was happening with his core had not been one of them. Huon doubled over in pain, lying on his side in the forest, as agony ripped through not just his core, but every inch of his body. Chapter 7. Huon's clothes and armor were soaked through with sweat. He left a patch of damp earth where he had been lying down, clutching at his stomach, as pain tore through him. When he had first felt the chaos in his core and been ripped from his mind space, the sun had hung high in the sky. When the pain finally ceased and Huon was able to surge his essence again, the sun had dropped behind the trees, then fallen below a far-off mountain, and the world had been consumed by the darkness of night. He stood slowly, far slower than a low celestial was capable of, and felt shaky despite the pain being completely gone and strength returning to his body. Hours had passed while he had experienced that agony. The last time he had been inflicted with this pain, this chaos, it had lasted for a handful of minutes before subsiding. Whatever was happening to him was getting worse. There was only one person he knew that he could speak to about this that might actually wish to help him: the Devil of the West. Only Huon had no idea how to contact the man now that he wasn't soulbound to him. Besides, wasn't the High Celestial in hiding from the mysterious Kalak? Perhaps contacting him right now was impossible. Huon let out a breath, wiped sweat from his brow, and looked up at a dark sky. The stars seemed to stare back at him, their twinkling eyes judging him. Huon licked his lips before speaking. The first time Huon had met the Devil of the West, he had been communing with the universe and praying to someone, to something, to get him out of the mess he had been in. He wasn't sure why or how the High Celestial had heard him, only that he had. Now Huon would have to pray again. He sighed and got onto his knees, clasping his fingers together. It wasn't something he liked doing, but he supposed it couldn't hurt. Devil of the West. He shut his eyes and sunk into what he had once called the soul state, the state in which he could communicate with the universe, not entirely sure what to say. After a moment, he opened his eyes again, filled with resolve. Devil of the West, I pray to you for guidance and counsel. Will you heed my call? His words sounded foolish, but that did not deter him. If sounding like a fool was what he needed to do, then he would do it. He knelt there for a long time, repeating the same words over and over, and coming up with other entreaties, until finally something clicked. He felt a feather touch of the High Celestial's mind contacting his own. Then everything froze, just as it had when he had first met the Devil of the West. Can High Celestials truly pause time? Relief swept through him as the figure of a man appeared within the clearing. A man in mostly simple robes who stepped forward with a slight expression of surprise upon his face. Huon! The Devil of the West blinked. You're alive? Huon frowned. You thought me dead? I knew it was you who advanced. That shockwave of essence could be felt around the world. Felt around the world? That made Huon worry. Advancing had been how Kelney had discovered he was in Taloniar in the first place, as he had been tracking his essence signature. He hadn't thought about the fact that his advancement would be felt by others all over the world. The Sentinels and the other low celestials of Taloniar will know I have advanced. He had to imagine that at least the Sentinel of the North would recognize his essence signature, if no one else. As he didn't know what the implications of that were, he figured he could focus on it later. There were more pressing things to address. It wasn't as though those Celestials would ever come to Harlan. If they did, the world wouldn't be in this mess with the Everlasting King. They should have killed him 1,000 years ago instead of taking his core. Yes, I'm alive, but... Huon looked down at his stomach, clutching it. He could no longer feel the chaos in his core, no longer feel the pain, but as he focused, he realized his core was raw, like a still healing wound. Something is wrong. A frown slipped onto the High Celestial's face. I wondered how you advanced so quickly. His eyes narrowed as he peered at Huon. I suspected you might have done something with those cores, and it seems I was correct. Huon pulled his hand away from his stomach. Do you know what's happening to me? The Devil of the West shook his head, stepping forward in the clearing that was frozen in time. This is uncharted territory, Huon. I still don't understand how you did it. I did not think someone, especially an immortal, as you were until recently, would be able to process so many cores at once. Process? Don't you mean cultivate? The High Celestial waved a hand. In a sense. He raised an eyebrow. You really ate them all? Ate? Huon's forehead became deeply lined. What do you mean, ate? Then he remembered a conversation they'd had a fair while ago about what happened with cores taken from those disciples who lose the first round in the Tournament of Grace. The very thing that almost happened to him. The very thing that happened to Cyrus. Celestials ate the cores to gain strength. The creation essence, that's what they're after. But why eat it? Wait, you think I ate the cores? Huon shook his head. I didn't eat them. I just pulled the essence into myself, using an essence drain surge. The Devil of the West looked utterly confused. You? What? That's impossible, he breathed. Essence drain surges can't take the type of essence you took. That's why he cleared his throat. That's why Celestials consume the cores of human Surgecallers in such a way. The unique essence within, the essence that sparks a Surgecaller's advancement, can only be cultivated slowly after consumption. He shook his head. Doing what you did, that makes no sense. Celestials have been experimenting with such things for a very, very long time. Huon shrugged. I don't know what to tell you. It shouldn't have worked, the man muttered, looking away from Huon. Then his eyes lit up. You used soul essence to create this surge? I don't have an essence drain surge of my own. It was the only way. Of course. That must be how. The essence drain surge you created must have been more pure, as you created it for a particular purpose. Yes, that explains it. Huon hadn't really spoken of soul essence to the man. He must be watching us, me. Huon shuddered at the thought, glad the soul binding between them was now broken. You're really saying this hasn't been done before? Huon wasn't sure he liked that fact. It most certainly hasn't been. This is quite the breakthrough, Huon. When I saw what you did, creating and manipulating soul essence, as you call it, I have to say I was rather impressed. You have come a long way in a short time, far longer than anyone could have expected, even given the sliver of destiny you hold within your soul. Sliver of destiny? Huon still had no idea what that was or what the implications of having it were, but if it helped him get stronger, he was glad for it. Is it true that Celestials— Huon paused, a small smirk appearing on his face— that other Celestials aren't aware of soul essence? The Devil of the West smiled. Indeed. But how can that be? You've all lived for so long. How could you not have discovered it? Because someone went
to an awful lot of trouble to bury the use of it in the past, and though we are able to travel to different worlds, we do not."
The Devil of the West's gaze turned upward.
"It may not seem like it, as you are still so very young, but the world is far, far older than us High Celestials, Huon. There were many High Celestials that lived before us, more than you will find in any history book. It is difficult to find historical sources going back more than a few thousand years. The oldest of our order, the Sentinel of the North, is perhaps twice my age, but that only puts him at 5,000 years old."
"What do you mean, only? And you're 2,500 years old?" Huon asked, a little dumbfounded, though he supposed if he thought about it for a little while, it made sense. The Devil of the West, the Everlasting King, and the other Sentinels were High Celestials 1,000 years ago. They must have lived for quite some time to get to that point before then.
The Devil of the West smiled. "Indeed, and in terms of how old our world is, I'm rather young. Then when you think of the universe at large, well, in terms of age and power, I am to them what a page is to me."
Huon blinked, taking in those words. A High Celestial was as strong as a page compared to some of those outside of this world, and being thousands of years old is young to them? He could hardly fathom such things. But that... Huon suddenly felt very, very small, like all he had achieved was insignificant. Turning his gaze upward, he stared at the sky. He thought about Temptoria, about what the Devil of the West had said, that they might alert others of their presence on that planet if they advanced to Low Celestial there. What kind of monsters would these people be if a High Celestial wasn't only weak to them, but as weak as a page was? Pages were the lowest of the low when it came to a Surgecaller strength. "We are but ants to the likes of them, aren't we?"
"Huon, tell me what's happening to you."
Huon blinked, drawn out of his thoughts. The universe outside of their world wasn't something he needed to worry about. Clearly, the wider universe left them alone here. "I hope it stays that way." It was local threats that were the problem. He swallowed, looking at the Devil of the West. "I'm not really sure what's happening to me. After I took all the essence from those cores, it triggered my advancement."
"Indeed. Considering how much power you took from them, that is the only eventuality I can imagine. But something has gone wrong."
Huon nodded weakly. "The essence, it's in chaos. Not in this moment, but I just spent hours writhing in agony on the forest floor, completely cut off from my core and unable to surge." The Devil of the West tilted his head back.
"Chaos? Cut off from your core?" He sighed. "I was afraid of this."
Huon stepped toward the man. "You were? That means you know what is happening to me."
The man shrugged. "More or less, though I can't say I have ever seen it on this level. You advanced too early. Your core was strong, especially for someone who had been an immortal for as long as you, but it isn't strong enough to handle the power a Celestial wields."
"How do you know the strength of my core?" Huon asked. "When did you examine it?"
"The soul binding gave me a direct link to your core, your soul. I could feel the shifts within you as they happened, though only when you returned from Temptoria, when our bond had once again become strong."
Huon couldn't help but feel a little violated, knowing that the Devil of the West had been able to peer inside of his core any time he wished, even when Huon had his veil up, which was basically always. "But you can't do that anymore."
"No, I cannot."
Huon sighed. "Perhaps you should. Feel what is happening in my core. Should I drop my veil?"
"No!"
The Devil of the West paused.
"No, that would be foolish.
My brother might not be able to sense you himself, but he still has some of his immortals. They will have felt you advance to low celestial. They will be looking for you, and your friends." Huon lowered his head in a nod. Of course they would have felt it. But it didn't change what needed to be done. The others would be on alert, and they would be able to take the remaining members of the Immortal Seven. "All right. Then what do I have to do? How can you look at my core without me dropping my veil?" The Devil of the West beckoned him forward. "Take my hand." Huon did as the man instructed. "Now, all you need do is relax." Huon shut his eyes, let out a breath, relaxing right now after the pain he had experienced, after discovering how small he was in the universe, after everything. It wasn't exactly easy. Still, he had long become adept at meditation, and he utilized the practice to bring a sense of calm to his mind, letting his thoughts drift by, examined but not dwelled upon. The Devil of the West said, letting go of his hand. Huon opened his eyes and found an odd look on the man's face. "What is it?" The High Celestial frowned at him. "Do you wish for the good news or the bad?" "Just tell me what's happening to me." Huon had been surprised he had even been able to get the man's attention, what with the fact that he was hiding from Kalak. He also hadn't expected to be able to speak with him for so long. As much as he wanted to ask about how the man was faring, hiding from that other High Celestial, the one who'd soul-bound Huon's father, Jacob, he wanted to take advantage of every moment in the man's presence. "The essence from the cause." "Creation essence is what I call it," Huon said. The Devil of the West dipped his head. "A good name for it. We call it transformation essence. But I prefer your term. The creation essence you cultivated from those cores has changed you in most unusual ways." "That doesn't sound good." Huon didn't like the word unusual. "As you must have become aware, creation essence is what helps spark and nurture advancement. It is how our bodies and cores become strengthened to deal with the strain of taking in more essence. Well, that is an oversimplification, but for our purposes it should suffice. What happened to you, however, when you took in more creation essence than perhaps anyone in the history of this world, well, at least in the history that I'm aware of, has never happened before." The Devil of the West folded his hands behind his back. Huon wanted to bark at him to get on with it and actually say what happened. "It reforged your body, as all advancements do, but as there was an abundance of creation essence, far more than would usually be found in an advancement to that of the rank of low celestial, it reforged it stronger than it should be." "Stronger than it should be?" Huon asked. This must be the good news he was talking about. "Indeed." The man started pacing about the clearing. "It is quite remarkable, really. It's understandable that you would not realize this, but your natural abilities, your base strength, speed, and mental acuity far outpace someone of your rank." Huon couldn't help but let a smile creep onto his face. He had, of course, realized how strong he had become, but he hadn't imagined this. "They do? Truly?" "Truly. Your body is as strong as that of a High Celestial. A high-tier High Celestial, in fact. Considering the state you were in before your advancement, you should have been weak by low Celestial standards." "Well, I'm glad that's not the case." Huon frowned. "So, about that bad news? My body is stronger, but something is clearly wrong with my core." The Devil of the West pursed his lips. "Well, your core. It's also quite remarkable, but in a very different way. In all my long life, I have never seen a core so unstable as yours. In fact, examining it, I have to say that I'm surprised you're still alive." "That," Huon took a breath, "that is bad news." He reached a hand for a nearby tree, leaning against it as he suddenly felt weak. "What does that mean? Am I going to die?" The High Celestial tilted his head to the side. "As I said, this is uncharted territory. I can honestly say I don't know. What happened to you? It should have blown your core. That's the chaos you feel inside of it. You have more essence than you can handle. Then I should just be able to expend all my essence, right?" Why hadn't he thought of that before? His essence couldn't play havoc with his core if he didn't have any. Then he could simply cultivate more. A sound idea. But no, I do not think that will work. The essence is volatile. I'm surprised you haven't hurt yourself using it, actually. Huon shut his eyes. "What do you mean, hurt myself? How could I hurt myself by surging essence?" "As volatile as that essence is, and as unstable as your core is, surging it could have put you in a coma or perhaps killed you. Pooling it in a body pot might have blown your essence lines." "Essence lines?" Huon wondered, then realized he must be referring to the lines which essence followed when circulated around the body. "I've expended my reserve of speed essence twice since advancing. I've tested every single one of my surges. If what you're saying is true, I shouldn't even be standing here right now. I should have already died." The Devil of the West ran a hand across his hairless chin. "Indeed, you're right. With as much as you've used, you should be dead." "Usually I like it more when people agree with me," Huon muttered. "So, why hasn't it harmed me?" The Devil of the West shrugged. "Perhaps my assessment is wrong, or perhaps it has something to do with the way your body has been reforged by the creation essence. That is a change that shouldn't have happened. A change that will follow you in your next advancement, assuming you get that far, of course. Your body will be reforged, even stronger. If you reach the rank of High Celestial, you'll possess the strongest body in the entire world." Huon was taken aback. "Really?" "No Celestial has ever consumed so much creation essence, Huon. They might eat the cores of those disciples who lose in the first round of the Tournament of Grace, but you cultivated how many cores?" Perhaps 1,000,000. The Devil of the West's head fell. "Cores my brother hoarded over 1,000 years. Growing up, I never knew he was such a monster. This must be why your core is so volatile, Huon. That creation essence, what wasn't used up." He put a hand to his sternum, pushing into it. "It's trapped within you. You may not even be able to feel it, but it's there if you look hard enough. You must be careful, Huon." "Careful? All right, I will be. But what can I do to fix this?" The High Celestial's forehead creased more deeply than ever, lines cutting trenches in his brow as he looked at Huon. "I am not sure. Creation essence, as you call it, is not something we normally have access to. It sits deep within our core, so deeply that only those who have reached the rank of High Celestial are able to feel it. Even then, it takes years to learn how to use it." "Wait, you can use it? You can surge it? What does it do?" The man waved a hand. "Do not concern yourself with such things. Not yet. First, you need to learn to control the volatile essence within you, both your normal essence and the creation essence packed within it. If you do not, the consequences will be dire, and your journey will end far earlier than it should." With those words, the Devil of the West disappeared. Huon stood alone as time began to move. The wind whispered through the trees, playing with the leaves. Small birds whistled up in the high branches. A beast roared somewhere in the distance. Huon looked at himself, touching his stomach again, feeling more worried than ever. Chapter 8. Huon remained within the forest for another 3 days, deep in meditation. He knew he couldn't stay there too long. The everlasting king and his army would be leaving the continent soon, in the next 3 days, but he didn't want to risk what might happen if he was forced to surge his essence. He still wasn't sure if he really believed what the Devil of the West had told him, didn't believe that surging essence, something he was literally born to do, could truly harm him. He had surged plenty of essence since becoming a low celestial and had yet to suffer any ill effects, except, of course, for the chaos in his core, the crippling pain, the inability to surge. And the Devil of the West had no reason to lie to Huon. Whether he was right or wrong, it seemed far wiser to heed the man's warning, which was why, for the past 3 days, Huon hadn't touched his essence. He hadn't surged a single thing. It was the longest he had gone without surging since he had lived with his mother. It felt wrong to cut himself off from his core, felt wrong not to be constantly cultivating, not to be circulating essence and turning the eternal wheel. With each second that passed, he was losing progress he would never regain, losing time he would never once more have. He was stagnating, while the everlasting king was no doubt growing stronger and stronger. I cannot stop advancing, lest my enemies grow even more in their strength. I am already so far behind as it is. He gritted his teeth, snapping his eyes open on the end of the 3rd day. The sun had long fallen, and there was a chill in the air. Meditating for 3 days had done nothing. He couldn't feel the creation essence within his core. If it was there was some barrier blocking him from perceiving it, and he was sure from using it at all. Another thing hadn't happened over those 3 days. He hadn't felt that chaos and pain in his core again. So, perhaps the Devil of the West had been right. Maybe surging his essence had been what had caused his pain. What use is becoming a low celestial, becoming powerful, if I can't use that power at the risk of taking myself out? His frustration had only grown with each passing hour. He stood and took out his Soulblade, or rather his Oath-Shearer dagger. Without the ability to shift it with his soul essence, it was no longer a Soulblade anymore, was it? He went through the motions of a kata, neither cultivating nor surging essence as he went. Though Huon had thought katas had become useless to him at this point in his advancement, performing them felt relaxing and helped to clear his mind. More than anything, that is what he needed right now, a clear mind so he could figure out what to do about his current predicament. He had to admit that he was glad the chaos in his core had subsided since he had stopped surging, but the price was far too great. This wasn't a sustainable solution, not when he had responsibilities he needed to get to. In the last 3 days, he had also tried to speak with the Devil of the West again, but, as usual, he hadn't been able to get into contact with the man. He was used to not being able to speak with the High Celestial. In fact, it was more of a surprise to him that the Devil of the West had come when he had prayed the first time. As he performed the kata, he once again tested the limits of his new body. His strength and speed without surges was like nothing he'd ever imagined. It was difficult to gauge exactly how fast he could move, but it felt like he was moving as fast as a legend could surge. Maybe even faster than that. Has my body truly been reforged to such a degree? When he had first advanced, he hadn't realized his strength was abnormal. How could he? Now, he realized it should have been clear to him. He couldn't say he was disappointed by the fact that his body was more powerful than anyone else's would be at this stage of advancement, but it had come at an incredible cost. 1 more day. I'll try to access the creation essence within my core for 1 more day. Then, I'm going to have to move. He finished his kata, a kata that was rather difficult to perform with a dagger, and sunk back down into a deep meditation, falling into a familiar breathing technique within less than a second. Huon had been foregoing sleep. He hadn't slept a wink since he had advanced, and was finding that he might not even need it anymore. He wasn't sure if that was the same for every low celestial, or if it was because he was different, stronger, but it was definitely a nice advantage. Though he did wonder if, after a week or a month or a year, he would finally feel like he needed the sleep he would be missing. At least for now, he knew he could go without it. Falling into a deep meditation, he examined his core with what he had once thought was complete clarity. He could see all his physical, elemental, and unique essence types. He could see the soul essence and the pure essence. In his mind, they looked like balls of light. Once those balls of light had been small, like stars winking in the night sky. Now they blazed as large as the sun. Gods, he wished he could draw on all of that power, wished he could pull from his reserves. There was so much to use. He knew he could take out the entire honor-bound army all by himself if he truly needed to, assuming he didn't have to face the everlasting king along with them. He wanted to keep pushing forward. Huon let out a sigh, slipping out of his meditation. He couldn't let his frustration get the better of him. He had spent weeks and months meditating beside Leona, trying to discover how to cultivate unrefined, unique essence in Temptoria. He could spend time doing this. Breathing in deeply, Huon let himself relax, let the tension seep from his shoulders, let the worries of the world lift off him. Just for now, he could come back to them when he was ready. He could remember easily what creation essence felt like. He had first discovered its existence on the strong wind, and he had been examining it in people's advancements ever since. Then, when he had taken in all the essence from those cores, the feeling of it was unique and completely unmistakable. The Devil of the West had told him that only high celestials are able to feel the creation essence locked within their cores, but considering how much Huon possessed, and the fact that he had felt it in others before, he was confident that what he was trying to do would be possible. It just might not be possible in a matter of days. This insight could take months, even years to finally come upon. He pushed that insidious thought away. Whether it was true or not, it wasn't helpful. What did high celestials have that Huon didn't? Honestly, he had no clue, and he doubted he was going to figure it out just sitting here. But Huon persisted, as he always did. He focused his entire mind on this singular purpose. He quietened every negative and dark thought. He ceased the chaos of his mind so that he could better understand the chaos in his core. And slowly, he began to sense something, feel something. Slowly, he inched closer to reaching the insight that he had been stretching to grasp. Slowly, he began to understand the predicament that he was in. It was much worse than he had thought. Huon flicked his eyes open as the sun rose on his 4th day straight of meditation. The realization had come to him lightning fast when he had finally come upon it. He didn't know where the knowledge had come from or even how he had come to understand it. It was almost as though he was tapping into something powerful, something beyond himself. The universe? The creation essence? He hadn't been able to feel the creation essence as strongly as he had anticipated, but he had felt it. He had taken hold of the essence and struggled not to let it go, and as he had touched the creation essence with his mind, that was when he was struck with the insight. And struck was the right word, for it had felt as though he had been hit by a mountain. The Devil of the West had been right in that what he had done should have killed him, but he had been wrong in the solution. Ceasing all surging of his essence had not stopped the problem. It had simply slowed it down, and it most certainly wasn't his normal essence that was the problem. But Huon didn't feel any sense of relief at this knowledge. It was the creation essence itself that was the problem. He contained more in his core than any one Surgecaller should, at least more than any Surgecaller at his rank should be able to hold. When he had advanced, the creation essence should have all been used up. There shouldn't have been a single speck left within him after it reforged his body. In fact, his core had tried to dump as much of the essence toward the task of reforging his body as it could, as it knew it couldn't contain so much. And knew was the right word, as apparently his core was aware of how it worked, as though it were almost sentient. That was another thing he had noticed, but it wasn't something he could address right now. Huon slowly rocked back and forth where he sat on the forest floor, where he had been sitting for the last 4 days, only briefly stopping to perform katas, and went over what he had discovered. He had consumed more creation essence than any one of his rank should, to the point where it had reforged his body beyond what should have been possible, but now the rest of that essence was trapped within his core, with no way to get out. It was what was creating chaos within him. The pain he felt was the essence trying to escape, trying to break out of his core. But it couldn't escape. The only way it could leave him was if he died, or if he surged it. And so it was trying to kill him. His core was volatile, ready to explode at any moment, and not even ceasing the surging of his other essence types would do anything to stop it. The only way that he imagined he ever would be able to stop it was to surge the creation essence itself. Or maybe have someone cut it out of me, he thought, though he knew he would never let that be an option. He couldn't imagine losing his core, couldn't imagine becoming a null like Cyrus, completely losing his ability to surge. The last few days, and those hours spent in agony on the ground, they had been bad enough. It was not something he would ever make permanent. I'll die a Surgecaller before I ever become surgeless, he thought, with startling resolve. The problem was, he had no idea when the creation essence would break free. Perhaps it never will. Perhaps I will become strong enough to contain it. Maybe if he was a high celestial, he would be able to hold this much creation essence in his core. But how could he possibly attain the next rank? It was already a miracle he had gotten as far as he had this fast. My core will explode well before I advance. Huon stood. 6 days had passed, now, since he had left the others in the Huron Mountains. 2 of those days spent traveling, a half-day spent in agony, and the rest in meditation. If he didn't move now, he would lose his chance. Surging essence will speed up my deteriorating core, but if I have no other option, then it's what I must do. He looked in the direction of the Ganadon kingdom, wondering how long it would take him to get to where he needed to go without the use of essence. Too long, far too long. He couldn't move slowly, and he couldn't move on foot. Huon turned his head, gazed through the tower-tall canopy that the house-thick trees produced above him, looking through to the morning sky. His insight had shown him that cultivating essence wouldn't be an issue, nor would using essence circulation or turning the eternal wheel. Cultivating brought essence in. It put the body and core in a receptive state. Surging essence, like imbuing essence, put the body in an outward state. It opened up his core to the outside world. That was when the creation essence was in the most danger of breaking free. That was what he needed to avoid if he wished to live. It was also the very thing he needed to do. Huon surged soul essence. Wings sprang from his back, growing from beside his shoulder blades in an instant. They spread wide, his wingspan perhaps twice his own height. Then he flapped his wings and reclaimed the sky. Chapter 9. The honor-bound army was even larger than Huon had expected. He should have known. The majority of the army was camped outside of Horlana, the Ganadon kingdom's capital. Huon had never seen so many Surgecallers in one place, not even when he had been in the honor-bound army himself. The everlasting king had conquered the entire continent. He had killed those who would not kneel and create bonds with his immortals, taking their cores as he took their lives, and he had assimilated those who swore oaths into his army. Huon knew how difficult it was to fight an oath-binding, how close to impossible it was to go against an oath-master's commands for more than mere seconds. He felt pity for every single Surgecaller within that army. Perhaps it was true that some of them would have been there by choice, but even those people, Surgecallers who had grown in the everlasting king's realm as Huon had, would only wish to be a part of such an army, because they were raised to think the way they did. They were born into slavery. Even before they were bonded, they were nothing but slaves to the everlasting king. Huon felt his anger build up within him. He was hovering high in the sky. He had surged speed essence to get here, making the journey from the border in minutes, but he had ceased surging speed essence for now. The only essence he was surging was a trickle of soul essence to keep his wings from disintegrating. He hated risking surging essence given the state of his core, but he didn't see a way around this. He needed to be able to observe his enemies from somewhere they wouldn't be able to see him. These are not my enemies. Not truly. A moral war raged within his mind. He wanted to stop the everlasting king from moving on the Taloniar continent because he knew what would happen if he did. It wasn't the world's enslavement that he worried would happen, not anymore. It was the world's death, or at least the death of everyone in the world. The everlasting king wasn't amassing an army and conquering the world to rule it. He was doing so to leave the world. He's going to take a core from every single Surgecaller, one by one, until he has the power of millions upon millions of people at his disposal. Huon didn't know if that would finally help the man ascend to a new level of power, one beyond this world, though he felt it might be possible. He had barely brushed the power that was the mass of creation essence in his core, and for that single moment he had felt a connection to something greater than himself, something greater than anyone. But whether or not the everlasting king was able to ascend after all this didn't change the outcome that concerned Huon. The fate of this world would be the same. Even if he and his friends were able to simply hide out and wait for the end to come, they would be the only ones left. If I destroy this army, obliterating their cores in the process, he will not be able to take their power. It was a dark thought, one that usually wouldn't cross his mind, but he was feeling more and more desperate. But for 1,000 reasons, he knew he wouldn't do such a thing. I would become the very thing I'm trying to destroy. He wanted to save these people, not kill them. Besides, killing them wouldn't solve any of his problems. As powerful as he was now that he had collected more and more cores from those on the Harrowland continent, the everlasting king could no doubt move on Taloniar by himself if needed. He didn't require his army. He was simply collecting their oaths to keep them nearby when he wished to pull their cores. Carlon had already told him that sometimes the honor-bound ranks were culled, which made Huon think the everlasting king wasn't concerned with having overwhelming numbers. At first, he had felt anger when looking down at the army. Now he felt a wave of despair wash over him. He had come farther than anyone would have thought possible, yet he felt helpless in the shadow of the one person in the world he wished to kill. But he knew that whatever power the everlasting king held was not truly his own. It was stolen power, power he only wielded while connected to all the cores he had amassed. Without them, how weak would the man become? He has the body of a high celestial, and he did not lose that when he lost his core. But according to the devil of the West, my own body was reforged to the strength of that of someone at the rank of high celestial, a high tier 1 at that. and I will still have my surges, even if in a limited capacity, while he will have nothing. Huon raised his chin, pushing away the doubt, the despair. The world will not fall, not while I'm still breathing. Unwavering resolve replaced whatever else he had been feeling as he spotted one of the Immortal Seven. Hovering high in the sky, Huon tilted his head to the side, staring down at the Immortal of Water. Seeing her made him wonder about all of the Surgecallers that would have been bound to the Immortals of Earth, Air, and Strength. Had Earth and Air's bonds been broken? If they weren't, the Everlasting King might have had them all killed. The only way to break those bonds would be to kill the Immortals, or have them release them, which would need to happen in close proximity to those bound. His gaze swept those in the army. Huon had once been an honor-bound of the Immortal of Earth, so he should be able to recognize others who had been as well. Perhaps he could recognize their voices, if only he could hear them. But even with his enhanced hearing, he couldn't make out what anyone was saying from up here. He was simply too high up, the wind too loud. But if he surged hearing, I haven't got a choice. Huon sighed and surged hearing. His core be damned. Instantly he was hit with an influx of sound from everywhere. It took him less than a second to adjust to the onslaught and tune it toward where he wished. He focused on one clump of honor-bound after another. Setting sail tomorrow. I wonder if we'll even make it across the sea. At least our squad hasn't been culled. Ballinhorn disappeared 2 weeks back, him and his entire squad. I wonder when all this fighting will be over. I thought he just wanted to rule Harlan. Now we're going somewhere else. Won't be satisfied until he's enslaved the whole world. Do we know what happened to the Immortals? Huon had to say. He was a little surprised at how openly everyone was talking. No one ever spoke like this when he had been honor-bound. But he had to remember that the bulk of these people weren't from the Everlasting King's realm, at least his realm before he had expanded it. It was the last person who had spoken that Huon focused on. His gaze snapped straight toward the Surgecaller, who was in a group a little detached from the wider army. There were 3 of them, standing in a circle, talking. Another member of the group spoke. Perhaps the Everlasting King finally did them in. It's not like he cares about his people. Half of those he's culled have been from his own realm. Of course he don't care about his own people. You should have seen the conditions of Glenhaven, what we had to go through. The large man who had just spoken ran a hand across his clean-shaven chin, as though there had once been a beard there. Huon recognized the gesture, recognized the man speaking. It was a different man to the first person he had heard. Huon recognized 2 of the people that had spoken in this group, barely believing his eyes and ears. He didn't know how they had found each other, but he supposed they had each once been oath-bound to the same man. Huon was surprised to find they were alive at all. He didn't know who the third person was. It seemed as though they weren't from the Everlasting King's realm originally, but the first 2, one he knew for sure, had last been bound to the Immortal of Earth. He knew that for a fact, as Huon had been in the same squad as him. Jameson. Huon had first met Jameson at the House of Tyrol, when he was taken in by Inara. They had both been squires at the time, and he had been a close friend, until he came after Huon and Leona when they escaped Glenhaven. Huon winced, remembering how he had left the man with a broken leg, but a lot had happened after that. They had reunited once more in the service of Tyrol. If Jameson was alive, it had to mean that all Carlon's bonds had been cut when Huon had used the Oath-Shearer dagger on him. They wouldn't keep them around if they were bonded to an immortal no longer loyal to the Everlasting King, after all. The second man Huon recognized was none other than Garl, the massive, burly arena fighter who had been paired with Huon all the way back in Glenhaven when they were both bound to that bastard surgeless Crowley, a man who was now long dead. Huon saw no sign of the everlasting king, had no idea where he might be. He stopped himself from biting the inside of his lip as he stared down at Jameson and Garl. The last he had seen of Garl was when he had been defeated by Leona at the Justice Arena, when the Immortal of Fire had come. Kelney, when he was still known as Blaze, had come after Huon and Leona after they had first escaped the everlasting king's realm. He had brought Jameson and Garl with him and made a deal with the immortal prince who ran the arena. If his Oathbound defeated Huon and Leona, he would bring them back to the realm. If they lost, they would stay in the arena. Huon had lost against Jameson, while Leona had won against Garl. Huon had been taken by the Immortal of Fire, and Garl had remained in the Justice Arena. At least until the everlasting king had taken the queendom of Arisalon, where the arena was. The sight of Jameson, especially, was a surprise. Huon had long suspected the man had died in battle, the very same battle Huon had escaped from when he had been soul-bound to the Devil of the West, freeing him of his oath-binding. Huon had seen much of his squad killed in that fight, which made him think of Denasia, the legend who had been his instructor at the Justice Arena. If Garl were here, could she? No. She was a legend. Her core would have been harvested, and the everlasting king has no need for gnolls. Huon swallowed. How had he never realized that? How had he never thought of it? So many I knew have died already. He sighed, his resolve settling on his next course of action. He didn't know where the everlasting king was, but perhaps some of the honor-bound did. Resting his hand upon his oath-shearer dagger, Huon knew what he must do next. Free Jameson and Garl from their bonds. Chapter 10. Huon landed on the outskirts of the honor-bound camp. The army stretched for miles and miles and was hundreds of thousands of people strong. He looked down at his armor. He couldn't exactly walk into the camp wearing this. He would be noticed instantly, but no one would notice another honor-bound soldier. There was no way for them to recognize every member of the army, after all. Huon didn't wish to kill, not if he didn't have to. He found the closest sentry. Even without surging, his sense of touch was incredibly sensitive in his newly forged body. He could feel the fluctuations in the air, letting him know exactly where the people around him were. He could hear them, too. When he'd landed, he'd let his soul essence wings dissipate, turning to dust in the wind. He wasn't surging anything now, though when he stopped to examine it, he could still feel a fluctuation in his core. It wasn't chaotic, wasn't in danger of causing him imminent pain or death, at least as far as he could tell. But it was unsettled. Had he surged for any longer, he might have had to make an emergency landing. Falling straight from the sky, unable to surge, a stab of incredible pain running through me. He was glad it hadn't come to that. Huon didn't need to surge to take out the sentry. The man wasn't paying much attention. Why would she be? They had conquered the entire continent. What exactly was there to look out for? Besides, the sentry was a champion, and Huon had no doubt that he could handle a legend without needing to surge. Hopefully he isn't a loyalist. Huon held his oath-shearer dagger in hand as he came around a tree. Or else this will get messier than I'd like. The honor-bound champion had enough time to tilt his head up and no more. Huon sped toward the man and slashed a small cut on his exposed cheek. Every inch of him but his head was covered in armor. Must have left his helmet in his tent. The man's eyes widened. Huon smashed the hilt of his dagger on the man's head, checking his strength. Enough to knock him out, not kill him. The man fell in a clump. Huon threw him over his shoulder and sped back out of the clearing. 2 minutes later, and 2 miles from the army, Huon nudged the champion with a foot, rousing him. The man's eyes snapped open. He reached for the sword at his hip, but found it wasn't there. Huon had it stuck in the dirt beside him. The champion glanced at the sword, then glanced at Huon standing over him. "I know what you're thinking, and, trust me, I'm faster." The man gritted his teeth.
"I don't know who you are, but I have to fight you."
"Then why haven't you moved?" Huon asked. The man's forehead creased, and it looked as though he was wondering the very same thing. "Look at your wrist." The man looked confused, but did as Huon asked. He unstrapped his bracer and stared at the mark on his wrist, a perfect circle, with nothing inside of it. The oath-binding he'd had was gone.
"But how?"
Huon drew his dagger. The man flinched back. "Trust me, if I wanted you dead, you would be." He showed the man the dagger's blade. "This dagger is called Oath Shearer. It has the ability to cut bonds."
That's not possible,"
the man spluttered, then looked at his wrist again.
"I mean, well, I guess it is."
He still looked very confused.
"What do you want from me?"
"Are you loyal to the everlasting king?" The man's eyes widened even further.
His
voice cracked, hands shaking, eyes bleeding fear. "This isn't a trap. Simply tell me the truth." The champion's Adam's apple bobbed at his throat.
"No, I'm from Ganadon. I'm loyal to my king. At least I was, when he was alive."
Huon offered the man his arm. The man hesitatingly took it, gripping Huon's forearm as Huon gripped his. A Surgecaller greeting. He pulled the man up to standing.
"You still haven't said what you want from me?"
"I want your armor, and to guarantee that you aren't going to alert the army of my presence."
You're going to sneak into the army? Why? My wife, she's bound too. That dagger, can you free her?"
Desperation seeped into his words. He tore his armor off as quickly as he could, and Huon was glad he was wearing clothes beneath it. The man piled the armor up beside him. It smelled of sweat, something fierce. Huon would have cleaned it, a water surge, then a fire surge to dry it, but avoiding wearing someone else's sweaty armor was probably better than risking blowing his core. Though he had to say the two came close. "Your wife?" Huon honestly wasn't sure how to respond. It wasn't that he didn't want to save her. He just knew that saving Jameson and Garl was more than enough risk as it was. "I can't save them all. Not yet," he sighed. "But what if it were Leona?" "I'll try. But first, tell me, how long until they notice you aren't on watch?" Huon asked the question as he took off his own armor, exchanging it for the smelly, honor-bound armor, which, fortunately, fit him quite well.
"My name is Bosca."
He put a hand to his chest.
"My wife's name is Lilia. She is from Ganadon like me."
"Bosca, answer my question." Bosca's Adam's apple bobbed at his throat again.
"I was to be on watch for 6 hours. I'm 2 hours into my shift. Someone will come around halfway to check on me."
"An hour," Huon nodded, turning to face the direction of the army. "Not very long."
"My wife's hair is red as flame. Freckles adorn her cheeks. Her eyes—"
Huon raised a hand to silence the man. "Don't fight this." He touched Bosca's head with his forefinger and dragged him into a mind space. An instant later, they were standing on the dock of the Strongwind. Bosca stumbled, looking around frantically before gaining his bearings, staring wide-eyed at Huon.
How did you do that? A teleportation surge?"
He looked at the sails, at the masts.
"This is a ship of the Ganadon Royal Navy. Who are you?"
"My name is Huon. But that isn't important. You are in a mind space. Somewhere I can access your memories, if you let me. Close your eyes, think of your wife, conjure her into being, and then I will know her on sight." Though Bosca still had a look of utter confusion on his face, he did as Huon instructed. A moment later, a woman in honor-bound armor appeared. Her red hair was tied up in a neat bun. She looked to be in her early 20s, though it was hard to tell with Surgecallers, especially as they moved up in the ranks.
This is my Lilia.
Bosca gazed at the woman, then looked imploringly at Huon.
You will save her, yes?
Huon took a silent breath. I will try. He could tell the man that he hadn't come here for this, that severing their bonds wouldn't make much of a difference in the grand scheme, that it might even incur suspicion, having 4 honor-bound soldiers go missing. But it was different now he had met this man, spoken to him. If he were just another face in the crowd of the army, Huon might be able to ignore this. But he wasn't, and he couldn't. Is that why I'm going after Jameson and Garl, for selfish reasons? He could just ask this man where the everlasting king was. Bosca put his palms together and gave a small bow.
Thank you,
he faltered.
Immortal, Huon?
A smile crept onto Huon's face. Low celestial, Huon. The man's eyes widened in evident shock.
Celestial.
Huon took one last look at the conjured memory of Lilia. Then he banished the mind space and was standing within the forest clearing across from Bosca once more. Remain here. He pulled the man's sword from where it was stuck in the dirt and sheathed it, the man's sword belt now at his hip. If I do not return in an hour, he nodded in the opposite way of the camp. Head deeper into the forest. I do not know if they will bother to come looking, but as long as you keep your core veiled and cover your tracks, you should be safe. Bosca opened his mouth, looking as though he were about to argue, but Huon didn't stick around to find out. He sped from the clearing and sprinted back toward where the honor-bound army were camped. When he reached the army once more, Huon released a breath. He wasn't afraid of getting caught. He could escape this place if he needed to. If one of the immortals came after him, he could defeat them, or he could simply surge speed essence and sprint out of here, or surge soul essence and teleport away. His unsettled core roiled inside of him. Perhaps the essence he had surged flying here had done more than he had thought. Maybe escaping this place would cost too much. Maybe I should be afraid. Gods, he hated what had happened to his core. The moment he could fix this, he would, but he had wasted too many days trying to do that as it was. Wasted so much time there was barely any left. Then again, he did at least have access to legend-level essence in the honor-bound armor he wore. He could feel all of the surge gems that touched his skin, feel all of the essence within them. Legend-level essence was nothing compared to the essence of a low celestial, but with his body being as strong as it was, I can see how the everlasting king in the body of a high celestial could have defeated the Immortal Seven. With legend-level essence and a high celestial's body, he would have easily been faster and stronger than them with honor-bound armor. Huon waltzed right into the enemy camp. With hundreds of thousands of honor-bound soldiers around him, no one looked at him twice. There were sentries, but Huon slipped through where Bosca had been guarding, and it wasn't as though anyone was going to check his wrist for a binding like they might when he was entering a town. There was some risk, the off chance that he might be recognized, though he doubted more members of his squad other than Jameson had survived. It wasn't as though Huon hadn't met other people while he was honor-bound. He heard the sound of a hammer on metal as he passed by a forge, and was reminded of the blacksmith who had told him essence was everywhere. He saw 2 people sparring in a circle, surrounded by others, and wondered how many of the contenders he had faced in the justice arena had sworn oaths when Carolor fell. Every Surgecaller I met in the everlasting king's realm, every Surgecaller I met out of it under legend rank, any one of them could be here, assuming they're still alive. Any one of them could recognize me. As he walked through the camp, heading toward where he remembered Garl and Jameson had been standing, Huon felt as though everyone's eyes were on him, and suddenly wished Bosca hadn't left his helmet in his tent. Huon attuned his hearing. Though the honor-bound armor he wore had the basic physical and elemental surges, it lacked any sense surges. Fortunately, he didn't need to surge hearing to find what he needed. His hearing was plenty strong enough, now that he was on the ground, closer to the army. As he knew what voices to listen for, it didn't take long for him to pinpoint their exact location. He heard Garl's hearty laugh as Jameson cracked a dark joke about the upcoming war and headed straight for them. The two of them would no doubt think he was long dead. This is going to come as a shock. He had strapped his oath-shearer dagger to the sword belt he had taken from Bosca. It wasn't too unusual for honor-bound soldiers to have their own weapons, especially nowadays, it seemed, so the dagger went unnoticed. One small cut on each of them, then they're free to follow me out of here. Huon didn't hesitate. The moment he saw Garl and Jameson, two people he had considered friends and didn't know what to call them now, he walked straight to them, a hand resting on Oath-Shearer's hilt. Chapter 11. Huon had to take the risk. Thousands of honor-bound soldiers surrounded him, every single one of them bound to an immortal serving the everlasting king. He hadn't spotted the remaining 3 of the Immortal 7. He hadn't seen the Immortal of Water since he observed the camp, something he was glad for, but he knew that legends had keen eyesight. He couldn't let anyone see what he was about to do. Which was why using the essence in the honor-bound armor wouldn't be enough. He surged low celestial level speed. In a flash, he sliced a small cut into Jameson and Garl, right at the back of their necks where no one should be able to see. Then he surged a bubble of silence around them, one that should look invisible to the eye. He hoped a bubble of silence wouldn't be too conspicuous, but as freely as the soldiers talked, he couldn't let anyone overhear what was about to happen. As the bubble of silence solidified, he stood 2 feet away from a surprised-looking Garl and Jameson. Their eyes both widened as they saw him. Huon? Jameson stammered. But aren't you supposed to be dead? Garl finished. Huon raised both his hands, the oath-shearer dagger already sheathed, and touched a finger to their foreheads, pulling them into the very same mind space he had just pulled Bosca into. Minutes could pass in the mind space, while only seconds did in reality. It seemed like the best way for them to talk. The bubble of silence would have stopped anyone from hearing his name, but this would be even more effective. All 3 of them stood on the deck of the Strong Wind. Huon folded his hands behind his back, looking from Jameson to Garl. The 2 Surgecallers didn't stumble, as Bosca had, but they each looked equally unsettled. Their champion rank now. Part of him was surprised, thinking of how weak they were when the 2 of them had always been stronger than him when he'd known them. Shouldn't they at least be legends? He supposed his view of advancement had been rather skewed. Huon, what the hell is going on? Jameson asked. Where are we?
Aye, I'd like to know the same. Where in all hell did you come from, boy?
Garl looked him up and down.
Though, boy hardly fits you anymore.
Look at your wrists. Huon figured this was the fastest way for him to explain what was going on. They both glanced at each other. Garl's forehead creased. Jameson's eyebrow rose. The Immortal of Earth. Your revenge against them, Jameson breathed, looking at Huon in awe. Did you kill him to free our bonds? Are you an immortal now? He sounded incredibly uncertain, like he didn't believe what he was saying could be true at all. We've been rebound since then, Huon, by the Immortal of Water. Garl grunted, but he did as Huon asked, pulling off his bracer, no longer questioning where they were. When he saw his binding was gone, only a perfect black circle that was empty in the middle there instead. His mouth fell open.
7 breaths.
Jameson frowned, then looked over at the man's wrist. The Immortal of Water is dead? He scrambled to get off his own bracer, staring at his binding, or rather, lack of binding. How? He looked left and right, still confused about where they were. How did you get us out? How are you even alive? I thought you died in the battle. I haven't gotten you out. Not yet. Huon pulled his Oathshearer dagger. The two men took a step back. Huon smirked. I'm not going to hurt you. Not that it would matter in here. He waved his left hand, encompassing the space they were in. Huon, please explain what's going on, Jameson said, voice pleading. Garl grunted, though he wasn't speaking as much. He looked just as unsettled and confused as Jameson. The Immortal of Water is still alive. So is the Immortal of Earth, though he goes by his real name now. Karlon. Huon explained, his words doing seemingly nothing to dispel the two champions' confusion. He held up the Oathshearer dagger. I received this blade from the Sentinel of the North after I was granted a high boon for winning the Tournament of Grace. Sentinel? Boon? Grace? What tournament is that? Jameson blurted. Make some sense. Huon let out a long sigh. He supposed he would need to go into a little more detail, or maybe a little less. At least he had time, in the mind space. This dagger is called Oathshearer. As the name suggests, it cuts oath bindings.
That's how you were freed of yours?
Garl sounded unsure. No, Huon shook his head. That's a long story. The fact is, I'm here to free the two of you.
The two of us?
Garl stepped forward.
You could free a damn sight more than just the two of us with that, Huon. And I imagine you have the Immortal of Earth on your side.
He motioned to his left, then looked confused to see the sea, shaking his head.
You could free the entire army? The Everlasting King wouldn't be able to stand against us all, especially if you get the other Immortals too.
That's insane. Jameson looked between the two of them. You're both insane. We're free. We should run before the real war starts.
Run? Garl growled. And where are we going to run to exactly? The Everlasting King wants his grip on the entire world. There won't be anywhere to run.
Huon gripped the bridge of his nose with thumb and forefinger, feeling more tired than someone of his advancement level should. We're not doing either one of those things, and I can't free more of you. Not yet. The Everlasting King is stronger than the entire army, stronger than his Immortal 7 combined. He's stronger than me too, he thought, but didn't say.
There are whispers of a rank higher than Immortal, Garl said. In Taloniar, the lost continent we are to sail against. Is that where you have been? Where this tournament you speak of was?
Huon lowered his head in a nod. They're called Celestials, and I have recently become one of them. Garl and Jameson both exchanged a glance. It seemed as though they didn't know whether to laugh or not. You're... Jameson frowned. Thinking you were an immortal was, well, already a stretch. He ran a hand through his hair. No offense, Huon, but it's hard to believe you're that strong, considering how I beat you in the justice arena.
Not to mention that she was only a damned page when we met, Garl added.
If Huon were more prideful, he might take offense from their words, but he understood their skepticism. I've come a long way since then. Evidently, Jameson said. But that far? Look at your wrist again, Jameson. To do that, to free you of that bond, I had to draw blood from you with this dagger. Huon still held Oathshearer gripped in his hand. Do you remember being cut? Jameson blinked. No. Touch the back of your neck. Though they were in a mind space, Huon had brought them in unhealed. Jameson and Garl both reached for the backs of their necks. They each brought their hands back, blood on their fingers.
Maybe we should believe him, Garl muttered, especially considering what he's done for us.
Jameson looked at his wrist again, staring at it with a frown. I think he's put a target on our back. You know we'll get killed for being surgeless.
We could also get culled at any moment.
Garl slapped Jameson on the back of the head, sending the Earth Surger stumbling forward a few steps. If anyone would be out of sorts on a ship, it would be Jameson.
Stop being a damned coward.
Jameson whirled on Garl, anger in his eyes. Huon had seen anger like that in the man before, when he had come after him and Leona, when he had tried to kill them. I'm not a coward. I'm realistic. There's no fighting the Everlasting King.
So best just sit down and take the punishment, eh? Best not fight at all, eh?
Garl shook his head.
I used to think differently. Used to think gaining power, being a knight, joining the honor bound would make things better. But it don't. It's a different kind of bad to fighting in the pits. A different kind of slave to the one I was before. I figure fighting that's worth dying for.
He rubbed at his wrist, where the binding had been.
Now that we actually have a damned choice, I'd like to use it.
Jameson was breathing heavily. Huon could hear his heart pounding in his chest. This is a second chance for you to choose differently, Jameson. The last time you were free of your binding, all you wanted was to get it back. You went so far as trying to kill me and Leona to gain favor with your slave masters. Are you going to do the same this time? Leona? Jameson turned to him, the anger in his eyes subsiding. She's still alive? I worried after the queendom of Arissalon was conquered, and I never saw her. How is she? Does she hate me for what I did? Huon tilted his head up. He sometimes forgot Jameson and Leona had been friends long before he met them, fellow squires in the House of Tyrol. She's an immortal now, and, to be honest, we don't talk about you. Not for a long time. Oh, Jameson's head fell. Well, I suppose apathy is better than hatred.
What's it gonna be, Jamie?
Garl asked. Jamie? How well do these two know each other? Jameson rubbed the back of his neck, where the tiny nick was. He looked at Huon. Do you really believe you'll be able to defeat the Everlasting King? Yes, Huon said. If I don't, everyone in this world will die. Garl and Jameson looked at each other, then at Huon.
Maybe you'll want to explain that, lad, Garl said. What do you mean, die?
Huon told them what the Everlasting King was doing, where he got his power from, what his ultimate goal was. He told them who the man used to be, that he was never a surgeless to begin with, but was only made one when he tried to attain power in an unforgivable way. That surgeless aren't born, they're made, or rather that Surgecallers can be unmade.
If those sentinels think what he's done is so horrible, why haven't they tried to stop him from doing it again? Why did they just abandon Harlan? Garl asked.
Huon didn't have a good answer. I don't know. They cut this continent off. They don't believe he is a threat. He frowned, dipping his head. Though I have to wonder if there wasn't another reason. Maybe they just stopped him back then because they were worried he'd get stronger than them. Then take their course, Jameson said. Abandoning this continent doesn't really sound like they ever cared about the people, only themselves. Maybe any one of them would do the same, but simply don't because they're worried the others will stop them, like they stopped the Everlasting King 1,000 years ago. Huon's mouth parted. Huh? He'd never thought of it like that before. Taloniar's Council of Celestials had their disciples, their tournament of grace, to feed them cores. They had a whole system for it, but it was a system they considered fair. It wasn't fair, however. Maybe the disciples had chosen that life, but Huon hadn't. He'd been thrown into yet another arena when he had arrived in Taloniar, simply because he was bonded to a Celestial. But he had never agreed to the Tournament of Grace, never agreed to those terms. Hardly fair, is it? But could the Sentinels truly be as callous as Jameson suggested? Willing to do anything for power, but only holding back because they were worried that power would be taken from them? The Devil of the West wouldn't do such a thing, would he? Huon shoved those thoughts away. It was about time he got Jameson and Garl out of here. Though he knew time moved faster in the mind space, he didn't like not being aware of what was happening around his body while he was in the middle of thousands of honor-bound soldiers. So what's it going to be, Jameson? Huon didn't want to hurt his old friend, despite the betrayal the man had perpetrated in the past, but he wasn't sure what he could do if Jameson decided to stay. Could I use a memory loss surge on him, like the Krakens did to Gale? In theory, he could mold soul essence into whatever he needed to, though that wouldn't work within the mind space, and it wasn't something he wished to do. Still, it would be better than killing the man, wouldn't it? Perhaps Jameson saw Huon's thoughts in his eyes, or maybe he had decided he actually wanted to be free of the Everlasting King, even if that could cause his death sooner rather than later. But the man gave a swift nod. "Let's get the hell out of here." In Huon's explanation, he had already told them they were in a mind space, that he hadn't actually taken them to the Strongwind. He rested a hand on Jameson's shoulder. He remembered the time when they had been in the same honor-bound squad, remembered what the man had said, that he would have done things differently, if he could have. Maybe he's not a coward. Maybe he just doesn't know a life other than the one he has always lived. "I'm glad you've chosen to come with me." He looked over at Garl, addressing them both. "The second we snap back into reality, we'll make our way out of the camp. We won't be able to talk, as everyone will be able to hear us. I made a bubble of silence around us so no one heard you speak my name, but we'll have to cut that off so no one notices it." "A bubble of silence?" Garl ran a hand over his chin. "If one of the immortals notices that, they'll be on us, and fast. We ain't supposed to hide such things, even oath-bound as we are." Huon tilted his head up. "I'm sure it will go unnoticed. It will have only been up for a moment." He stepped back from the two of them. "Ready?" Garl grunted. Jameson gave a hesitant nod. Huon dragged them out of the mind space and back into reality, where they would have been gone for mere seconds. Opening his eyes, he found the Immortal of Water standing directly in front of him. Around them, thousands of honor-bound soldiers faced them. All of them had their weapons drawn. Chapter 12. "Show me your wrists." The Immortal of Water held a trident taller than herself, her chin raised, looking down her nose at Huon. Huon glanced at Jameson and Garl. Both men had their eyes wide. They clearly had no idea what to do. Unfortunately, Huon wasn't exactly sure what to do either. "I can take her, even only surging legend-level essence with the honor-bound armor. And with low celestial-level essence, I could take her even easier. But how could he protect the other two in the process?" Huon pushed out his senses. He hadn't yet seen the other two immortals. Maybe they weren't currently in the camp, and, fortunately, there hadn't been any sign of the Everlasting King. Bite or talk? He could surge a small amount of soul essence and fake a binding, but the longer he hesitated, the more his choice would be made for him. The Immortal of Water would notice his hesitation and know he wasn't honor-bound. Perhaps this was the perfect opportunity to break her bond. He still knew breaking everyone's bond wasn't the right move. He didn't want to incur the wrath of the Everlasting King, didn't want another explosion like back in Glenhaven. He wanted to free these people, not get them all killed. But break her bond? That he could do. Once again, he would have to risk surging his essence, risk causing chaos in his core. Maybe nothing bad will happen at all, he thought, in no way confident about that. Huon raised his left wrist, where a binding would be if he had one. Then he looked at the Immortal of Water. No! He tore his Oathshearer dagger from its hilt and slashed the woman's cheek. He moved so fast he couldn't yet see the thin line of blood that would no doubt leak from the wound in less than a second's time. Surging low celestial level speed as he was, Huon surged soul essence, creating a rope. No better way to do this. In a split second, he had the rope tied around the Immortal of Water, Jameson, and Garl's waists. Wings sprouted from Huon's back, and he took flight, carrying an Immortal and 2 champions straight into the sky. He glanced down at the honor-bound soldiers below. They would barely be able to comprehend what was happening. Their gazes were only now turning upward in his direction, looks of utter confusion written upon their faces. He could only imagine being one of their number, watching a man sprout wings and steal away one of the Immortal 7. The Immortal of Water, being far faster than the 2 champions, began to thrash and writhe on the rope she was tied to. When she gained her bearings, which didn't take long, she conjured shards of ice, prepared to cut through the soul essence rope. Then she froze. "My bond!" She stared up at Huon, swaying slightly on the rope. "My bond is broken!" She spoke the words softly, almost as though to herself. The only reason Huon could hear her over the wind was because he was a low celestial. He doubted Jameson and Garl, swinging below her, could have made out her words unless they had a hearing surge they happened to be using. A short time later, Huon landed them outside a cave he had spotted from the sky on his journey here. He was once again outside the outskirts of the Ganadon kingdom. Garl and Jameson had slack jaws and wide eyes as they stumbled in the dirt, the rope around their waists disappearing before they could untie it. The Immortal of Water's head was down. She was muttering silently to herself, lips moving but no sound released, and Huon wondered what state she might be in mentally. The other Immortals, of earth and air, seemed to handle the severing of their bonds better than Kelny had, at least outwardly. He wondered how this woman would fare. The Immortal of Water looked no older than Leona, though Huon knew that wasn't the case. Her youthful visage hid her over 1,000 years of age well. Her hair was long, straight, and as blue as the ocean. Huon wondered how it got like that. Was it some kind of surge, or did she use special dyes? Not important. Huon let the newly freed Surgecallers into the cave. He surged earth through the honor-bound armor, creating 4 rock chairs in which to sit on. He sat first, the others hesitating. Jameson and Garl were next. The Immortal of Water remained standing. Aqua, he thought, though he knew that wouldn't be her true name. Eventually, the Immortal of Water stopped her silent muttering and looked at Huon. She tucked a long strand of her blue hair behind her ear. "You're the one who's been killing the other Immortals." Huon's brow furrowed. "Is that what the Everlasting King has been telling you? That I've been killing them?" The Immortal of Water's lips parted. "You mean to say they're alive?" Huon thought of Fortimer. "All but one, but I did not kill him." "Him?" She stepped forward. "The Immortal of Earth?" "No, the Immortal of Strength." Strange that she should specifically mention the Immortal of Earth, Carlon, and not Kelny or Fortimer. The woman let out a breath. "That is a loss, but I am glad the others are safe." She blinked. "They are safe, aren't they?" "They are." Huon leant forward on the rock. It was strange, talking to one of the Immortal 7 from a position of power like this. "Who?" The woman swallowed. She looked fearful, small, nothing like what an Immortal should look like. "Who are you?" Are you from Taloniar, the other continent?" "I was born in the everlasting king's realm. My mother hid that I was a Surgecaller and kept me home because she wished for me to be safe. For that, she and my entire village were destroyed." "And you were bound?" Huon dipped his head. "Eventually, though not before I survived in the wilds for a few years." He waved a hand. "But who I am isn't important. What I'm trying to do, however, is." "You won't be able to defeat him. He's stronger than you think, stronger than should be possible. We thought we could kill him, and we were wrong." She stared down at her wrist. Her arm, unlike that of the honor-bound soldiers, was bare, unhindered by any armor. "And thus our enslavement began." "We?" Huon asked, though he had an idea of who she meant. A smile swept onto her lips. It was warm, genuine, and, at the same time, tinged with sadness. "Carlon, the immortal of Earth, we were married." Her smile fell away. "But when he bound us, we were forbidden from being together, and our children, he took their course." "Children? Immortals?" He swallowed. "Immortals can't have children." Jameson and Garl looked at him, confused. Clearly, that was something they hadn't known. Most people didn't. "We had them before we were immortals." The immortal of water bit her lip. "If not for them, I would have sooner died than say my oath to that monster." She clenched her grip around her trident. "You can't win this, but I will help you try." "Thank you." He paused. "What is your name, your true name?" "Ray." Huon stood and extended his hand. "It's nice to meet you, Ray." Before now, Huon had never interacted with the woman. He was sure that she had done terrible things while under the everlasting king's control, but he also knew that wouldn't have been her fault. As none of those things were close to him, it was easier to detach his emotions from them. Unlike with Kelney. Ray gripped his forearm in a Surgecaller greeting. "And it's nice to meet you, as well, Huon." She let go of his arm, stepped back. "You are clearly a Celestial, yet you say you grew up in the everlasting king's realm. How long ago were you bound?" Huon's view on time was incredibly skewed after being in Temptoria. "A handful of years ago." Ray was taken aback by this. "A handful?" No, taken aback was too weak a term. She looked shocked. "I thought perhaps hundreds of years. Even then, for you to have reached this rank would have been a miracle. To do it in a few years, you must be a genius." Jameson scoffed where he sat, then seemed to instantly regret that and shriveled, slouching his shoulders and becoming small. Garl chuckled. Huon couldn't help but let a smirk slip onto his face. He knew he'd had luck with advancing, but he could never think of himself as a genius, that's for sure. He'd had help, and he'd gotten lucky. He'd worked hard, but he had also taken the essence from millions of cores. Ray folded her hands behind her waist. "How did you break my bond? The bonds of the others?" Her gaze drifted to the dagger on his belt. She touched a hand to her cheek. "The blade?" Huon nodded. He glanced behind her, through the cave's entrance. He felt as though they were wasting time, though he always felt that way. "I need to know where the everlasting king is keeping his cores. Do you know?" "Cores? Of course. There's a vault, underground, in the palace." "I have already destroyed those." "Oh." Ray shifted from one foot to the other. Then I don't know." Huon clenched a fist, relaxed it. Of course she doesn't know. How could she know when the others didn't? "Do you know where he is?" "No, but I know where he will be. You're not intending to fight him, are you?" She shifted her weight again. Huon couldn't help but feel as though the woman lacked confidence, which was a strange thing for a 1,000-year-old powerful immortal to lack. Then again, she had basically been a slave for longer than Huon could even contemplate living, and had just had freedom suddenly thrust upon her by someone of a higher rank. They all react to it differently, losing their bond. The immortals could all feel it almost instantly. They didn't need to see their wrists for that to happen. Looking at them, it was like a cloud had lifted, and they had become a completely different person. "I'm not going to fight him. Not yet. First, I need to find his cores and destroy them." "You think he has some sort of soul connection to them? One that you can track?" Ray asked. Huon leant back. "You know about those?" "Of course. Things were different before. Knowledge flowed more freely. The continents were connected by trade, by familial bonds. Even though Taloniar is an ocean away, on the other side of our large planet, travel between the two land masses was common. Once. My own mother was from Taloniar." Huon struggled to imagine a world like that. It was certainly not the world he'd been born into. Everything was hidden from us for so long. And he knew it wasn't just Taloniar that had been hidden from them. He remembered the Devil of the West speaking of all the things lost over the years, about how old the Sentinel of the North was, over 5,000 years. It made him wonder about how long ago the time of the great Gontra was. Could that man still be alive? Could there be help out there in the wider universe? He was a low celestial now, which meant there must be a way for him to travel to different worlds. The Devil of the West had said he could guide them back from Temptoria, if they reached the rank of low celestial while there, though he'd warned them against doing such a thing, as it would have attracted those beings even more powerful than the Celestials. We are to pages what they are to us. As terrifying as that was, what if it's exactly what they needed right now? If all else fails, maybe this is what I'll need to do. Contact those even more powerful than the Sentinels and the Everlasting King. Though perhaps garnering the attention of those monsters would doom their planet to an even worse fate. Then again, what could be worse than this? Huon, having been lost in his own thoughts, refocused on the conversation. "If you know of the bonds of the soul, then do you think this might work? Do you think I might be able to see what links him to those cores and follow it to their destination?" "No," the woman said simply. "I don't. He is smarter than to let something like that happen. The links will be blocked. The only way to do something like that would be—" She pursed her lips, her eyebrows pinching together. "Would be to what?" "Enter his mind." Chapter 13. Huon simply stared at the woman for a long moment, his mouth having fallen open. Enter his mind? How is that even possible? "Isn't that what you did to us?" Jameson asked. "You made us enter that mind space of yours." "That's not the same. Memories can be shared within the mind space, but they can't be stolen. At least, if they could, he certainly didn't know how to do something like that. Besides, even if he could do it, how would he enter the man's mind without first getting killed?" "There is a way," Ray said. "If you can create a mind space, then you're halfway there. If you manage to drag him into a mind space and exert your will over him, you can steal any memory from him you find." Huon shut his eyes and gripped the bridge of his nose with thumb and forefinger. "You make that sound far easier than I imagine it will be." He dropped his hand and stopped himself from clutching at his stomach as he was hit by a stab of pain. Huon released a silent breath. The creation essence within his core roiled, threatening to cause him that unbearable pain once more, threatening to cut off his core. Did I really surge too much again, already?
"Huon?"
Garl asked, concern written in the furrows of his brow.
What?
Ray's hand raised to silence them, her head cocked to the side.
The others. They've found us.
Huon frowned. He hadn't heard anything. More pain shot through his stomach that made him fall straight off the rock he sat on. He hit the ground hard with his shoulder.
Huon!
Garl was by his side.
What in all hell?
What's happening to him?
Jameson asked.
I don't know,
Ray said.
but if we don't leave soon, the immortals of speed and stamina will reach us. How could they find us? None of us are surging.
We weren't exactly hidden up in the air, lad, Garl said with a grunt. Figured we would have been fast enough for that not to matter, though.
Huon forced himself to one knee. He was still in pain, immense pain, but he couldn't let it stop him.
I can take the immortals.
Ray looked at him, sadness in her eyes.
You can barely talk, let alone stand, and you wish to fight?
Huon nodded sharply. He was cut off from his core. Pain split every inch of him, threatening to consume him. But that didn't stop him from being strong. And it didn't stop him from being able to surge legend-level essence in the honor-bound armor. It was a poor substitute for low celestial essence, of course, but one had to make do with what they had. The basic physical and elemental surges, and a dagger that won't shift into a sword, he thought. I guess I can work with this. Every step brought him agony. He wished he could simply get them out of here, but he knew without being able to access his core, there was no way he'd be able to help the two champions escape from immortals. Ray could get out of here, however.
You don't need to stay and fight, Ray,
Huon hissed, the words struggling out of his throat. Gods, he felt weak.
I left Carlon over at... If you think I'm going to leave you after what you did for me, then you're a fool.
Ray's confidence seemed to return in a flash. Trident gripped in both hands, she stepped toward the cave entrance.
I don't know what's happening to you, but if you wish to fight by my side, then get over here. If not, take the others and go. I will be able to distract them long enough.
The side of her lips quirked up. Perhaps she's most confident in battle.
That sounds like a good idea, Jameson said. We should get out of here.
Garl slapped him on the back of the head.
We aren't gonna run, lad. We wouldn't get far enough for it to matter. If those immortal bastards win, they'll be able to find us fast enough. Sticking with these two is our best bet.
Jameson rubbed the back of his head, muttering,
No need to hit me, though.
Huon gritted his teeth as he walked over to the front of the cave, standing beside Ray at the entrance. Gods, every step he took hurt something fierce. He was surprised he could even walk at all. The last time this had happened, he had been curled up on himself, lying on the ground. The pain hadn't lessened. If anything, it was worse. The creation essence in my core is trying to break free, and it will kill me to do it. He wasn't about to let that happen. He wasn't about to let these people get killed, wasn't about to let them get rebonded either. What would be the point of freeing them if I just let them become slaves again? He knew what it was like to think you're free, only to get thrown back into slavery. Though he may have told the others that he could fight the immortals, he honestly wasn't sure if he could defeat them. I should be able to wipe the floor with them, if only I weren't in such considerable pain. If only I could use the essence of my rank. Ray looked sideways at him, concern overtaking her confident, fight-ready demeanor.
You don't look so good.
Thanks, Huon grunted. I'm aware. Gods, he wished Leona was by his side. Had it been a mistake, going alone? They never would have been able to join me. They never would have been able to get to this side of the continent fast enough. Footsteps rushed along the ground outside, maybe 3 miles away. His hearing finally kicked in, letting him know of their presence. Ray must have been surging hearing to be able to hear them before him. They must have been kicking up the underbrush as they ran, surging immortal-level speed to close the distance. They never would have been able to catch up had Huon kept going. The last thing he had expected was them to be able to follow. His core was veiled, and he had moved far faster than an immortal could when getting them here. Besides, it wasn't as though he had left a trail. He had been flying, now sprinting through a forest. What kind of trail could he have left? Maybe they had marked him with some sort of tracking surge, though he couldn't say he had heard of such a thing being used on an unwilling person. He wouldn't be surprised if they existed. He drew his dagger. Without being able to shift it into any weapon he wished, it felt feeble in his hand. This is not a sword, he thought, disappointed. But he could make do. He would have to.
They're coming,
Ray said. Huon stepped in front of her, glad to have at least one immortal on his side of the fight. The immortals of speed and stamina. He supposed one would be very fast and the other incredibly durable. At least I have my reforged body. Cut off from his core, it would have to be the thing that made all the difference. Jameson, Surge Earth, lock yourselves in that cave and don't come out until the sounds of battle end.
What if...
Jameson glanced between Huon and Ray.
What if you don't win?
We will. Huon turned the Oathsharer dagger in his hand, pain clutching at his core, burning through him. Gods, it felt like it would do him in. Felt like the essence would blow his core and kill him where he stood. Rock shifted behind him, moving the ground as Jameson surged Earth. Champion-level surges should be more than enough to close the gap. As champions, at least one of them should be able to surge a bubble of silence inside of the cave, further hiding their presence. The first immortal to break through the trees was someone Huon recognized, not only from his mind space where he had trained against the Immortal Seven. He had seen the man stand at the front of the honor-bound army back when he was a soldier. Celeritas, the Immortal of Speed, made a beeline straight for Huon. He carried twin short swords and had a look of manic glee upon his face. Huon stepped toward the man, everything he had done in that mind space to fight against Celeritas. It had been when Huon was an immortal, and it had been based on the surges and soul essence that he possessed. Now he wouldn't have any of those tricks up his sleeve. He would be fighting with the tools of a squire, with the level of surges of a legend, in the body of a high celestial. He would laugh at how ludicrous that sounded if his life weren't in such peril and his core wasn't causing his entire body so much pain. Teeth gritted, fighting through the pain. Huon came to meet the Immortal of Speed with a clash of steel. He had trained with honor-bound armor before. Someone not familiar with the armor would likely accidentally try and surge from their own core rather than the armor's reserves. Fortunately, his body and mind remembered exactly what he needed to do, and he didn't skip a beat. He ducked one of the man's short swords and parried the other, then sent a punch straight into the man's solar plexus. His speed and strength didn't feel as fluid as it should. Nothing felt right like this. But that punch was more than enough to send Celeritas flying through the air. Instead of crashing into or through a tree, the Immortal of Speed flipped in the air and kicked right off one, then was hurtling straight for Huon once more. Huon didn't know what was happening in the battle behind him, didn't know how Ray was faring against the Immortal of Stamina. Usually, he would be far more aware of the battlefield around him. He had gotten to the point where he could simply split his mind into multiple parts and use his enhanced senses to get a feel for where everyone was. But with as much pain as he was in right now, he was only able to focus on what was directly in front of him. It's enough just to bloody stand. Huon let out a war cry as he slipped away from the hurtling immortal and tried to put a gash in the man's side. Celeritas was too slippery to get hit. He whirled while still in the air, just out of reach of the strike, that stupid manic grin still alighting his face. Did the everlasting king order him to smile like that, or did he do it all himself? Huon was sure hundreds of years as a slave hadn't done great things for the man's mind, but that smile, gods, it was terrifying to look at. I'm a low celestial. I can defeat him. He held his ground as the man skidded to a stop, through the dirt and turned, sprinting straight at him. He pumped his arms, gripping his short swords tight. Huon figured there was no point in him surging elemental essence. As legend-level surges, the essence would be far too weak to actually do anything to this man. The physical surges amplifying his body were his only chance. The Immortal of Speed didn't have any reservations surging elemental essence, however, and just because he was the member of the Immortal Seven that embodied speed didn't mean he couldn't use the other surges effectively. Huon dodged around 100 ice shards. He kept his footing as the ground shifted beneath him. A gust of wind tried to knock him down, but he wasn't having it. He didn't get this far just to get defeated by an immortal, not when he had already surpassed that rank. Pushing past the pain, Huon met the man. He slashed, thrust, kicked, and pushed. He dodged, blocked, parried, and ducked. The Immortal of Speed wore a flexible full-plate armor that covered every damned one of his limbs. Had Huon had access to his low celestial sharpness surge, he no doubt would have been able to penetrate that armor, especially with as much force he was able to generate against it. But as he didn't, every strike that hit the Immortal, and quite a few of them did nothing more than dent Celeritas's plate. Celeritas, however, was able to get through Huon's defenses, though the man only wielded short swords. They were longer than Huon's measly dagger. Huon dodged and blocked as many strikes as he could, but moving this slow only got him so far, which was why he was covered in cuts and slashes all over his body. "Looks like you brought a dagger to a sword fight." The Immortal of Speed landed a thrust straight at Huon's shoulder. "Is that really your main weapon?" The man's grin widened, white teeth gleaming. With the force of the strike and the sharpness essence imbued into the blade, Huon expected it to go straight through him. Yet it was stopped, somehow. It still cut into him, but not as far as it should have. Huon barely even felt the pain from the strike, though that was probably because he was in enough pain as it was. The Immortal of Speed's eyes widened as he saw how little damage he was able to do to Huon, even with such a dead-on, powerful hit. He pulled his sword free and took 2 stumbling steps back. Fear and confusion warred upon the man's face as his gaze flicked from the wound in Huon's shoulder to Huon's eyes. "What are you?" Huon raised Oathshearer. "Your key to freedom." He flashed forward, that pain still ever present, and tried to land a blow. But still he wasn't fast enough. Maybe if he had been up against an immortal that didn't solely focus on speed, he would be able to make this strike. As it was, they appeared to be at a stalemate, as even when Huon's strikes did land, they weren't powerful enough to break through that damned armor. "Huon!" A scream ripped through the air behind him. "Ray!" He pulled back, focused his senses on her voice. If he turned his head, even for a second, it would be the same as dropping his guard. Celeritas would come in, and even if he couldn't damage him, Huon didn't exactly wish to test that theory. Celeritas's manic smile returned. "Once the Immortal of Stamina deals with her, it'll be 2 against 1. You'll go down, hard or easy, I don't care. Either way, we'll take you to the king." Indecision reigned over Huon. Help Ray, or keep fighting against Celeritas? "I can't hesitate. If I do, we might both get killed." He just hoped the Immortal of Stamina hadn't been ordered to kill Ray. "Hold on a little longer, Ray." Huon flashed forward once more, wishing he had his roar surge, wishing he had any of his own surges. He would be able to do so much more than he could now. This wouldn't even be a fight at all. Celeritas let out a startling laugh and threw himself straight at Huon. They sped toward each other, tearing up the ground as they did. Huon didn't bother blocking, parrying, or dodging. He knew he could take the damage, knew he could take the pain. He was taking enough of it as it was, after all. He let Celeritas's sword strikes fall where they would, and went straight for the man's exposed face. Before he could strike, a foot came from seemingly nowhere and slammed straight into his chin. He didn't just get sent flying, he got sent spinning backward through the air. It took him less than a second to gain his bearings. Huon landed on his feet 20 strides away from his opponent. Celeritas let out another laugh as he ran forward, pumping his arms again, blades flashing, reflecting the scant rays of sunlight that snuck through the canopy. He slashed at Huon a dozen, 24, 100 times. Time for a new approach. Huon finally let one of the strikes hit him, grabbed the wrist with his left, then wrapped his right arm, the one holding Oathshearer, around Celeritas's. Huon whirled, turning inward. He threw the man straight to the ground, then stomped mercilessly onto his hand. Crack! Crushed fingers released one of the man's short swords. Huon snapped it straight up, threw his dagger in the air, and switched grips as the immortal made it back to his feet. Celeritas's grin turned into a snarl, lips pulling back. "Give that back!" Huon turned the short sword around, tested its weight. It wasn't his preferred length, but it was a damn sight better than his dagger. "Come and get it!" The immortal of speed obliged. The pain hadn't left him, but Huon was slowly starting to focus more acutely. "It's only pain. It's not stopping me from moving. All I need to do is master it." Easier said, of course, but he was beginning to be able to let his senses stretch farther and farther, to the point where he could get a read on what was happening in the fight between Ray and the immortal of stamina. Despite him being able to stretch his focus, he could barely feel where she was. It felt as though she was in multiple places at once. Is she using some sort of cloning surge? The area around them had become far colder than before, the temperature rapidly declining. Ray must have let loose a barrage of ice at her opponent. Huon couldn't see how that would be enough, but then he didn't want the man to die. He wanted to be there to slash his bond away. Ray likely wished for the same thing, which meant she was holding back. Which means she might very well lose. Huon was glad that this at least didn't feel like his last fight with an immortal. When he had gone up against the immortal of air, the fight had been weighed far more in her favor. Now, as far as he could tell, it was weighed toward him, but it was going on far, far longer than he wished. If anything, after losing his sword, the immortal of speed somehow became faster, almost as though he had been holding back before. The grin was no longer plastered on his face, replaced by a snarling look of rage. His emotions are taking over. He thought this fight would be easier. He doesn't know what I am. Huon managed to finally get a few strikes to draw the other man's blood. Unfortunately, those strikes came from the wrong damned blade. Sharpness essence had been imbued into the sword that he had stolen from Celeritas, and though it had only lasted for a single strike, it was enough to leave a gash not only in the man's right side, but also straight through his armor. Huon struck the wound 5 more times with the short sword, though it kept rapidly healing. Huon let out a growl of rage and pain and switched his weapon's grips in the air. He slashed at the gap in the man's armor with Oathshearer. When he was a finger breadth from striking it, a warning flashed in his senses. The warning came too slow, or rather, the damned legend-level surges weren't fast enough to respond to it. Something large and heavy crashed into him and sent him flying straight into a tree. He hadn't gotten his bearings this time. The tree he struck snapped. Huon slammed into the ground. As he rose to his feet, he spotted Ray writhing on the ground. She was covered in black chains. Her wrists and ankles were manacled. Though she fought against them, she didn't appear able to surge, let alone move. Another of the Everlasting King's inventions? Whatever it was, it took Ray out of commission, meaning Huon, still stabbing with pain and cut off from his core, had to take on not one, but 2 immortals, out for his blood. The immortal of speed grinned that bastard grin of his. The immortal of stamina had a stoic, hard look on his face. They both surged toward him. Chapter 14. Huon scrambled, getting his feet under him just as the two immortals reached him. The last time his core had felt this chaotic, it had taken hours for him to get the use of his surges back. Now, he didn't have that long. He'd been confident in defeating the Immortal of Speed. He was sure he was stronger than that man. He would be able to wear him down, given long enough, but throw the Immortal of Stamina into the fight as well? Huon's confidence waned. And, to make it worse, the honor-bound armor's store of essence wasn't as full as he had thought. Either that, or Huon was used to using a hell of a lot more. He hadn't taken into account the fact that a stronger body used more physical essence than a weaker one. Besides, the essence contained in honor-bound armor is only intended to supplement a Surgecaller's personal reserve, not replace it. Huon dived out of the way, rolling on the soft forest floor and popping back to his feet. He sprinted through the trees, trying to draw the immortals away from the cave where Jameson and Garl were hiding out. The least he could do was get them out of danger. If I get far enough away, maybe the champions will think the battle is done, exit their cave, and set Ray free. The odds of that were slim, but apparently the odds of him winning were slimmer, so he would take any chance he could.
Run all you want! You can't outrun Celeritas!
The Immortal of Speed's garish laugh boomed, echoing off the trees and setting some nearby birds fluttering to flight, wings flapping as though it was their lives in danger. This is all wrong. Huon zigzagged through the trees, making ground as he threw a glance back at the pursuing immortals. They should be the ones running from me. The honor-bound armor's speed reserve was the one he had been partaking of the most, which meant it was the closest to its end. The second it reached it, well, he didn't want to think about that. The pain in his gut intensified, the creation essence roiling within him. Now that he had felt it once, it was easier to feel it again. Or perhaps he could feel it because of how violent it currently was. I need to get my core under control. Somehow I need to calm the chaos of the creation essence roiling within me. But how could he? According to the Devil of the West, it wasn't exactly a skill one could pick up in the span of a few days, let alone a few minutes. Assuming he even had minutes. Plus, a low celestial might not even be able to manage this. But maybe I'm different. His body was already that of a high celestial. Maybe the creation essence had improved his mind enough that this would be within his reach. Besides, he didn't need to surge it. All he had to do was control its flow, get it to slow down and stop trying to break free. If I can contain it in my core for as long as I already have, then it can last even longer. Huon, running out of options, skidded to a stop, cutting two great lines in the dirt with his boots. He raised his hands, feigning defeat, as the others caught up to him. The immortals of speed and stamina slowed, glancing at each other, then at Huon.
You haven't given up? Celeritas bared his teeth. We're only just getting started.
The immortal of stamina didn't say anything. Huon shrugged. I saw what you did to Ray. I figured I'd save you the trouble. Get them talking. Get them talking for as long as you can. Celeritas, clearly the talkative one, had pinched brows.
Ray?
He glanced over his shoulder toward the clearing in front of the locked-down cave.
You mean Aqua? Who in the hell is Ray?
The immortal of stamina frowned.
Her old name, from before.
Celeritas scowled.
You're the one breaking bonds.
I am. Huon gripped his Oathsharer blade tighter, hand still raised. No need to take me in. I can free you both if you let me. Surgecallers could fight against their bonds, but it was a very difficult thing to do, and it was only so effective. Looking at Celeritas, Huon doubted the man in his current condition would even think to fight against his oath-binding. The immortal of stamina, however, might, though Huon knew he was grasping. As the men glanced at one another once more, Huon focused. Despite all the damned pain he was in, he had managed to split his mind into two parts. Not near as many parts as he should be able to manage, but he should be happy just being able to walk around, let alone bite. The first part of his mind was focused upon the two immortals who were no doubt inwardly deciding how much pain they should inflict upon Huon during his capture. The second part of Huon's mind, however, was intently focused upon his core. The creation essence was easier to feel than it ever had been, and Huon was sure he knew why, this time. It was hard to imagine how he couldn't feel it before, considering how strong it was. Either his senses were improving or his situation was deteriorating. Probably a little of both. Huon tried to grasp at the essence, tried to pull and push at it, tried to move it through his essence channels, as though it were anything else he had used before. But whatever he did, it resisted him. It wasn't like normal essence. It wasn't like any of the essence types he had learnt to control over the years. This essence is different. It won't act as other essence acts. That much should have already been clear to him, considering what it was trying to do. It changes a Surgecaller on a fundamental level. It changes their body, their core, even their mind. The Devil of the West had said he and the other Celestials referred to it as transformation essence instead of creation essence. Though Huon still preferred his term, maybe he could glean its purpose better with their name for it. Maybe I don't need to circulate the essence to stop it from being chaotic. Maybe I just need to let it do what it was made to do. It wanted to transform something, create something. As far as his knowledge stretched, this essence should normally lie dormant in a Surgecaller's core until they were advancing to the next rank. Huon was surging speed as he ran through all these thoughts, allowing him to think incredibly fast. But he still wasn't getting to what he needed to do fast enough. The other two immortals approached. The immortal of stamina pulled chains out of seemingly nowhere and pulled them taut with a menacing clatter. The same black chains that had been wrapped around Ray, the same chains that had cut her from her essence. I'm already cut from my essence. They circled Huon, ready to take him down from both sides. I am loyal to the everlasting king, Celeritas said. I don't want you to break my bond. I volunteered for this. The immortal of speed grinned. The immortal of stamina said nothing. How do I keep stalling? What do I do? Now, why don't we do this the easy way? Huon offered up his wrists, though he didn't let go of his weapons. Celeritas bared his teeth again. I don't want to do this the easy way. He threw himself at Huon. At the exact same time, the immortal of stamina did the same thing from the other side. Huon leapt high into the air, using the flat of the short sword's blade. He swung upward from a branch, propelling him higher into the air. Slippery bastard! Celeritas bellowed from below. The immortal of stamina said nothing. The second part of Huon's mind kept working, as fast and as hard as it could, trying to solve his dilemma. Huon's best breakthroughs often came during combat. He had manifested a new surge, the will surge, during an arena match, avoiding the loss of his core. He had figured out how to surge soul essence during his fight with Kelney, when the man was still the immortal of fire. And he would figure this out if it was the last thing he did. It very well might be. Before he could wrap his head around what he needed to do, he had to dodge the massive amounts of boulders being surged up at him. Huon kicked from one tree to another, his reserve of legend-level speed dwindling fast. Fireballs and ice shards shot up toward him. The immortal of stamina was throwing up everything he could, while behind Huon the immortal of speed was catching up quick. Run, run, run! You can't run, run, run! Another garish laugh released from the man's lips, echoing off the massive trees. What the hell is wrong with that man? Huon tried to surge the creation essence, but of course it wouldn't budge. The pain inside his core intensified each time he tried to interact with the essence. But Huon had to see that as a good thing. It meant that even though he hadn't been able to manipulate the essence, whatever he was doing was having an effect on it, even if it wasn't a good effect. Huon misjudged his footing. The branch he went to kick off from snapped. He managed to jump off it, but he didn't get as much height as he normally would. I wish I had my wings. This made two things happen. One of the boulders thrown by the Immortal of Stamina slammed into his side, and the Immortal of Speed caught up with him, slashing through his hamstring. The man must have put all his might behind that swing as it cut straight through the bone. His body might be reforged and stronger, but the stamina he surged was far weaker than it should be. Huon kicked off with his good leg, his left, and hurtled down to the ground in a dive, straight for an opening through the trees. He landed none too softly on a stack of leaves in a roll that probably would have snapped his spine were his body any weaker. He stood, squatting up on his good leg, tiptoe touching the ground with his barely half-healed bad one. The Immortal of Speed made it into the clearing less than a second later, landing far more gracefully. "Sick of running, are you?" He gestured to the leg. "Hard with that, I imagine." Huon smiled at him, trying to imitate the man, not showing any fear. "I'm just stalling for time, actually." The man's smile fell. "Stalling, huh?" He twirled a short sword in his right hand. "Suppose I don't blame you." He flashed forward, snapping the blade straight for Huon's head. Huon went to block, but he wasn't fast enough. The honor-bound armor's speed essence reserve chose that moment to run out. The blade bit into Huon's skull. Pain, worse than what he'd been feeling in his core, slashed into him as he stumbled back, bad leg crumbling and screaming at the weight, a sword embedded in his head. Celeritas let go of the blade's hilt. Was that carelessness born from surprise at Huon still standing? How? How am I still standing? He figured a blow like that would have been a killing one. Were he surging stone skin, it would have been a different story, but he certainly wasn't. Huon dropped the short sword he had already stolen from the man and pulled the other one free of his head. He looked at the blood on it almost curiously. Huh? His reforged body was stronger than he'd thought. His leg bore his weight better and better by the second. Kind of tickled that, Huon lied. Just because it didn't kill him didn't mean it didn't hurt. The Immortal of Stamina came to stand beside Celeritas. He eyed Huon with a frown. "Should be dead." Celeritas, empty-handed, both short swords gone, took an almost imperceptible step back. "I agree." Huon grinned that insane grin he stole from the Immortal of Speed, not realizing getting a sword to the head would be his best way of stalling. The two immortals wore identical frowns, fear evident in their eyes, as the second part of Huon's mind locked on to something. Is that what I look like?" Celeritas muttered. "All creepy with my smile?" The Immortal of Stamina said nothing, though he did give a small nod. In his attempt to control and surge creation essence, there was one thing he had failed to consider that he most certainly should have. Creation essence was a different type of soul essence. That was how Huon had been able to detect it in the first place. Soul essence, unlike other types of essence, took a certain amount of intention and imagination to surge. Huon imagined it would be difficult for someone who had been surgeless all their life to learn how to surge soul essence from a surge gem, for instance. Maybe that's why Huon was having so much trouble now, not because he had ever been surgeless, but because he was sloppy. Despite the fact that he had been able to put one part of his mind toward this, he had still been working frantically. Now he gave his mind a moment to slow down. Imagine what I want the creation essence to do. Set it to its purpose. Don't control it. Nudge it. Let it flow like water essence flows, but manifest it like soul essence is manifested. He had no idea if it would work, but he would try. Huon felt every inch of his body with a level of detail not possible by someone from a lower rank. If he focused enough, he could feel the bones within his hands, arms, legs, everywhere. He could feel his heart beating in his chest, blood pumping through his veins, fibers tensing in his muscles. He could feel the skin where it was knitting back together in his leg and his head. He hadn't delved so deeply into his newfound senses as he did now, but he had something he needed to do. As he must task the creation essence towards something, he had to find and decide what that task was. So he imagined his bones, his skin, his muscles, his veins. He imagined the channels in his body through which essence circulated. Toughen the bone, strengthen the skin, the muscles, reinforce the essence channels. He took a breath. Then, to his surprise, more than anyone's, he was sure, he managed to surge a trickle of creation essence, even though he still was disconnected from his other types of essence. The creation essence flowed out of his core, which was the very thing it had been aching to do this entire time, the very thing it had been trying to kill him to do. First, it sped toward his wounds. The muscles and bones in his legs stitched themselves together as fast as if he were surging low celestial level stamina. His nasty gash in his head and skull closed up just as quickly. But the essence didn't stop there. The trickle turned into a flood. Creation essence pooled around every inch of him, flowed through all 206 of his bones, flowed through his veins, flowed through his skin to the points where every inch that was exposed glowed brightly, flowed into every one of his muscles, and it flowed through the very channels he used to circulate essence around his body. Huon released the breath he'd been holding. The creation essence stopped roiling chaotically within his core. It hadn't all been spent. In fact, he had perhaps only burned off 1/10 of what was inside him. But it had been enough to get it to calm down. The essence retreated back into the deep parts of his core. Huon could still feel it, however, though far more faintly than before. It was at the very edges of his awareness. The pain went away at the same time, and the connection with his core snapped back into place. He threw the short sword he had just pulled from his skull over to the Immortal of Speed. The man caught it smoothly in the air, eyes widening. "You're giving my sword back?" Huon's breakthrough had happened over the span of a few seconds, though a few seconds was a long time for the immortals in front of him. Neither had made a move against him again. "Only fair you have a weapon in your hand when I take you down." Huon looked at Oathshearer. He smiled, though this one wasn't trying to emulate the Immortal of Speed's manic grin. This was warm and genuine. He felt like he was in control once again. "All right." Huon surged soul essence into his dagger, into his Soulblade. No more stalling. Chapter 15. "Cockiness can only get you so far," Celeritas scoffed. He snatched his other short sword from the ground. Both back and hand, he twirled them side to side, then came at Huon. The Immortal of Stamina, Huon realized, didn't carry a weapon. The man looked to be a pugilist, fighting with his fists when not surging the various elements. Now Huon's connection to his core returned. He felt almost sad for a moment about how easy this fight would be. There isn't time to drag this out. I need to finish this, fast. Huon didn't block the man's strikes. He didn't even surge stone skin. Creation essence had just engulfed every inch of his skin and bones, veins, muscles, and sinew. Though he had to finish this fight quickly, that didn't mean he couldn't wait and see what the results of his efforts were. Surging low celestial level speed for the first time in the fight, Huon watched as Celeritas' attacks came at him in slow motion. The strikes were perfect, the technique smooth and pure. One blade stabbed at his gut, one blade slashed at his neck. Every part of Huon told him to flinch, block, dodge. He refused his instincts. He held his ground. The blade coming for his stomach struck first. It made it through his armor. It did not make it past his skin. It was stopped, as though by a wall of stone. Huon felt the barest trickle of blood, the slightest separation of skin, like that of a paper cut. The other blade met the left side of his neck. It, too, was stopped, leaving no more than another paper cut slash. Huon smiled. Huh. The Immortal of Stamina launched a fist at Huon's head, but Huon had seen all he wanted. He snapped his hand up, grabbed the fist and twisted it around so hard and fast something snapped. He leveraged the large man to his knees. His soul blade shifted, not into a longsword, but into a dense needle. He stabbed that needle straight through the palms of the man's gauntlet, severing his bond instantly. Bond severed, Huon let go of the man. That wound he knew would heal fast, but hopefully once the Immortal of Stamina realized his bond was gone, he would come to his senses, assuming he has any. Celeritas stumbled 2 steps back. His dumbstruck gaze snapped from Huon's stomach to his neck. "What kind of monster are you?" Huon flashed forward. With a quick jab, he sent the Soulblade needle through the man's chest, watched, and waited for his reaction. Celeritas, the Immortal of Speed, for 1,000 years sunk to his knees. "What?" Short sword slipping from his grasp, to fall dully on the grass. The man gripped his head. "What?" "Our bonds," the Immortal of Stamina breathed. "Our bonds are cut." Celeritas did not celebrate, however. He shook his head in a frantic gesture. "No." Shook his head again. "No!" Gripped his skull tighter. "No!" Huon shut his eyes. This one's not taking it so well. The Immortals of Air, Earth, and Water had fared well after their bonds had been cut. The Immortal of Fire hadn't. The Immortal of Strength never had a chance, as his bond was cut only by his death. He supposed one of them was bound to crack again. Huon opened his eyes. He stepped toward the man, placed a hand on his shoulder. Celeritas, or whatever his true name was, flinched back at Huon's touch. He slapped Huon's hand away, which was only possible because Huon let him. "I can't imagine what you've been through. 1,000 years under his thrall," Huon said in a soft voice. "But you're free of him now." Celeritas clasped his hands over his head. "No, no, no," he muttered. All the things I didn't want." He tilted his head up, eyes so wide it looked as though they might pop out of his skull. "He made me kill my wife. I'll never be free of him, not while I breathe." Huon, no longer surging speed, didn't realize what the man was doing until it was too late. A dagger appeared in Celeritas's hand, as though by magic. As Huon processed the man's words, Celeritas stabbed the dagger into his own skull. He fell to the ground with a dull thud. Huon's eyes widened. Of all the things he thought might happen when severing someone's bonds, that was not one of them. Huon was on the ground beside the man, trying to push low celestial level stamina into his body for him to surge. But it was too late. He knew it had been too late before he'd reached him. He'd heard the moment the man's heart had stopped. That blow had been a killing one. "Why?" Huon whispered. "He was free. I freed him. Why kill himself now?" A large hand fell onto Huon's shoulder. The Immortal of Stamina, face mostly stoic with a hint of sadness seeping through, looked down at the body of Celeritas. The Immortal of Speed's eyes were still so wide with fear, but now they were cold. "Some go through too much to know how to keep on living." It was the most words Huon had heard from the man. Huon only dipped his head in a nod as he made it back to his feet. He pushed the shock out of him, purged the emotions from his face, if not from his mind, and stood tall. "What about you?" "Living is all I know." The big man tilted his head down, gaze still on the dead member of the Immortal Seven. "My name was
Alak.
Huon. He gripped the man's forearm in a Surgecaller greeting. The immortals of fire, earth, and air, true names Kelney, Karlon, and Emera, are still alive. He let go of the man's arm, looked at Celeritas. Do you know what his name was? Alak shook his head.
No.
He frowned, staring down at Huon.
Are you from Taloniar?
Huon shifted his Soulblade from a needle back into a dagger and slipped it into its sheath. He examined his core. The creation essence was silent, calm. He touched his neck, pulled his finger away with only one drop of blood. Same for his stomach. No, I'm not. I'll tell you more when we get back to Ray.
First, I bury him.
Alak stomped a foot. A 6-foot-deep grave appeared in the ground at a swift surge of earth. The big man knelt, pulled the dagger from the slim man's head, then rolled him unceremoniously into the pit.
I'd say he was a good man, but I never knew him before.
One more stomp, and the grave was filled with dirt. Without another word, Alak turned and walked away. I guess he's the strong, silent type. Somewhere in the outskirts of what was once the Ganadon kingdom, an odd assortment of Surgecallers sat on a circle of rocks, facing a small fire in a damp cave.
So,
Jameson's gaze flicked up to Alak.
You're on our side now?
Alak grunted.
Just like that?
Alak grunted again. Huon supposed he was getting used to the rapid shift in the Immortal Seven once they were freed from their bonds. He could hardly believe that all of them were either freed or dead. 5 freed, 2 dead. He supposed it could have been far worse. Those 5 immortals were fighting for him now, though that didn't mean he shouldn't be wary of them. Huon turned to Ray. You said you knew where the Everlasting King would be.
Do we have another name to call him? Garl muttered. I don't like calling that evil bastard a king.
A muscle in Alak's neck twitched, his jaw tightening. 1,000 years of being commanded to think of the king as a savior. The same thing didn't happen to Ray, however. She didn't appear fazed by Garl's words in the slightest.
I do not know his true name, only the title he has gone by, Ray said.
Alak said nothing. Ray turned to Huon.
Before I tell you where he will be, we need to ensure you can do what needs to be done.
Enter his mind. Pull the information of the cores straight from his memories. I don't know if I'll be able to get close enough. Jameson cleared his throat. Every gaze in the cave turned to him. He hesitated, then spoke. Apparently he was feeling nervous surrounded by 2 immortals. Or maybe it was Huon he was nervous around.
Will he know your bonds were cut?
His gaze moved between the 2 immortals. He will. The bonds of their honor-bound will have been cut too, as yours have. Huon bit the inside of his cheek before he could stop himself. That means all the honor-bound will be freed. Huon hadn't thought about the consequences of his actions as he freed the immortals of their oath bindings. He had simply been taking each moment as it came. The others all seemed to catch up on this at the same time as it hit him.
So that means no one's under his control?
Garl's eyebrows rose to the top of his large forehead.
The entire honor-bound army have just been freed? Jameson muttered. It's going to be chaos back there.
Have I just doomed the army to suffer the Everlasting King's wrath? Will he pulverize the area in an explosion of power like he did Glenhaven? Huon swallowed, worry at his actions filling him. This was not the plan.
He won't know.
Ray folded her hands in her lap. Her trident rested against the cave wall not far behind her.
He won't be returning to the army until we're ready to launch the fleet.
Alak leant forward, elbows resting on knees, fingers interlocked.
Done. Tomorrow.
Huon's mind raced. Jameson was right. The entire army would be in total disarray. All because of me. He had intended to free the Immortal Seven, intended to free the honor-bound, but he hadn't meant to do it all at once. But each decision had made sense at the time. He hadn't wanted the Immortal of Water pursuing him, so he had cut her bond. When the Immortals of Speed and Stamina turned up, cutting their bond was the best way he knew to defeat them. Once access to his core had been restored, the creation essence no longer roiling within him, he could have incapacitated them. But cutting their bonds had made sense. He hadn't been thinking about the entire damned army, just as he hadn't been thinking of such things when he had faced the Immortal of Air, or when he had cut the bonds of the Immortal of Earth. How will the army be reacting to this? Huon asked. Jameson rested his head in his hands. Chaos, utter chaos.
Suppose there'll be a spot of fighting, maybe more than a spot, Garl added.
With all their bonds cut and no leadership, those loyal in their hearts will face off against those not, and as we have incorporated countless thousands of Surgecallers from other countries into the army since conquering Harlan, the latter outweigh the former to a high degree.
Ray lowered her head.
They do not deserve to die simply because they were born into such a life and know nothing different.
Death comes to all. It is not our responsibility to save the weak, only to nurture the strong.
All eyes turned to Alak.
Those words sound like something the Everlasting King might say,
Ray ventured, her words soft.
The Everlasting King needs to die, Alak said. But the only language of this world, of any world, is strength.
Ray nodded slowly.
Be that as it may, these people are our responsibility.
She looked at Huon.
Rather, they are your responsibility, as you are the one who has thrown them into this mess. It is certainly not your fault that the world is this way, but if you do not help them, it will weigh on your conscience.
Conscience, Alak grunted. Do as you wish.
He stood, staring at Huon.
You're the strongest here. That makes you in charge. That makes your decisions the right decisions. Save them. Lead them. Leave them to die. Whatever you choose is up to you.
The man turned and ambled out of the cave. When he passed through the bubble of silence at the cave's entrance, Jameson spoke.
I'm not sure I like him.
Huon stared at the man's broad back as he receded into the distance, though he agreed with Jameson, finding he didn't like Alak either. Some of his words couldn't help but resonate with him. The only language of the world is strength. Of course, Huon didn't believe that because he was strong, his decisions were right. If the strongest made the best decisions, none of them would be in this situation to begin with. But power was the only way to make anything happen. Becoming stronger was the only way he had been able to free the Immortal Seven, whether by cutting their bonds or, through death, from the Everlasting King's control. And by doing that, he had freed all the Surgecallers from blindly following the man's will. Only now, what in the world should he do? "You're sure the Everlasting King won't be there until dawn?" Huon asked Ray. "There's no way the army can contact him, get him there sooner. If some are loyal, as you say, they may wish to do such a thing."
"The only ones who can signal the Everlasting King are members of the Immortal Seven, and, as you can see, neither I nor Alak are about to do that."
Ray looked over her shoulder, outside of the cave. The sun was dropping behind the tall trees, the day dimming to night.
"But you only have so much time. People may very well be dying as we speak."
Huon stood. Ray raised a hand.
You have time to attend to the army, or practice what you need to enter the everlasting king's mind, but I fear you lack time to do both. I will help distract the everlasting king when he arrives. He does not know my bond has been severed. He won't know any of them are severed until he sees the honor bound. This should hopefully give you an opportunity to do what you need to do, assuming he doesn't somehow sense your attack.
Assuming he isn't immune to it, Jameson muttered. He raised his hands when the others looked at him.
Sorry, I suppose I should be more positive than that.
He punched Huon on the shoulder.
You can do it, Huon. He's only the most powerful being in the entire world.
Jameson sighed, head falling into his hands again.
Gods, this is all so absurd. Huon was barely a squire when we met. Now he's some monster off to fight the impossible.
Garl glared daggers at Jameson and looked as though he was going to slap him on the back of the head again, though the slap never came.
You're right, Jameson,
Huon said.
Huh?
The man looked a little surprised. The everlasting king could be immune. I might not be able to enter his mind at all, but I have to try. Just as I had to escape Glenhaven. Do you remember what you said to me when you hunted me down after that, when both our bonds were severed after Inara died? You told me it was impossible to take down the Immortal Seven. Huon opened his hands, gestured toward Ray, toward where Alok had walked away. I chose to ignore you. Now there is no Immortal Seven anymore. Back then, I didn't know if you were right or not. Just as I don't know if you're right now. But that doesn't give me an excuse not to try.
Hear, hear,
Garl shouted, then looked a little embarrassed.
I always knew there was something special about you, lad.
The big man winked. Huon smirked. He wasn't so sure about that, but he appreciated the man's words.
The decision still remains, Ray said. You may very well be able to enter the everlasting king's mind without training the ability. You may not, but right now you have to choose which you will do. I do not believe that I alone can quell the chaos that must now be befalling the honor-bound. Not without causing more death than should be necessary. If they see me, many will wish to fight me. They have the numbers, and it would be possible to defeat me. But you were the one who liberated them, and you are far more powerful than I am. They would listen to you.
Perhaps if I move fast, I can do both, Huon thought. Maybe the army is okay. Maybe no one is hurting anyone, and we're just worried for nothing. Though he knew that couldn't be true. The whole point of everything I've been trying to do is to free them. So what would be the point if they all just killed each other? Huon turned toward the cave's exit. Be there before dawn. Huon disappeared in a flash of speed, heading for the honor-bound army. Once again he wished the others were with him, wished Leona were with him. They would have enough immortals to deal with everything. He would be able to train the technique of entering the everlasting king's mind, and this plan might have a chance of actually working. As it was, who knew what would happen come morning? Chapter 16. Huon flew as fast as he could, closing the distance between the cave and the honor-bound army's camp in minutes. It felt so liberating, being able to surge his own essence once more. He also flew faster than he ever had before. He had barely had a chance to notice all of the changes in his body since having surged a tenth of his reserve of creation essence. But his body, it had strengthened even further than before. It was faster, stronger, and clearly far more durable, considering the sword strikes he had taken from Celeritas. As he flew, he circulated essence through his channels. The process was more efficient than it ever had been. Everything was. My body was that of a high-tier High Celestial. Have I gone beyond even that? He didn't know, but he knew what he had done was unique. knew it would be hard for another to repeat. He still wore the honor-bound armor he had taken from that soldier he had freed, and wondered how the army would react to it. Huon almost froze in midair as he remembered where he had gotten the armor from in the first place. Gods, that man Bosca, his wife Lilia. He asked me to free her, and I said I would. Once he had encountered the Immortal of Water, he had let that slip his mind. Just because his memory was perfect didn't mean he wasn't fallible. He could remember everything since becoming immortal. But if he wasn't actively thinking about those things, it was akin to having a book with all his memories inside of it. He could pick up the book and find whatever he needed, but that didn't mean he was always looking at every single page. A poor excuse, Huon chastised himself. I got distracted. It wasn't important enough to me. This made him flap his soul essence wings even faster, in the hopes that she at least would still be alive. I suppose I did technically free her. The very thought made him cringe. Not good enough. But what made her life more important than the lives of all the newly freed Surgecallers? Why did he feel more guilt at the possibility of her death, a woman he had never met, than the death of others within the army? Huon wasn't used to having this much responsibility on his shoulders. He had always known his mission was important, but for much of their journeys, he had barely been the one in charge, let alone the one whose actions affected thousands, if not millions of people. It took some getting used to. He heard the army long before he saw them, the whoosh of flames, the clash of steel, heavy winds. He had hoped they would be wrong about the army turning on itself, about the chaos all their bonds being severed would cause. Unfortunately, they had all been right. He couldn't count the number of corpses lying scattered on the ground. Thousands were already dead. Huon looked on in disbelief. Why were they fighting each other? There seemed to be two distinct groups, and Huon was sure that Ray's words had been right. Those that chose to remain loyal to the everlasting king, even without a bond, and there seemed to be far more than he had anticipated, were outnumbered by those who didn't. Maybe they deserved what they had coming, supporting such a man. Then again, Leona had felt the same way once upon a time. Meeting Huon had been what had eventually changed her perspective and beliefs. Now she fought against the everlasting king just as hard as he did. These people deserve a chance to change before they're all slaughtered. Alak might think the weak didn't deserve to be protected, but not long ago Huon had been weaker than all of them. Without the protection of people like Garl and later Captain Avery, he would have died a long time ago. He never would have reached his current strength. Huon flew until he hovered just above the massive army. They stretched on for miles around the large camp, but Huon was confident his voice would be able to reach each and every one of them. He wasn't entirely sure what he should say, but he had to try. "Stop fighting!" Huon bellowed at the top of his powerful lungs, surging low celestial-level strength to further amplify his voice. Many of the lower-ranked among them clasped hands over ears, blood pouring from them at the sound of his voice. Even those on the far side of the camp, near the gates to Horlana, seemed heavily affected. Perhaps that had been a bit too loud. The honor-bound, or former honor-bound, glanced up at him in the sky. Some froze where they stood at the sight of a man with massive wings hovering above them. Others quickly returned to their fighting, however. Some even tried to attack him, people from both sides of the conflict. Huon sighed. None of these people knew who he was or what side of the fight he was on. Perhaps talking isn't going to work. He would have to get them to stop fighting in another way. His reserve of soul essence was more full than it had ever been. Even though he hadn't been able to surge essence from his core until recently, he had still been able to cultivate it, circulate it, and turn it into soul essence with the eternal wheel. He had never stopped that process. There isn't a single immortal among them. He thought of what he could do, and an idea popped into his mind. Like all uses of his soul essence, he didn't know if it would work. But if it were to work, he had to believe that it would, for infusing his belief into soul essence was the only way to mold reality. Huon rose higher above the army than he had been before and imagined what he wished. He didn't know exactly how it would work. He needed to put them to sleep. He knew that there were different types of plants and roots and even different types of gases that would have that ability. There were also unique surges he had read and heard about that could emulate such things to a powerful degree. He imagined what would work best and focused on conjuring it into being. Surging soul essence, a massive amount of green gas appeared all around him. Gods, that was easy. His mind was far more robust and nimble than it ever had been. He wasn't sure if it had improved with the use of the creation essence as he had not targeted it, or if this was simply him seeing how much his advancement had let him progress. He supposed it didn't matter either way. The fact that it made molding reality with soul essence that much easier was the important part. Unfortunately, Huon found that he lacked control of the gas he had just created. It simply hovered above the army around where he was, instead of flowing into the crowd. I can fix that. Huon simultaneously surged wind and flapped his wings at the same time, making the green gas flow into the mass of Surgecallers, wantonly killing each other. It worked more slowly than Huon had expected. The first to fall down looked like they must have been a squire. Huon had been surprised when he had seen a squire in the army at all, but he supposed they weren't there to fight, but rather do all the other little tasks that needed doing to handle a large army. The young squire fell on his face. He had been cowering behind a group of burly-looking champions. One of the women noticed the young squire fall and the gas descending upon them. She turned to run before she too fell to the ground, tripping over her own feet. If the army had been infused with chaos before, now it was positively rife with it. Men and women started to run from the gas, but they couldn't move faster than it spread. The chaos caused by the gas had at least stopped the fighting. Huon probably shouldn't have taken that moment to smile, but he couldn't help himself. What he had done, it never would have been possible even as an immortal. He was in the process of incapacitating an entire army. All these people, all those bonds, the everlasting king doesn't need them at all. The realization struck him hard. He had known that, of course. He had known the everlasting king could destroy his own army with a wave of his hand, that creating the army wasn't the reason he had conquered Harlan. But actually seeing the difference in power between the ranks this starkly with what he was able to do at only the rank of low celestial. It brought the world into more clarity. No wonder the high celestials are so arrogant and unaffected by the everlasting king's actions. Even though they lack access to soul essence, they are more powerful than I am. How could they not be arrogant with this level of strength? Huon was beginning to feel it as he watched thousands upon thousands of Surgecallers fall to his gas, the fighting having stopped as they all tried to flee from it. He felt as though he could take on the everlasting king himself. Maybe my reforged body and my soul essence will make me strong enough. If I'm able to do this, what else am I capable of? He shoved that thought down, however. It was an incredibly foolish thought. He wasn't more powerful than the everlasting king, just because of what he could do here. If these were even immortals, he doubted he would be able to put them to sleep, let alone put this many to sleep. Huon watched in awe of what he had done. As he had created the gas, he had known he would need to make something that didn't need to be breathed in to work. Every single one of these Surgecallers would be able to not only hold their breath for long enough to get away, but also surge breath for hours at a time. That's why he had created the gas with the ability to make them fall asleep at a touch, instead of them having to breathe it in. It only needed the smallest amount of exposed skin. He wasn't sure how long the army would sleep for, and he honestly didn't know what to do with them when they woke up, but he doubted Ray would have expected him to deal with the army this quickly. I left the cave mere minutes ago. He stared down at the mass of sleeping Surgecallers. His smile at his own power fell away as he saw the number of corpses interspersed among those merely sleeping. Some of the Surgecallers had fallen asleep with their heads in pools of blood or upon their dead comrades. Had I not been here, released these people from their bonds, none of them would be dead right now. But he knew that eventually they may have all come to their deaths had they remained with the everlasting king. They still might. Huon glided down and landed upon a clear patch of ground, one of the few. He couldn't stop gazing around at what he had just done. Moonlight shone down upon the sleeping and dead Surgecallers. He glanced up at the night sky, wondering how far away the dawn was. He may have stopped the fighting, but he hadn't gotten these people away from here. The moment the everlasting king returned, he would see his army in disarray. He would know. How do I transport all of them out of here? There were hundreds of thousands of people here, hundreds of thousands of lives that were suddenly in his hands, and his hands alone. Perhaps a high celestial with a teleportation ability would be able to move them all. But though he was able to teleport, he didn't know if he could teleport others. He wasn't sure if that was worth risking on these people. Suddenly, all the confidence he had felt while hovering in the air, seeing his gas take all these people down, shattered completely. What do I do now? How do I save all these people? Chapter 17. Huon straightened up, standing tall. He couldn't linger in indecision. He had to take action, had to move. He had created this mess. He needed to clean it up. In mere hours, the everlasting king would be here. He could level the entire area if he wished, though if the entire army were incapacitated as they were now, why would he bother? Maybe they won't come to harm if I leave them and return to the cave. Considering only minutes had passed since he had left, he might still be able to return with enough time to learn what he needed to enter the everlasting king's mind. But he knew entering the man's mind wasn't what would take him out. It would be something that happened in a mere instant. He needed to steal information and then run. If he were successful, it would mean leaving all of these people behind. It would mean leaving them to whatever fate the everlasting king wished of them. Huon sighed, gripped the bridge of his nose with thumb and forefinger. Fighting, he could do. Attack what was in front of him. He knew all about that. Was learning more and more as the years went by. But this... Even if I do get them out of here, how am I going to hide this many people? He was tempted, very tempted, to ask the Devil of the West for help, but that simply didn't seem like an option. The man wanted Huon to deal with his own problems. He sighed once more. So much for taking action. He straightened again, a decision forming in him. I'll hide them. I'll hide all of them. He didn't know how Ray would be able to distract the everlasting king when he returned, especially if his army was missing. Even so, a small smile slipped onto Huon's face as he imagined the man's reaction at seeing his army completely gone, at seeing not a single soul to sail upon the ships he had made for his fleet. Not that Huon wished to incur the man's wrath. Huon looked out at the thousands upon thousands of people. He was fast, but it had still taken him some time to reach the army from the far-off cave. He couldn't flit these people back and forth one by one. How many can I carry? He hadn't truly tested his strength. He hadn't really been able to, but he knew that with his massively strong reforged body coupled with his low celestial strength surge, he would be able to move entire mountains. Literally. So what was a few 100,000 people? He remembered the little soul essence trick he had used on Ray, Jameson, and Garl, and wondered what that would look like on a large scale. Thousands of interconnected ropes, all joined together. Huon's resolve solidified. It was perhaps a crazy idea, but when had that ever stopped him in the past? Sometimes the only ideas that will work are ones that sound crazy, ones that people might discard out of hand. If Huon had discarded all the ideas he thought were crazy in the past, he wouldn't be standing here right now. He wouldn't even be alive. The wind turned, blowing a breeze in from the ocean. The tangy taste of salt met his lips, and he felt a sudden aching loss at no longer being aboard the strong wind, where all he'd had to do was train and help train those around him. That and fight the ancient kraken. Huon focused. He had to split his mind in a way he never had before. He surged touch and hearing and was flooded with stimulus from every angle, thousands of heartbeats, the shift in the air as he could feel the location of every single Surgecaller, living and dead alike, lying upon the ground. I can do this. The stimulus would have been overwhelming to a weaker mind. He certainly wouldn't have been able to handle such a thing, even as an immortal. He wouldn't have been able to focus on so much at one time. It would have made him completely scattered. But now, he could handle this. Huon surged soul essence, sending out hundreds of thousands of lengths of rope that materialized straight in the air, like his razor wire trick. The ropes wrapped around the waists of every single person he knew remained alive. Those ropes were interconnected, tethered, not only to the Surgecallers around him, but to himself. Huon didn't know if this would work, but that didn't stop him from needing to believe that it would. It only took moments for the ropes to tie and tighten around every waist, only took moments for it all to be ready. Time to fly. Huon's wings were still at his back, retracted. He spread them out wide, surging strength and speed. He flapped them as hard as he could. Usually he would float straight up into the air. This time, however, he was stopped 50 feet up at the tug of the rope, holding all of those people. Huon had never imagined how heavy all those people might be. He hadn't wanted to do the math, figuring that would only make him change his mind. But he was here now. He had to make this work, had to get these people out of here, one way or another. He flapped his wings harder and harder, but he simply wasn't able to get enough leverage to pull them from the ground. My wings aren't large enough, aren't strong enough. He was using the wings that he had created and optimized for combat, for moving and turning swiftly in the air, for keeping him alone afloat while he was flying. They might have been enough to let him carry Ray, Jameson, and Garl into the air, but that didn't mean they were strong enough to carry the entire honor-bound army. Huon didn't bother landing. He remained where he was, surging a constant stream of soul essence into every single one of the ropes to keep them from dematerializing, and focused on what he wished to do. As he hovered 50 feet in the air, his wings lengthened and broadened, becoming absurdly large, not stopping until each wing was larger than the Justice Arena back in Carolor had been. Part of him wondered if he would even be able to flap wings that large, if this would even work. But he shouldn't have underestimated his strength, as it did work. It was more draining on his reforged body than perhaps anything else ever had been, but gods did he feel powerful. It wasn't only the wings that he was strong enough for. As he flapped them, far slower than he had been able to flap the wings that he'd been using previously, he tugged harder and harder at the interconnected rope that held strong to every living member of the former honor-bound army. Once, twice, 3 times, then finally, the weight seemed to budge off the ground. That confidence that he had felt while putting all these people asleep returned, and he once more basked in his own power. This is absolutely insane. Of all the things he had imagined doing, this most certainly wasn't one of them. I'm flying, carrying an entire damned army. It was far slower going than before, but looking up at the sky, the sun still not peeking over the horizon, Huon knew he was making good time. And so Huon flew toward the cave in the forest on the outskirts of the Ganadon kingdom, carrying hundreds of thousands of people, swinging on soul essence ropes beneath him. Landing while carrying that many people wasn't exactly an easy task. He couldn't very well crush the trees. He had to imagine that the everlasting king, with all his powers, had the ability to fly, if not a mount that he could fly on. So Huon shouldn't be leaving any kind of visible trail if he could help it. This, however, wasn't easy to help, but somehow he managed it. Every soul essence rope that he used, all of them connected to the hundreds of thousands of Surgecallers he was able to control. That was how he'd managed to have them tie around people's waists, after all. So all he needed to do was get them through the trees. Fortunately, these house-thick, tower-tall trees were easy enough to fit through, especially where there were large clearings and the canopy was sparse. Arduously, Huon began dropping the people to the ground one by one, though dropping wasn't the right word, as he tried to set them down lightly enough if he could manage it. It wasn't that he was worried he would hurt them. They were all Surgecallers, after all. Even at lower ranks, they could take a fall if need be. No, it was because he didn't wish a sharp jolt to wake them. He might have put them all to sleep, but he really wasn't sure what to do when he woke them. Once they were all down, he landed outside of the cave and found Ray, Jameson, and Garl waiting for him. A lock even came out of the trees, hands folded at his large chest, an eyebrow raised. Jameson had a worried expression as he looked around at the thousands of Surgecallers around them.
"They're not all dead, are they?" "They're alive," Ray said. "Can't you feel that?"
Garl rubbed the back of his head.
"What did you do to the lot of 'em, lad?"
"They were killing each other." Huon waved an arm at the Surgecallers. "So I put them all to sleep." You put the entire Honorbound army to sleep?" Jameson asked, jaw falling open. "Just like that?"
"I'm more interested in how you got 'em all here," Garl muttered. "Where did those damned ropes come from, and where did they go exactly? I know you did the same to us before, but this—"
Ray's gaze was calculating as she took in the scene.
"You are even more powerful than I realized."
Halak grunted from the other side of the clearing. Huon ran a hand through his hair. "Well, I didn't know what else to do with them," he sighed. "Do we still have time to practice the technique, entering the Everlasting King's mind?" Halak cleared his throat. Huon looked over. "Something to say?"
"It ain't gonna work. Defeating the Everlasting King. That man, he's not normal. I don't think his mind works normal, either. Chances are you won't be able to crack it, which means all you'll be doing is getting dead."
Huon turned from the man. Those same worries plagued his mind, but anger sparked within him as the other man spoke his own fears. "I didn't get this far second-guessing every move."
"I imagine you didn't get this far being foolish, either."
Huon shut his eyes. It wasn't that the man was wrong. In fact, it was probably because he was right. But talking to Halak took its toll on him. "Are you going to provide a different option? You know where he draws his power from. Have you any other way to track down those cores?" Halak raised his chin, seemed to think a moment, shook his head.
"He is right," Ray said. "This could get you killed, but you already know that."
Huon nodded. As far as he could tell, there was no other way to find these damned cores, no other way to weaken the man. Part of him wished he could just go all out and attack him. "I'm strong, damned strong. How hard would it be to kill a man without a core?" Then he remembered the millions of cores, all the creation essence he had taken in. The Everlasting King had access to far, far more cores than what Huon had taken into himself, and those cores weren't only more numerous, but more powerful, as they didn't only belong to pages. They belonged to Surgecallers of every rank, including immortals. If taking in those cores had made Huon this strong, how strong might the Everlasting King be, with even more at his disposal? "If I go after him head-on and fail, he'll kill me and take my core. Then he'll have the energy of a low Celestial's core packed with creation essence to feed off on top of everything else." Huon surged breath, becoming completely still as he considered if there was another option. He couldn't find one. Ray stood silently waiting. After a minute passed, with no one saying another word, Huon spoke. "Show me what I have to do." Chapter 18. Over and over again, Huon sped into the cave and touched one of their minds. At first, all he did was drag them each, one at a time, into his mind space as they actively struggled against him. Jameson and Garl couldn't put up any type of mental resistance. Ray and Halak were a different story. Halak, to Huon's surprise, had an incredibly strong mental fortitude. Drawing him into a mind space was like picking up a mountain. But Huon happened to be strong enough to do just that. When it came time to extract memories, Huon wasn't sure what he needed to do. Mind spaces weren't surges, as far as he could figure, so they didn't work in the same way. He couldn't simply surge something at them. He had to use the powers of only his mind, and he was stretching it in ways he never knew it could stretch. Ray and Alok knew of these techniques, how to pull memories from another's mind, but they could only perform them on low-rank Surgecallers, specifically pages and squires. It was something they rarely needed to use as well, so their abilities hadn't strengthened much in the last 1,000 years. But the two immortals also weren't terribly proficient when it came to the use of mind spaces, whereas Huon had made training within them a priority. Huon's predicament, however, was this. Though he might be considerably more powerful than both Ray and Alok, his mind having advanced with the rest of his body, he had to perform this skill on someone with the mind of a high celestial, if not the core of one. He was standing in the cave, a hand on his head as he thought things through. If this doesn't require essence, are you saying that the Everlasting King, or even a normal Surgeless, could perform this? Ray and Alok exchanged a glance.
It is possible, Ray said, though I've never seen him do it.
Alok grunted. He can do it. He touched his forehead with his index finger. Did it to me once. Ray raised an eyebrow. Huon looked at him a moment, but the man went silent, choosing not to elaborate.
Which means you'll be trying to perform this on someone with a high celestial's mind, and one that has been trained in the same technique, Jameson muttered to the side. How are you going to break through?
He glanced around them, then looked outside of the cave.
Actually, how are you going to stop him from tapping into your mind in return?
As much as I hate to say it, lad's got a point, Garl said.
Huon turned away from them all. There was far too much doubt in this room, much of it sitting within himself, and far too little time to dispel it. Then he thought of the creation essence still within his core. He had only used 1/10 of it, after all. What if he could use more? What if he could use it on his mind instead of just his body, as he had before? It had strengthened him to a considerable degree, after all, and, so far, he hadn't seen any downsides. That doesn't mean I won't sometime in the future. But it was the immediate future that was Huon's concern, so he pushed those worries away. I have an idea. He dropped into a sitting position on the cave floor.
What are you doing?
Jameson asked, his tone dubious. Trying to focus, Huon replied. Ray raised an eyebrow.
There is only so much time.
Hence why I need to focus. Huon's voice was harsher than he had intended, but he didn't need a chorus of voices chattering at him right now. He shut his eyes, shutting everyone out in the process, and focused upon his core. The creation essence was no longer roiling, was no longer in chaos, but he could feel it more easily now, even though it had retreated into the depths of his core. There was still a massive amount of creation essence within him. Part of Huon wondered if this was wise. There must be consequences doing what he was doing. Could power like this truly come without a cost? The Celestials and Taloniar eat cores to gain just a fraction of the power contained within mine. And he now knew why. They couldn't take creation essence with an essence drain surge. His essence drain surge, when created with soul essence, was apparently more pure. Which made him wonder, did beasts have creation essence? Could he use his essence drain surge on them to acquire it? Such a thing had never happened in the past, but perhaps the surge he had created with his soul essence hadn't been pure enough or attuned in the correct way. And if he could take it from beasts, there was a definite chance that he could take it from other Surgecallers, though he would only do it against those Surgecallers who threatened his life, not just randomly steal creation essence from anyone he passed. No, that sounds like something the Everlasting King would do. Huon gave a deep frown as he contemplated this. First, he wondered where creation essence came from at all. Then he wondered about Surgecallers from other worlds, or Surgecallers from the deep past, imagining being in their shoes. What if, since he had been a page, Huon had always had access to soul essence? What if he had been able to create an essence drain surge and take creation essence from beasts he had slain, assuming that were possible? Fortifying his body and mind in the process, each kill making him marginally stronger until the accumulation of creation essence made his body grow beyond the restrictions of its level of advancement, as it currently was doing now. Were there monsters out there in the universe that had always had access to extra creation essence? Were there monsters out there who, at the rank of knight or champion, had bodies as strong as the low and high celestials of this world? While these things could undoubtedly become important, if true, they weren't important right now. Examining the creation essence, Huon imagined what he wished to do with it. His mind, he needed to reinforce it. He needed to make it as strong as he could. Needed to make it more efficient. He wasn't sure if this would work, but it must. A Surgecaller's mind worked faster and faster with each advancement. How could that happen if not through the changes creation essence made upon a Surgecaller? What if I can't handle this? What if doing this at the rank of low celestial is dangerous? Huon gritted his teeth. Then I'll take the risks. There were more important things at stake than his own well-being. More than anything, he wanted a life after the Everlasting King, a life with Leona. He was sure of it, but he knew he would need to risk everything if he was to get that chance. Huon released the breath, his mind focusing upon itself with an unwavering intensity. He mapped out where he wished the creation essence to flow. He knew he only had so much of it, and wondered if this time he could control how much he used. Only using 1/10 of the creation essence had been enough to change his body in remarkable ways, and that was after it had helped him achieve the next rank. Part of him wondered if there was a way to use the essence to push him toward the rank of High Celestial, if using it now was somehow slowing his ultimate progress. But there were more important things than reaching the next rank right now. Besides, if this were to work and let him enter the Everlasting King's mind, he would find more cores, and the only way he knew how to destroy those cores was to take them into himself, however dangerous that might end up being. It would make him stronger. When Huon knew exactly what he wanted to do, when his belief was stronger than stone, he let out a breath and surged the creation essence. Huon's eyes widened as the essence responded, as he was able to surge it. He had half expected it would resist him, as it had so many times before when he had been trying to do this the first time. But it didn't resist him. The essence, more than anything, wished to be free of its confines in his core, as it knew that it didn't fit within it. It's working, Huon thought more rapidly than he had expected. His mind was strengthening from one moment to the next. He was surprised to find there was no pain, even though the last transformation hadn't caused him pain either. He supposed that made sense. Advancing to the next rank wasn't a painful experience, and it did the same thing. Why should this hurt? Huon managed to control the flow of creation essence more effectively than last time. He didn't use it all. He had a feeling he would need it, had a feeling it was useful in more ways than he currently understood. Huon opened his eyes. The others were staring down at him. Jameson's mouth had fallen open. Your head. He pointed a shaky finger at him. It glowed. Really? Huon asked. What surge was that? Huon smiled. No surge, not exactly. He hadn't told them what he had managed to do with the creation essence in his core. He hadn't really talked about it at all. Huon looked around the cave. Everything felt the same, except there was less creation essence inside of his core. And his mind, was it faster? It had felt faster a moment ago, but how could he tell? He turned his head from side to side, cracking his neck, and stood. Though it was difficult to actively feel the difference the essence had made to his mind, he instinctively knew it had had an effect. Perhaps he should feel guilty for using the creation essence to strengthen him so much. It was power taken from millions of people over the years, power taken without right, without permission, stolen by the everlasting king. Countless Surgecallers had been turned into Surgeless before they had even known they were Surgecallers to begin with. Not only had they missed out on an opportunity to cultivate and advance, their lifespans would have been drastically altered. But he wasn't the one who had taken that power from them. He wasn't the one who had stolen those cores. Perhaps it would be better for him to look at this in a wholly different way. I am fighting for those who lost everything, so I can defeat the person who took it from them. All that power he had gained, he was using against the everlasting king. It sounded incredibly noble when he put it in that context, which probably meant that he was kidding himself. The fact was, wherever this power had come from, he didn't want to let it go to waste. Given the choice of using it or destroying it, he would use it. Not that he knew how to destroy it anyway. "What exactly did you do?" Ray's eyes narrowed as she stared at him. "Something that should help. All I need do is test it. Guard yourself." Huon surged speed and touched a finger to the woman's head, instantly pulling her into a mind space. As he did, he realized he felt far less resistance than he had before. Perhaps she was taken by surprise too much. He would have to try this again. He couldn't have her letting him do this. It would be a terrible test. Huh? Huon's first assessment had been wrong. The immortal hadn't been taken by surprise. In fact, she had been pushing his mind back as hard as she could, harder than she had ever tried before, and yet it felt as though she was barely trying at all. It worked. It actually worked. But he knew that pulling her into the mind space was only the first step. Now he had to ensure that he was the one in control, not that she could overpower him even before he had altered his mind with creation essence, strengthening it to a great degree. Whilst in the mind space, he had once again chosen the strong wind as, to him, it was the place in the world that most felt like home. He rapidly grabbed hold of the woman's head, gripping it with both hands. It was his mind space, so when bringing her in, he hadn't given her her normal strength and abilities. Even if he had, she wouldn't be able to resist his overwhelming power. Though he knew if the everlasting king's mind was strong enough, Huon might not be able to manage to get him into his mind space without his strength. And even if he did, when he gripped the man's head, accessing his mind might simply not work. "Banish those thoughts," he chided himself. "They are not helping." He only extracted a small memory, and it was only one from a short while ago. He didn't actually wish to steal private memories from this woman's thoughts. Though when he tapped into her mind, he saw a sea of seemingly endless memories from well over 1,000 years of life. Huon had seen that sea before, the last time he had accessed her mind as they had trained through the night, and when he had accessed Alak's. Their minds were both deep and full. What if I'm able to get into the everlasting king's mind, but I'm not able to find what I need? The everlasting king's mind would be even older than these immortals. He had been a child when the devil of the West had been a child, meaning the man must be at least 2,500 years old. Huon observed one of Ray's memories, just a short moment of when Huon had been away from the cave, and she had been waiting with Jameson and Garl. An awkward conversation had slowly unfolded, with Jameson fumbling over his words, Garl grunting a lot, and Ray seemingly lost in deep thoughts. Alak was not there at all. He pulled out of her mind a moment later, then rapidly pulled out of the mind space, returning them both to reality. Ray stumbled back from him a step before regaining her bearings. With a quick shake of her head, her composure returned. "That was rather bracing. Whatever you just did, it seemed to make your mind 5 times more powerful." Her eyes narrowed once more.
What exactly did you do?
Huon waved a hand. A story too long for right now. He turned, looking out the cave entrance. Thousands of Surgecallers lay sleeping outside. I can only keep them asleep for so long. Those people, I'm not sure what to do when they wake up. He looked to Ray. The plan was to have her distract the Everlasting King, but perhaps Alok would be a better candidate for that, assuming he volunteered. Ray seemed more compassionate than the former immortal of stamina. Would you be able to remain here, to help them? Huon asked Ray. Then he looked to Alok. And would you be able to distract the Everlasting King? There was a silence as Ray and Alok stared at one another, then turned their gazes on him. Alok spoke first.
You want me to be bait? A distraction? I still don't even believe you can do this.
Then why are you still here? Why did you help me train? He motioned to the cave entrance. I'm not stopping you from leaving. Clearly you want the Everlasting King as dead as much as I do.
More.
Alok's voice was flat, toneless, yet Huon still felt the emotion in that word. So help me, unless you want to be the one looking after all these people.
They don't need babysitting, Alok sighed. Fine, I'll help, but if you get me killed, he stabbed a finger at Huon's chest, then I'll kill you, low celestial or not.
How can you kill him if you're dead? Jameson muttered. Alok threw him a glare. Jameson shrank deeper into the cave. Garl chuckled. Ray stepped past Huon and came to stand at the cave entrance. Do you know when they will wake? I don't, but something tells me it will happen soon. Ray nodded. She pulled something from her belt, a dagger Huon hadn't noticed before. This will help. Huon frowned, suddenly wary. You aren't going to hurt them, are you? Her drawing of the weapon made him realize how little he knew of the woman. She seemed to rebound rather quickly from the Everlasting King's control, but that didn't mean it hadn't affected her. It most certainly had. Because if I wanted that, maybe Alok would be the right person for the job. Alok scoffed, his big back turned to them. What kind of person had Ray been before being bonded to the Everlasting King? Just because she had been enslaved for so long, forced to do horrible things, didn't mean she hadn't been bad before then, even if she seemed nice enough so far. I wouldn't need a dagger to hurt them. True, but not exactly reassuring. Ray held the blade up, letting it catch a few rays of moonlight. This is a soul thief. Huon relaxed. A soul thief? He glanced at Jameson, who shuffled his feet. They both had ample experience with such a weapon. In a way, it worked similar to how his blood sword had. It drained an enemy of their essence, leaving them defenseless. It must have an essence drain surge permanently imbued into the blade, but why doesn't it require stamina essence, like the blood sword did? Somehow the Everlasting King must have circumvented that. They won't be able to do much damage without essence. If I can, I will wake them one by one. But if I can't, then at least I'll be able to stop them from killing each other easily enough, Ray said. I should be able to confine them in an ice dome. She tilted her head to the side. Perhaps an earth dome. Without essence, the weaker of them might freeze to death. You'll have to strip their armor of essence as well, Huon added. I'm aware. Ray's gaze turned upward. It's time for you both to go. He will be there soon. Huon followed her gaze, saw the sun's early glow at the edge of the sky. Alok walked over to them. He looked Huon in the eye.
You're insane for doing a thing like this. But I suppose I must be too, for joining you.
The big man crossed his arms over his chest.
You gave me an out, after all.
What are you going to say to him? Huon asked.
Best lies have truth in them. I'll tell him what happened.
Elok rubbed his wrist where the binding had been. "And I'll tell him I escaped, that I wanted to be back with him." "You think he'll believe that?" Elok smirked. "Twice my age, that man is, yet his understanding of human emotions doesn't extend past the ones he feels." Huon hoped that was true. He had caused enough death today. Part of him wondered if he should stop the man from coming with him, but Elok was right. Huon had given him an out. This was his choice. Huon laid a hand on Elok's shoulder, almost able to see the man willing away a flinch, and infused low celestial level speed into his body. Huon took one last look at the others. Jameson gave a small wave, Garl a nod and a grunt. Ray lowered her head, uttering a wish of good luck. He nodded at each in turn, before his wings sprouted from his back, and he took flight. Time to steal some memories. Chapter 19. As Huon flew, he kept track of Elok on the ground. Despite his bulk, he ran rather silently. He also surged earth as he went, obscuring the trail he left behind in his wake. It didn't take them long to approach the deserted, honor-bound camp. It felt eerie, seeing it empty but for the bodies of the dead. The sun was still on its way to rising. The everlasting king was nowhere in sight. Huon landed and retracted his wings. A moment later, Elok reached him. Huon surged a bubble of silence around the two of them. Elok glanced at the horizon, looked at the camp.
"You need to stay out of sight for when he comes."
"I was just thinking that." Huon looked down at himself. He had encountered invisibility surges before, which meant such a thing was possible. He imagined what he wished, infused his belief into it, then surged soul essence. His body became completely transparent, then disappeared from vision altogether. After a moment, Huon became visible once more.
"How many surges do you have?"
Elok muttered. "More than enough." The last thing he wanted to do was tell Elok about soul essence. Huon hoped the man survived this encounter with the everlasting king. But if things went badly, the worst-case scenario wasn't only Elok's death. It was the everlasting king learning everything Elok knew. Right now, the immortal already knew too much. He didn't know much about who Huon was, but he knew enough, and he knew he was a low celestial. And there was the fact he knew where the army had been taken, and how many of the other members of the Immortal Seven were still alive. "He's going to bind you again, isn't he?" Huon asked. "If you tell him what you plan to." Elok stared back at Huon.
"Don't see a way around it."
Huon frowned. He opened his mouth.
"If you can access my memories, I figure you can purge them too."
Elok stepped toward him.
"Make me forget the things you don't wish me to know. Make me believe what I'm about to tell the everlasting king. Just, if you don't get yourself killed, and I get free again, hold on to those memories for me, will you? That's assuming he doesn't decide to kill me instead."
Huon wanted to argue. There had to be a better way than this, but he couldn't think of one. Certainly not in the time they had. "I'll do as you ask." Elok took Huon's hand, placed it on his own forehead, then shut his eyes.
"Do it, before I lose my nerve. Last thing I want is that bastard back in control."
Huon frowned, but complied. He had never done anything like this before, but he didn't doubt that he would be able to manage it. He didn't know how to hold on to memories, as the man asked, but he supposed all he would need to do was experience them. As rapidly as he could, Huon delved into the man's mind, finding which memories to take. It felt like more time had passed than actually had since Huon had met the man, since he had freed him, but it had really only been since the day before. Huon experienced the last few hours of memories the man had. It was a strange feeling being inside someone else's head, seeing out through their eyes, though he only experienced the memories, not any thoughts the man had been thinking at the time they occurred. After Huon experienced the memories, he wondered what it was he needed to do to purge them, to change them. Fortunately, that seemed to come naturally. Being in someone else's mind was a lot like being in a mind space, and the same rules applied. Those rules were whatever the creator of the mind space, or, in this case, the strongest mind, willed. So, Huon simply willed the man's memories away, and willed other ones back in place. He couldn't help but feel a stab of guilt doing this. He didn't only take and change the man's memories, he imposed a belief onto the man. It was a form of mind control that Huon hadn't known existed, one that felt far more insidious than an oath-binding. He asked me to do this. There is no reason to feel guilt. Though in doing this, Huon had a thought. If I am able to enter the everlasting king's mind, will I be able to do more than simply steal some of his memories? What if I could change him? Wouldn't that save a lot of time? Huon doubted that would be at all possible. The everlasting king had a far more powerful mind than Alak's. Huon may have been able to take Alak's memories, but it took far more of a toll on him to take those memories than it did to experience them. Infusing a belief into the man had been even harder. Though initiating what he willed was simple enough, performing it was another thing entirely. It was like picking up something heavy. It's simple, but not necessarily easy. Imposing his will on Alak was like picking up a mountain. Imposing his will on the everlasting king could be like moving the entire damned world. When Huon exited the man's mind, he ceased the bubble of silence and immediately became invisible, silently stepping back from him. As Huon was by far the faster of the two, it took a split second longer for the other man to open his eyes. Alak, who would once more think of himself as the immortal of stamina, had a sudden look of confusion. His gaze caught the dead Surgecallers moving from one to another around the camp. "What?" He touched his head, shook it slightly, gave a deep sigh. "He will not be happy." "Indeed." Huon startled. The everlasting king had appeared directly behind the other man in an instant. How? There had been no warning, no noise, no shift in the air until he was suddenly there. Teleportation? Was that how he traveled from one side of the continent in the space of an hour? Though in Huon's experience, teleportation was near instantaneous. Huon had seen the everlasting king only once before, when he had transformed into a giant honor-bound soldier in Carolor. He had crashed straight through the walls and had been picking Surgecallers up and crushing them in his massive gauntlets. He had not seen the man's face, as it had been covered by a full helmet. Now, however, the helmet was nowhere in sight. The honor-bound armor wasn't standard either. Huon hadn't noticed it last time, perhaps because he had been running for his life. But it had gold lining each of the insertions. Huon half expected to see a crown atop the man's head, but there was none. The man did wear a cape, however, a red cape. Huon would say it looked a bit strange, even gaudy, if it weren't for the sheer power the man radiated. It wasn't the same as a core radiating power. This was different, very different, and dangerous. He was dark of hair and fair of skin, his eyes so deep brown they looked black, black as his soul, though not all their features were the same. Huon couldn't help but see the similarities between him and his brother, the Devil of the West. Their faces were the same shape, their noses too. This is the man who has caused my life so much strife, the man who caused the death of my mother, the death of Leona's parents, the death of so many, and the enslavement of countless more. This is the man I mean to kill. A rage filled Huon, one he hadn't felt since his fight with the Immortal of Fire. It burned deep within him, but, like the creation essence when it roiled in his core, he could feel it threatening to surface. And, just like the creation essence when it wished to break through his core, he knew if his rage surfaced it would get him killed. I am not ready to fight this man. Not yet. Holding himself back was perhaps the hardest thing he had ever done. Killing this man would finally bring me freedom, bring Leona freedom, bring the entire damned world freedom. Surging breath and still invisible, Huon pushed his senses toward the man to see if he could find any links to the cores. But he saw nothing. So much for that plan. It was a good thing he had already abandoned it. The Everlasting King's expression was odd and unfeeling, considering the state of his army's camp.
What happened here, Vitael?
Alak, Vitael, moved to kneel before the Everlasting King, but the king waved a hand.
Do not bother.
Alak lowered his head.
My binding was cut, your Eternal Highness.
The Everlasting King's eyebrow rose.
And yet you remain? An unexpected turn.
I need to move. Alak was doing his part. Now Huon needed to do his. But Huon had a sudden realization. If he did this now, the Everlasting King would know this was a trap. He would know Alak was simply stalling him. This would be the man's death. He could wait until Alak was bonded once more, but that would mean he might miss this opportunity. The Everlasting King's hand thrust straight into Alak's chest. It somehow phased through the Immortal's armor until it gripped the man's heart. Alak's eyes widened, fear full in them. The Everlasting King still had no hint of emotion on his face. It was almost as though he were holding a rake and looking at a pile of leaves, not someone's damned beating heart.
I remember the type of man you used to be, Vitael, before I imposed my will upon you. You would have fought me to the death if you weren't trying to protect your child.
Alak didn't struggle in the Everlasting King's grasp. He just stood, unbreathing, unblinking, staring at the man who held his heart in an unrelenting grip.
Your son is long dead. What reason would you have to come back to me now,
He smiled, touched a finger to his forehead.
You always thought I didn't understand what motivates people. Unfortunately for you, I understand very well, even if those same things do not motivate me.
Alak said nothing. The Everlasting King sighed, squeezed. Alak screamed.
I can do this all day, and I dare say you will survive it. You know how I despise this sort of drudgery.
The king tilted his head to the side, waiting. Alak said nothing. The Everlasting King sighed.
If you will not speak, then I shall simply have to see for myself before taking your core and your life.
His other hand gripped the man's head. The king shut his eyes. Huon was frozen, staring at what was happening before him. I put him in this position. But Huon couldn't hesitate. He had already hesitated for too long. This was the perfect opportunity to move. Maybe he won't even realize someone else is attacking his mind. In an instant, Huon was behind the Everlasting King, a hand touching the man's crownless head. Huon exerted his will upon the Everlasting King's mind, or he tried to, except he couldn't feel it. Is this because he has the body and mind of a High Celestial? Huon had felt this before, when he and Leona had first shared mind spaces. As they had both been legends at the time, they had found they couldn't penetrate one another's minds unless they were opened up to them. So far, Huon had only forcibly made those of a lower rank to his own enter his mind space. This felt entirely different. Huon surged will essence to push him further than he could normally go. Surging low celestial level speed as he was, this had all happened in the space of a single second. The Everlasting King was distracted, in a mind space of his own, no doubt, prying memories from Alak's head. But that didn't mean he wouldn't soon notice Huon's presence. If this doesn't work soon, I will need to get the hell out of here. But he refused to give up. This was their plan. This was perhaps the only way that he would be able to find the cores the man had hidden, the source of his power. If Huon could destroy those, destroying the man himself would become an easy task. Huon gritted his teeth and pushed his mind to its absolute limits. As much as his mind had been heightened, expanded, strengthened by his advancement, then the use of creation essence directly upon it, he knew this should be something that was possible. It has to be. Then he felt it, like coming upon a thick stone wall, a barrier between the everlasting king's mind and the world, something that seemed to have been constructed over centuries. His mental strength, it's far beyond what I thought it would be, far beyond anything I could have imagined. But Huon wasn't going to be deterred. As far as he knew, there was no mental acuity or mental strength surge, but that didn't mean he couldn't try to create one. Couldn't he mold reality with soul essence, after all? Huon's mouth fell open, a roar escaping, something primal. He stretched his mind even further, pushed it harder, split it into two pieces, and imagined the surge that he needed. It was much like when he had surged creation essence to infuse his mind, but this would be temporary. As he did this, he felt a warning flash, something alerting him of danger. He didn't know where it came from, his instincts, but he knew what it meant. Performing this surge could harm his mind. Knowledge was thrust into him, knowledge that seemed to be buried deep. Perhaps it had come to him when he had advanced. It seemed built into him, yet at the same time he had never learnt this information. The mind and body worked very differently to one another. While the body could be infused with strength and speed and breath with a surge and be pushed further than would otherwise be possible, the mind was more fragile. It could be permanently advanced, permanently strengthened, but strengthening it temporarily put a strain on the mind that the body had no equal to, and injuries of the mind could not be so easily healed as those in the body. If he were to do this, it could cause him unknown harm. Despite this, Huon pushed on. I have to take the risk. I have to do this. I might never get another chance. Huon surged soul essence, infusing his mind with a power that should not be possible. Chapter 20. A pressure pushed down on Huon's mind. Its intensity threatened to pull him out of consciousness and into a deep sleep. His eyelids became boulders, weighing him down. At the same time, he felt more mental clarity than he ever had. It was an odd dissonance, a strange amalgamation of two completely opposing sensations. Huon bore his focus upon his task as he smashed through the everlasting king's mental barrier and soared straight into the man's mind. This wasn't the same as when he had dragged people into his own mind space. No, this time Huon was invading upon another's. Pain stabbed at him, fracturing his mind into 1,000 pieces. Is this the consequence of surging soul essence to strengthen my mind? He could bear it. He had been through worse, but God's was it painful. He was transported from the realm of reality into the realm of the mind, suddenly standing in the middle of a large throne room, the pain gone. Though once he was out of this place, the pain would return. Huon instantly knew where he was, the throne room in the everlasting king's palace. He had been in the everlasting king's palace before, but he had never actually set foot in the throne room itself. The architecture and the decor were identical, however, though far grander in this room. Huon barely paid any attention to it. His focus was instantly drawn toward the two men in the center of the large hall. Alok was on his knees, blood bleeding from his chest, just as it did in reality. Though this place was supposed to shield people from pain, the everlasting king was the one in control of it. At least, he had been, until Huon arrived. The everlasting king was bent over Alok, both hands clutching the former immortal of Stamina's skull. Huon stepped toward them. Though the pain of his mind fracturing had ceased, Huon still felt an immense pressure bearing down on him. He pushed past that, exerting his will on this place, turning the mind space into his own. There was a shift in the energy of the room, of the entire enclosed reality. The everlasting king let go of Alok's head and whirled around. So much for being hidden. Huon could feel the man trying to release himself from the mind space. Huon thrust a hand out, grasping the air. The physical gesture was not completely necessary, but it did help him exert his will. Just as the man was about to slip back into reality, Huon stopped him. "You aren't going anywhere." The everlasting king stared at him, a look of utter confusion on his face.
"Who are you?"
He looked around. Huon was surprised and more than satisfied to see a hint of fear in his eyes.
"How did you get into my mind? That shouldn't be possible."
Huon's confidence waned as the pressure on his head intensified. He got the feeling he wouldn't have very long in here. Though he had been able to prevent the man from leaving, it wasn't done easily. He was exerting all of his will, all of his mind toward the task, and he still needed to break into the man's memories. "I'm here to steal your secrets," Huon said. The everlasting king straightened. His face became composed. He stared at Huon, no longer backing away. Any hint of fear that had shined in his eyes had been completely banished. He looked Huon up and down.
"You aren't what I thought you were."
He turned his gaze toward the ceiling.
"I thought the heavens had brought some punishment upon me. But you are just a boy, wielding powers you don't understand, aren't you?"
He tilted his head to the side.
"Huon, is it?"
Huon faltered. How did this man know his name?
"Surprised?"
The everlasting king turned to Alok, who still knelt, eyes staring into nothing on the ground.
"Do you know that if you destroy a mind in this place, it can kill the body?"
He thrust his hand toward Alok. Suddenly his hand became larger. He gripped Alok's skull and crushed it in one motion. Huon felt the pressure in that strike. It wasn't only physical as anything could be in a mind space. It was mental, and it was insanely powerful. The everlasting king wiped his bloody hand on his cloak.
"Unfortunately, messy business, but at least it won't stain in reality."
He raised an eyebrow.
"Did you really think you would be able to hide this man's memories from me, Huon? They were clouded. Hence why I didn't recognize you immediately. But I found them, even if you barred them from Betail himself."
He took a step forward, closing the gap between them.
"I don't know how you were powerful enough to get in here, to prevent me from leaving and lock this mind space, but you aren't a high celestial, and even if you were, well," he smiled, "you would still be no match for me, not in reality, and certainly not in my own mind."
The everlasting king lashed out. Rage alighted his face, burning in his eyes as he grabbed for Huon's head. Huon reacted in the only way he could. He grabbed the man's head in return. They stood there, clutching one another's skulls in a death grip, exerting their wills upon the other. Huon tried to slip into the man's memories. The everlasting king tried to crush Huon's mind completely. Neither made any progress. It was as though their strengths were matched, though Huon knew that couldn't be true. He had, after all, been able to take over this mind space. That must mean that his mind was the stronger one, that he would be able to defeat this man's mental defenses. After they were both mentally rebuffed, they backed away from each other. When Huon had taken over the mind space, he had dulled the everlasting king's power to the best of his abilities, but he hadn't been able to control it as completely as he wished. He wasn't sure, but he thought he had taken the man's strength down by half. He had also locked the mind space, which meant he couldn't simply reset it in any way. If Huon or the everlasting king got injured, their injuries would remain until one of them broke free of the space and returned to reality. The everlasting king stood across from Huon. He tilted his head up.
You know, it has been a long time since something has come as a challenge for me.
He peered down his nose at Huon.
You are a uniquely interesting specimen, Huon. It will be satisfying taking the core of a celestial, if even a low one.
His gaze turned to the ceiling. He took in a long breath through his nose and shut his eyes.
Now that you have locked me in here, the only way for one of us to win this battle of the minds is to fight.
Huon smiled at that. He's at half power. I can defeat him. I will break into his memories. It would also give him the perfect opportunity to test the limits of his new body. He was glad he had taken time to practice with his Soulblade, as because they were in a mind space, Huon wouldn't be able to perform anything new with his soul essence, only what he had done in reality in the past. The everlasting king chuckled.
Do you truly think your suppression of my power will be enough?
He opened his arms.
I am beyond your means, child.
The everlasting king drew a long sword that had been at his belt.
1,000 years since I have wielded this blade.
He turned his full gaze upon Huon.
Don't think that means I have become rusty.
Huon surged forward. The rage he'd felt when he'd first seen this man was contained, but that didn't mean it wasn't burning within him. He hated this man for all the things he had done, and he hated him even more, seeing he clearly felt no guilt for his actions.
You talk too much.
The everlasting king came to meet him, and the clash began. Huon had no idea how this man would fight. He hadn't been able to learn much from Kelney, despite the fact that Huon had asked on more than one occasion. Kelney had, after all, helped Huon practice fights against every remaining member of the Immortal Seven. Kelney had not let Huon fight the everlasting king, however. He had not thought such a thing would be worth it, as Huon had not been ready. Besides, he did not think it would be an accurate enough prediction of the everlasting king's power or fighting prowess, as it had been 1,000 years since their duel. So Huon was going in blind. He tore the Oathshearer dagger from its sheath and shifted it into a massive two-handed sword to meet his enemy with. Steel met steel. There was an explosion of force that came from the clash, like two mountains crashing into one another. The sound took Huon by surprise. Were his ears weaker? He was sure that would have ruptured them. As it were, they were unaffected. Huon contemplated what his enemy's fighting style might be. Huon had only seen him appear as a giant, destroying walls and grabbing hold of people. He didn't actually know what else the man could do. He has access to creation essence and immortal-level surges with honor-bound armor. The fact that he only has immortal-level essence means even if he does try and use non-physical surges against me, they won't be very effective. But what would the creation essence do to the man? Had he transformed his body much as Huon had? The everlasting king clearly assumed he would be able to take down all the Celestials in Taloniar, something he, of course, couldn't do with his high celestial body and immortal-level surges alone. The connection to the cores he had stolen from Surgecallers was the source of that power, though Huon still didn't know what that truly meant. He did remember the power the man had shown by destroying Glenhaven. Would I have survived an explosion of that magnitude in this reforged body? Huon sent a dozen strikes at the everlasting king, but not a single one ever struck. Right now, Huon was just testing out the man's defenses. He had a fair amount of tricks up his sleeve, but he knew this fight wouldn't be a simple one. He didn't want to use all of his best moves right away, as it might be better to take his enemy by surprise when an opening presented itself. And he had to remind himself, this isn't the real fight, the end fight. This is only the beginning. He doubted he would be able to overpower the man enough to destroy his mind. That seemed an impossibility, though he would try.
You fight like the child you are. No finesse, No style, and I can feel you holding back. Why?"
The Everlasting King smiled. Huon hadn't seen this much emotion from the man before.
"This will be the last fight of your life. At least take it seriously."
Huon knew next to nothing about the man he fought, except that he craved power. Apparently, he also took joy in combat. Huon supposed no one could grow to this man's power without that. It wasn't as if Huon didn't enjoy combat, after all. Huon leapt backward, creating distance between himself and the Everlasting King.
"This won't be my last fight, but you should be careful what you wish for."
To his own ears, his words felt more like false bravado than anything else, but Huon didn't want to show even a hint of weakness in front of this man.
"I became strong to kill you. Let me show you how strong."
Chapter 21. Huon surged roar, hoping to put the Everlasting King off balance. The surge had always been effective at doing such a thing, even against Surgecallers of a higher rank. The Everlasting King raised an eyebrow as Huon came in to strike him after the roar.
"He's completely unaffected."
The man blocked, parried, and dodged Huon's incoming strikes with an ease that could only come from a staggering amount of experience. Even if he hadn't drawn his sword for the past 1,000 years, that still gave 1,500 years before that in which to practice with it. Huon surged elemental essence. All of it. He didn't bother with an elemental shield as he had in the past. His body, having been reforged, seemed like enough of a defense as it was. And so Huon stomped the ground, tearing the entire palace in two. He surged water, calling tsunamis into being. He surged fire, bringing forth flames hotter than the immortal of fires ever burned. He surged wind, creating 100 tornadoes, sharp enough to cut through steel hurtling toward his enemy. He threw every elemental strike he could at the Everlasting King. The two halves of the palace split, creating a gulf between the Surgecallers, a large gap separating them. As Huon's elemental surges were unleashed upon the man, he stood, unwavering, and took it all without so much as a shift in his calm expression. None of it did a thing to the Everlasting King. He didn't hide from the attacks, nor did he block them. He simply stood there, withstanding low celestial-level elemental strikes as though they were nothing.
"And he's at half strength."
When the barrage was done, the Everlasting King raised an eyebrow.
"Elemental essence has never been where a Surgecaller's true power lies."
He raised the sword in his hand.
"A Surgecaller's power comes from melee combat. You said this will not be your last fight? Prove it to me."
A smile lit up the man's face, one of pure enjoyment. He's just playing with me. Huon gripped the hilt of his Soulblade tighter, and I'm just getting started. The Everlasting King was right about one thing. Elemental essence alone wouldn't be enough, but Huon had never planned to only use elemental essence. Huon shifted his sword into a heavy axe, one with a large head. He imbued sharpness essence into the blade and sprinted forward. Then he teleported to his enemy's back and struck for his neck, one clean swipe. The Everlasting King stepped to the left. He spun around with a casual grace and struck for Huon's midsection with a thrust that might have looked lazy, if not for the amount of power behind it. Huon's eyes widened, surprised at the speed of the man. But Huon was fast, too. His Soulblade was shifted into a shield that blocked the strike easily. Then he turned it into a trident. The Everlasting King's blade was now stuck between two prongs. He flipped the trident around, trying to loosen the Everlasting King's grip on his sword and disarm him. The Everlasting King simply slid his sword back and peered at Huon's trident.
"An interesting weapon. Where did you get your hands on such a thing?"
Huon didn't reply. He thrust the trident, which turned into a spear midway. He elongated the shaft of the spear as the Everlasting King backed away. The spear followed and struck the man in the shoulder. First hit. Surprise flickered on the man's face. Had he expected to go the entire fight without getting hit? Huon smiled. He had imbued the spear with will essence before it struck. It should be able to interrupt whatever surges the man had used. Except it didn't. The Everlasting King was as fast and powerful as he had been a moment ago. Huon cursed inwardly. Of course such a strike wouldn't work. The man didn't have a core of his own. He wasn't drawing his essence from there, so how could Huon cut off his surges, even for a second? The strike itself had torn straight through the Everlasting King's armor and into his flesh, though Huon didn't see any blood. After a moment, the surprise in Huon's enemy's eyes disappeared. He flashed his hand out and grabbed hold of the shaft of Huon's spear. He pulled, yanking Huon from where he stood. The force was enough to send Huon flying through the air, but Huon didn't let go of his weapon. He shifted it again, making the blade small. As the weapon changed, it slipped straight out of the Everlasting King's grasp. Huon went on the offensive then. He sprouted wings from his back and turned around in midair. The wings brought another shock to the Everlasting King as the man's eyes widened. Hadn't he seen a human sprout wings before? Their weapons danced. Huon pelted strike after strike at the Everlasting King. He could barely believe how swift his body was. The low celestial level speed and strength was only made more powerful by his reforged body, but that wasn't enough. The two seemed to be on equal footing. Huon hadn't wanted to show too much of what he could do to his greatest enemy, but it was more important to reach his goal than to hide his capabilities. With a thought and a surge, Huon became incorporeal. His enemy's strike slipped straight through him. Huon turned his Soulblade into a hammer and smashed it into the man's head. If he couldn't make his enemy bleed, then he would crush the bastard. To Huon's surprise, the strike landed. That's 2-0. Also to Huon's surprise, the strike didn't do much of anything. It knocked the Everlasting King back, making him stumble a step or two. But he wasn't wounded, except, no, there was a small scratch on the man's forehead. He touched a hand to it and frowned.
You wounded me.
The Everlasting King looked more confused than angry. He peered over at Huon.
It is a shame you have crossed my path, Huon. It seems as though you were slated for greatness.
Huon didn't know how to feel about being complimented by the Everlasting King, though he had to say he was worried about how this fight was turning out. After all this, I've only left a scratch on him? This man didn't fight like other Surgecallers. Huon knew the Everlasting King wasn't showing his true colors. He had only fought physically with Huon, yet he had been able to take out an entire city with his power. I am not the only one who has been holding back. Or perhaps he was only capable of doing so much inside this mind space. Maybe in suppressing the man's strength, Huon had suppressed some of the man's abilities. This was not a true fight, after all. Huon was not expending essence from his real core, and the Everlasting King was not drawing essence from all the cores he was connected to. It boggled Huon's mind to think of it in that way. No, this fight is real enough, considering what its outcome will bring. Huon had a sudden idea. He had seen a burst of emotion from the man before, when he had grabbed for Huon's head. Maybe I can take him off balance. He smiled. It's never going to work, you know. The Everlasting King raised an eyebrow.
What's that?
You want to ascend from this world. You want to advance to something beyond High Celestial, to manifest your core once more. Huon shook his head. I have been to Temptoria. I have spoken to those beyond our world. He was lying, of course. He may have been to Temptoria, but he certainly hadn't spoken with anyone from another world. But he wanted to see what effect this would have on the man. He did not seem like someone who let their emotions drive them, which meant he might not know how to control them when they did, no matter how old he was. They told me what you mean to do is impossible. The Everlasting King's eyes widened. He clenched his fists on the hilt of his monstrous two-handed sword.
You have spoken to a divine being and lived? Lies. They would have crushed you under their heel. You know nothing of what you speak.
Divine being? Huon wondered. Is that what the upper ranks are called? He supposed asking that question would show his hand. The everlasting king's face reddened, and he shot forward, moving faster than Huon had thought possible. He snapped his blade toward Huon's face. Wonderful. I have succeeded at angering the most powerful being in our world. Huon frantically dodged strike after strike, getting pushed back one step after another. He flapped his wings and made distance in the air, but apparently that didn't make much of a difference. The everlasting king leapt into the air, then ran on it? A boom sounded as their blades clashed again, and again. It almost felt like the everlasting king wielded two swords with how fast he moved. Huon was doing all he could just to block each strike. Enough of this. Huon had more than enough soul essence in his reserve to perform pretty much anything he wished. He teleported behind the man and struck for the back of the everlasting king's head. As the everlasting king spun around to meet the strike, Huon teleported a fraction to the right. The block was off course, and Huon's strike slammed into his left temple. The man lost his footing and was sent spinning through the air, managing 3 revolutions before he caught himself. But Huon wasn't idle during that time. His Soulblade shifted into a long, thin sword that he stabbed at one limb after another as his enemy rotated. The strikes barely seemed to do anything. They didn't leave gashes in the man's skin. They might not even bruise him. Were Huon fighting anyone else, he would be able to use will essence. He would be able to use roar. He would be able to use an essence drain surge. All his techniques to an enemy Surgecaller seemed to be completely useless against this man. The everlasting king righted himself. Anger still flashed in his eyes as he somehow stood, suspended by nothing in the air. Time to end this! He flashed out of existence. Huon's surging hearing and touch felt the man appear high above him. Energy, feeling similar to the energy that had destroyed Glenhaven, began to build and build and build. He's going to blow me into nothing. Chapter 22. Huon hovered in the air above the everlasting king's palace. Well, the fake everlasting king's palace, in the mind space the two of them shared. As he glanced around, he realized he was in Glenhaven, except Glenhaven was no more, not since the man had destroyed it. Now he's going to do that to me. Huon felt the power building and building, and though he knew the everlasting king wasn't as strong here as he was in reality, he truly didn't know if he would be able to survive an attack like this, even with his newly reforged body. But he could get out of striking range easily enough. Huon teleported out of the city to the other side of the walls, only there was nothing outside of them. The mind space only stretched as far as the city itself. Beyond that, there was nowhere for him to go. The power kept building. Huon gritted his teeth. All he could do was attack, though he worried if he interrupted such a strike, it would simply blow up in his face anyway. For the first time since the fight began, Huon felt the need to use his stone skin surge. He supposed he was a low celestial now, and even though his reforged body was already far harder than rock, it couldn't do any harm to have some extra protection. I haven't even been able to damage him, haven't left more than a scratch on his cheek. How am I supposed to take that man down? Surging stone skin, Huon teleported toward the man. An idea was forming in his mind. There were more things that he could do with soul essence that he had not tried yet. He stared at the everlasting king. The man had a smug smile on his face, one Huon would gladly wipe away. Huon split his mind, imagining exactly what he wished to do. As he was fighting in a mind space, he could not use soul essence in a different way to how he had before. But Huon had been experimenting with soul essence for some time. He surged a dozen razor wires into existence, right behind the everlasting king. A grin slipped on his face, one that made the everlasting king tilt his head to the side as more and more energy began to build. Gliding toward the man, Huon shifted his Soulblade into a massive hammer. The everlasting king didn't look worried, only curious. In a booming voice, he called out over the divide. "This energy cannot harm me, for I am the one who created it." That smug smile returned to his face. Now Huon knew exactly what would happen when he slammed that hammer into the man's chest. The explosive energy that had been building would detonate. Huon would have to time this absolutely perfectly if he was going to survive. As strong as his body had become, as tough as his defense would be with his stone skin surge active, he still wasn't confident he would survive an explosion of power of this magnitude. He kept soaring forward, grasping the hammer's grip with both hands. Clearly, the Everlasting King had not noticed the dozen razor wires currently suspended in the air behind him. Huon might not be confident in his own blade's ability to harm this man, but he knew the force of the hammer strike would send him backward at a devastating speed. He just had to hope those razor wires, created with his soul essence to be sharper than any blade, would be able to slice this man to shreds. Huon reached the man. He put every ounce of power that he had into the strike. His body had been reformed by his advancement, by the creation essence, to be far more powerful than his rank should allow. His low celestial essence amplified his strength 7 times over. The speed at which Huon was moving was as fast as he could possibly go in the air, and the force of that momentum would join his strength in the strike. Huon swung the hammer forward. Surging speed as he was, Huon could discern every fraction of a second that passed. The hammer hit. The energy detonated. The Everlasting King was flung backward. Huon was hit by the explosive energy, but it barely had a moment to impact before he became incorporeal. As the Everlasting King was pushed backward, so was Huon. Through the explosion, Huon could no longer see a thing, even with his advanced eyesight. He was sure the Everlasting King should have struck those razor wires, but he didn't know what kind of damage that would have dealt, assuming they dealt any at all. Pain tore at every inch of him. Even though he had only been hit by the explosion for the merest moment, it had still managed to rip through his armor and straight to his stone skin. His stone skin surge seemed to do nothing to protect from this, though he knew that couldn't be true. Had he not activated it, he would be in a far worse condition. He might have been completely obliterated, and though this was only a mind space, being defeated so thoroughly would have given the Everlasting King a chance to dominate, then destroy his mind. He would have died in reality after the man had stolen his memories and found out not only the position of the honor-bound army that Huon had stolen right out from under him, but the location of Leona, Captain Avery, and the other members of the Immortal Seven. Just by being here, I'm putting them all in danger. Just by being here, I could be causing their deaths. But he wasn't going to let that happen. I will win this. I will defeat you. The explosion hadn't just torn through his armor and stone skin, it had ripped through his wings, completely disintegrating them. Huon could withstand the pain that caused, but it still made him grit his teeth ever more. He fell, tumbling through the air, surging stamina to heal his wounds. The top layer of all his skin had been burnt off. It didn't take long for it to heal, however. Not only was his low celestial level essence incredibly strong, but his reforged body could heal itself far faster than it ever could previously. It only took a moment to sprout his wings again, materializing from his shoulder blades outward, and spread them wide to halt his downward momentum. He spun in the air and looked toward where he thought the Everlasting King would be. The explosion was still happening, obscuring his vision completely. It felt like he was flying through the sun. How could anyone survive this? Maybe the man lied. Maybe he could be taken out by his own explosion. But Huon knew that would be too good to be true. Huon's senses were completely muddled and overwhelmed. A haze had fallen over his eyes. All there was to see was red. He pooled stamina around his ears as the sound of the explosion kept rupturing them. The only senses that weren't affected were smell and touch. Apparently neither of those worked while he was incorporeal. He had to dull much of his senses to even concentrate. He tried to fly out of the affected area, but it seemed to consume the entirety of the mind space. Were he still an immortal, the pull on his soul essence reserve maintaining his wings and being incorporeal simultaneously would have burned through it too fast. As it was, his reserve was still relatively full. Perhaps 3/4 of it remained. As Huon was surging speed, time almost feeling as though it had stopped, it seemed to take forever for the explosion to dissipate. He tried surging a massive gust of wind to help expedite the process, but it had had no effect. When the air finally did clear, the fake city of Glenhaven resembled the real city's current state. It was gone, completely obliterated by the everlasting king's power. The man himself stood in midair. He had a smile on his face until he spotted Huon hovering a few miles away from him, perfectly unharmed and intact.
Impossible!
Anger flashed in the everlasting king's eyes. He shot forward, sprinting on air. How in the hell does he do that? It must have been some sort of unique surge that couldn't be done with creation essence, could it? There must be other uses of it than simply advancing one's body, uses I don't understand. If all it did was make the everlasting king's body stronger, then he wouldn't be near as powerful as he was, and destroying the cores he was connected to would be close to pointless. There was no time to contemplate how the everlasting king did what he did. Huon dodged the man's attack, moving to the left and spinning around as he sped past. The back of the man's honor-bound armor was completely ruined, just as Huon's was ruined, torn and shredded as though it was paper and not essence-reinforced metal. But his injuries were non-existent. Huon didn't even know if he had been able to harm the man with his razor wires. Whatever wounds he caused must have healed. There's no blood. He wasn't wounded at all. Fear struck Huon then. Maybe he wasn't ready for this fight, but he had seen the anger in his enemy's eyes, seen his surprise at Huon being uninjured. If there was ever a time for Huon to gain the upper hand, it was when the everlasting king had been thrown off balance. It was now. He sped straight for his enemy, smashing him in the back with his Soulblade in hammer form. The strike sent the man flying downward. Huon teleported, struck him again and again, every time striking him to make him fall toward the ground, until he finally crashed into the now desolate Glenhaven, which was still smoldering from the explosion. The everlasting king looked surprised at having been pushed down so far. Though the two of them seemed matched for speed, Huon had gotten the drop on him, literally. And once he had gained his advantage, it was hard to lose it, as every time he struck his enemy, it further interrupted their attacks. The everlasting king lay on the ground as Huon pummeled him with hammer strike after hammer strike. Every one of his strikes dug a hole deeper into the earth, sending an ear-shattering boom into the surrounding area, one almost as loud as the explosion. Huon's unleashed every bit of his anger on this man, his anger that had built up brick by brick over the years until it had become a towering rage.
My mother! Boom! My village! Boom!
My freedom! Boom! Over and over, he repeated the same 3 things the everlasting king had taken from him. Huon wanted to kill this man, to free the world of his influence, of what he would do given the chance, of all he had done. He'd thought he'd left his need for revenge behind, instead craving justice, but all thought of justice had vanished from his mind. There was only his hammer and the everlasting king's face, only his rage and his wish for this man to suffer, to die, to be cleansed from this world. After the 50th strike, he finally seemed to be doing some real damage to the man. Something in his face cracked, blood poured free, straining the Soulblade's hammerhead. I'm winning. I'm actually winning. Huon saw no end to his strength, no end to his speed, no end to his relentless assault. 50 strikes turned into 100, 300, 1,000. Then there was a shift, a small one, but enough. The man's face seemed to heal. The everlasting king's hand snapped out. His sword had been lost, fallen from his hand as he'd plummeted from the sky, and stopped the hammerhead mid-strike. He pushed back, not enough to make Huon stumble, but enough to prevent the hammer from crashing down upon him. The everlasting king's other hand snaked out, grasping Huon's skull so rapidly he didn't have a moment to respond.
My turn!
The man released a sickening laugh as energy flowed from him into Huon at a staggering rate. Somehow it went straight for Huon's core, and Huon knew what it was. He's flooding me with creation essence. He's trying to explode my core. Chapter 23. The everlasting king's grip on Huon's head was unyielding. The man smiled, wide and manic. His eyes gleamed, no doubt reveling in his own power. A stream of unending creation essence flooded Huon's core. He wasn't fast enough to react, wasn't fast enough to surge it and make it work for him, though he doubted something like that would even be possible in a mind space. It might not even be possible in reality, what with the rate it was being consumed. For a brief moment, Huon wondered if this amount of creation essence would spur on another advancement, which seemed absolutely ludicrous, but then he realized that wouldn't be possible. I'm in a mind space. This isn't real. The chaos that erupted in his core felt real enough, however, and the consequences even more so. Huon tried to fight back, tried to move, but he found himself unable to surge as the deluge entered into him. His core was overwhelmed, like when taking a cultivation pill, or when draining the everlasting king's stockpile of cores with an essence drain surge. It was all he could focus on. But the everlasting king's head was so close. Huon might not be able to surge, but that didn't mean he couldn't reach it. He felt his own mind's defenses failing as he was besieged by the onslaught of essence, felt it fracturing as a terrible pain emanated from his core and encompassed his entire body. I can fight this. I have to fight this. He was still in control enough that he knew he could leave the mind space. In reality, his core would not be suffering from this onslaught. In reality, he would be able to surge. But in reality, the everlasting king would be twice as strong as he was right now, and Huon still wouldn't have the information he needed. Releasing a roar that rivaled the volume of the massive booms caused by his hammer strike, Huon let go of his Soulblade and grasped the everlasting king's head back in turn, forcing his will upon him. Something seemed to crack open as he did this. He could feel it, like a window in his mind, but the same window opened in the everlasting king's mind. I'm gaining access to his memories, but he is gaining mine in return. Huon couldn't stop that, couldn't fight that. All he could do was push forward, steal what he needed, and hope the everlasting king didn't find his own secrets. Pain ceased. Huon fell into a sea of memories, a sea of different images, of different points of views. There were so many of them, so many experiences, so much to see, to feel, from the moment the everlasting king had been born until the moment that was passing right now. All of it was laid bare to Huon, and yet he had no idea where to start, no idea where to find the information he needed. Clarity. He sought clarity. He took a mental breath, a moment, and focused his mind, his will, upon what he was looking for. Creation essence, stolen cores. At first, he was bombarded with instances where the everlasting king was ripping the cores out from people's bodies as they still drew breath, watched as he shoved them into his mouth. Every sensation the everlasting king felt, Huon felt. The core was swallowed, a lump flowing down his throat. The energy was trapped in the core, slowly released, slowly integrated, slowly used. Nothing like what Huon had done at all. Instance after instance of this happening came to him. One person after another lost their cores, and almost always their lives, as the everlasting king's thirst for power was unquenchable. But this was before he was the everlasting king. Before he had been turned into a null, perhaps before he was even a high celestial. Huon pushed his mind, sifting ever forward through the memories. Eventually, he was standing in the bowels of the palace, arms folded behind his back, gazing at the pile of cores. There were half as many as there had been when Huon had claimed the essence within them, making them useless. This was years ago, hundreds of years ago. More. Push forward. I need more. Huon was plunged through the man's memories almost faster than he could discern them, until finally he found the location of one stockpile. The everlasting king stood in the middle of a grove. The trees around him had purple leaves, their trunks a deep brown verging on black, the wind drifting through, sending branches swaying, and the man's red cape billowing. One tree stood out from the others. Like the everlasting king, it was in the center of the clearing. Though its leaves and trunk resembled those around it, it had a dim glow about it, like it had power of its own. Can trees be Surgecallers? A large hole had been cleanly dug out in front of it, an earthen staircase leading deep into the depths. At the end of that staircase was a light, and Huon recognized the purity of that light. Creation essence, the cores. With a stomp of the man's foot, the staircase disappeared, the hole filled, and grass grew on the surface of the ground as though nothing else had ever been there. The everlasting king turned away. Another memory, a cave, deep underwater, blocked off from everything. More, the dungeons of a solitary tower atop the tallest mountain Huon had ever seen, taller by far than the Huron Mountains. The ruins of some ancient city, beneath an altar, in front of a statue depicting a three-headed wyvern beast that appeared to be revered as a god and was no doubt long dead. In the middle of a desert, under the baking sun, with not a single thing to mark its whereabouts, no hint of overturned earth, no sense of power emanating from the cores. And finally, inside the hold of the largest ship that Huon had ever laid eyes upon, a hulking monster of a thing, with 5 masts and massive sails, their canvas fluttering in the wind. Once he had experienced that last memory and could not find any more, Huon tugged his mind back, yanking it away from its connection with his enemy. He pulled and pulled until the line linking their minds was taut enough to snap, until he was able to tear it free. As the link broke, reality crashed into Huon. He stood in the real world, in front of the everlasting king. Alak lay on the ground beside them, dead. Huon didn't wait for the everlasting king's eyes to snap open. Somehow, perhaps because he had pulled away first, he had emerged into reality a moment earlier than the man. Hesitation would mean death. He teleported rapidly away in quick bursts until he found some cover behind a large tree a few miles away. Putting his back to the tree, he shut his eyes. He was surging breath, as silent as could be, running over the memories he had seen. He didn't know where any of those locations were, but that was a problem he would need to solve later. Huon had found what he had come looking for. He had found out where the everlasting king was hiding his cores. It was only then that he felt the touch on his own mind, only then that he realized what memories the man had accessed. Almost as though that information had been hidden from him by some sort of a delay. Whether that was his own thoughts getting away from him, his own focused concentration on what he had taken, not what had been taken from him, or something the everlasting king had done to him, he didn't know, and it hardly mattered. He stood bolt upright. The everlasting king knew the location of his stolen army, of Ray, Jameson, and Garl, and he knew the location of Leona and the others, at least the last location Huon was aware of. They will have moved. Surely they would have moved. But he couldn't rely on that, couldn't lay his hopes on that. He wondered what the everlasting king would do. Have I doomed the entire honor-bound army? No, there was no way the man would be that petty, no way he would take vengeance upon so many. His gaze snapped toward the direction of where he had left the others. He knew the everlasting king could move faster than him. He had covered the entire continent in an hour, whereas it had taken Huon 2 days. Though the time Huon had taken was ludicrously fast, even by the standards of a low celestial, it simply wasn't fast enough. Leona is in trouble. Huon gritted his teeth. How could he reach them in time, warn them in time? He took a step away from the tree, then stumbled. A pain split his head, one he had never felt before. It was his mind. It felt fragile, like someone had dropped a mountain upon it. Did the everlasting king damage it? No, this was something Huon had done to himself, the soul essence. He had surged it to reinforce his mind. It had been the only thing that had made him strong enough to breach the everlasting king's mind space in the first place. He'd felt himself resist it, felt the knowledge enter him that what he was doing was dangerous, that it could have dire consequences, and now those consequences were making themselves known. Clutching his head with both hands, Huon dropped into a squat. I don't have time for this. He didn't dare make a noise, didn't dare yell his thoughts into the emptiness of the forest that surrounded him. He had experienced the everlasting king's power, and while he had been able to hold his own for a time against the man, his enemy had only been fighting at half strength. Half. He didn't know if the everlasting king was searching for him, going after the honor-bound army, or if he was going after Leona and the others. He killed Alak for coming back to him. Will he want the other immortals dead? Will he care? But Huon knew the answer. If he had been able to discern what memories the everlasting king experienced, then the everlasting king would be able to do the same. He would know Huon found out where his other stockpiles of cores were, even if Huon didn't know their exact location. He's going to do everything he can to find me. For a moment, Huon thought about contacting the Devil of the West. The man would be able to warn his friends far faster than Huon could, but another option presented itself to him. He still shared a connection with Shuri. Even if that connection was strained over such a large distance, it was still there, and as strong as Huon had become, maybe he could still use it. An hour for the everlasting king to reach the Shurin Mountains, an hour for me to contact Shuri. But there were other people that were far closer, people that were in even more imminent danger, people that he had freed and was therefore responsible for. Ray, Jameson, Garl, and the entire honor-bound army. How could Huon save them in time? How could he save them and warn Leona and the others? I've already gotten Alak killed. I have no other choice. I have to move. Now. Chapter 24. Making his decision was one thing. Acting on it was another. Huon's mind was still in absolute agony. He could think clearly because it was the only thing he exerted his energy on. He stood from his squat, pulled his hands from his head, fingers curled around the Soulblade in his sheath. It didn't matter what pain he was in, didn't matter how much it affected him. If he didn't move now, there would be no chance of him warning the honor-bound army he had stolen, no chance of him saving the lives of those he had just freed. He glanced around, getting a feel for where he was, then sped in the direction of the cave, the pain in his mind never ceasing. It wouldn't take long to reach his destination, but he knew every second that passed was one he was wasting. One where he should be contacting Shuri, making her warn Leona. A fight raged in his mind for what he should do, but Huon could only focus on what was in front of him. I could be running straight into a trap. He needed to have his wits about him, but that seemed near impossible in his current condition. When he found the clearing once more, it seemed as though all the honor-bound were still sleeping. He supposed that made sense. For him it had felt as though a long time had passed while he fought the everlasting king in his mind space, but for those in reality it would have been mere seconds, which meant it had been perhaps 10 minutes since he had last stood here. Huon blinked, his gaze searching the trees. If they were just sleeping, where was Ray? Where were Jameson and Garl? Weren't they supposed to wake them all? He looked up. Wasn't there supposed to be a barrier around them, an earthen dome to keep them all inside? Something was wrong. His fractured mind was slow coming to this conclusion. But when it had, he grasped onto it tight. He sped to the cave, and that's where he found the others. 3 bodies neatly lined up beside each other, each as unmoving as the last. as unmoving as the honor-bound who he thought were sleeping, but now realized he could not hear their breaths, could not hear their hearts. Ray, Jameson, Garl. He knelt before them one by one, tried to flood stamina into them, failed. They're dead. They're all dead. He stood, stumbled slightly, whirled around and gazed at the corpses of hundreds of thousands of people that he had freed. They died because I cut their bonds. They died because I was not strong enough to hide them. They died because I was not strong enough to protect them. He wanted to sink to his knees, wanted to scream, to yell, to cry, but he couldn't. This had just happened. Where was the everlasting king, the man who had done this? Huon noticed something he should have noticed before, a small hole, minuscule in size, through the armor of each and every one of them. He had seen that hole before, when he had experienced the everlasting king's memories of the man extracting cores with some wretched surge. This was the hole that was left. Huon wasn't sure how the man had killed them all, leaving just this one mark, but without their cores it would have no doubt been easy. He could have surged the air away from this place. They would have all suffocated in moments. The honor-bound might still have been sleeping. Death would have come in their dreams. But Ray, Jameson, and Garl, they would have been awake. Their agony was clear on their faces, written for anyone with eyes to see. Fear, despair, rage, guilt, it filled Huon, swirled around inside him. He had to move. If he didn't, he might be caught, killed. As strong as he was, he knew he couldn't fight this man. Not yet. Leona, Avery, Gale, Aliko, Cyrus, Kelney, all the others. I need to warn them. Huon pushed out his senses, ensuring he was alone. That's when he noticed something, felt something in the cave with his touch essence that hadn't been there when he'd left. He turned and saw a stake driven into the ground, stuck through the corner of a piece of parchment. Driving the stake from the ground, Huon unfolded the parchment and found a note from the man who had done this.
Dear Huon, I am not usually one for such meaningless violence, but since you clearly have the ability to break bonds, it seems as though the use of the oath-binding is no longer a valid option for me. Therefore, my army had to expire. Their cores are far more valuable than their lives, and I would not wish to lose the opportunity to take those from them. You fought admirably, and so I will offer you a bargain, a rare concession I would not offer to any other. I knew you would come here, knew you would check on these people. You have a selflessness in you that gets you into trouble. But I knew if I waited for you here, you would sense me, then you would run. I did not wish to lose my grip on you. There is no way you can reach your friends in the mountains before me. However, they do not have to lose their lives, or even their cores. All you need do is give yourself to me, and I will leave them unharmed. The world might burn, but your friends will remain, the last ones standing when I am finally released from this place. I do not need the handful of cores they would offer me. I do not need the drop in the ocean of my power. What I do need is you. If you go after my cores, I will know. I will find you. You will die long before you can weaken me enough to defeat me. And your friends will be long dead. This way, you can be selfless. You can save them. The choice is yours. Look around you. Do you not have enough deaths on your conscience as it is? Someone of your rank should be able to reach the mountains within a week. I will be waiting. Warmest regards, the everlasting king. Huon stared at the parchment clutched in his shaking hands. Tears welled in his eyes as the deepest rage he had ever felt filled his heart, his soul, his entire being. The realization hit him then. I wanted to save everyone in the everlasting king's realm, everyone in Harlan, all of them, from the everlasting king. His arms dropped,
He looked through the entrance to the cave, at the 3 bodies in front of it, at those beyond. And now they're all dead. Everyone on this continent but me, Leona and my friends in the Huron Mountains, and the Everlasting King, they're all dead. There must be some that had escaped, his father perhaps, the resistance that had done nothing to stop any of this, but the rest were dead. I haven't made the world a better place. I just hastened these people's deaths. Garl, who had helped him, the first to do so after Byrne's betrayal. Jameson, who had been his friend, even if it hadn't ended well. Huon let the parchment fall to the ground. He couldn't do this, couldn't wallow in self-pity. His friends were in danger. Without him, they would be dead. If I give myself up, they can survive. But nothing was stopping the Everlasting King from lying, and he knew that Leona, Avery, Gale, all of them were aware of what they were risking to fight their enemy, knew they would risk their lives to do it. I can't let them die. Glancing down at that note one more time, Huon realized the Everlasting King was wrong. If he had been lying in wait here for Huon wouldn't have noticed. The damage he had done to his mind, it was too severe. He hadn't been able to focus properly. It shouldn't have taken him more than a split second to realize everyone here was dead. He should have heard it, felt it, but he hadn't. Something is very wrong with me. Huon stormed out of there. He ran until he was miles away, then collapsed to the ground. The Everlasting King was heading to the Huron Mountains, to the cave where his friends, his family, were hiding. An hour, at least an hour, less now. It would have to be enough time to warn them. All he needed to do was contact Shuri, and he wouldn't have to think about the Everlasting King's ultimatum. I can do this. I can bloody well do this. I have to. Huon shut his eyes and focused upon the beast bond he shared with Shuri, the sky eagle he had found at the peak of the Huron Mountains, the very place the king was heading toward. It was faint, but he could feel it. Faint, but it should be enough. No, it had to be enough. He tried to grasp it, tried to communicate down the bond, tried to warn Shuri and in turn the others. But something was stopping him. His mind was still in absolute agony. If anything, it was in more pain than before. Emotional agony piled onto the mental agony, the rage and fear and guilt. My hubris blinded me. How could I think I could change the world? A no one, a boy stuck in the wilds, cowering in fear inside a cave, running from one of the weakest of beasts. But he wasn't that boy anymore. He had come far, hadn't he? Not far enough. Huon clutched his head and let free a roaring shout, loud enough that anyone for miles would have heard it. Fool, fool, fool! He ran, covering his tracks until he found somewhere else to be, somewhere else to hide. Running and hiding, just like I did before, so many times. You changed. Didn't you change? Aren't you strong now? Clutching his head once more, Huon rocked back and forth. How could he do this? How could he do anything if he was fighting his own mind? He couldn't think, let alone grasp onto the thin strand of the bond he shared with Shuri. He had to heal, but how could he heal his mind in such a short time? He had felt the warning when he'd surged soul essence, felt it telling him this would happen, but he'd ignored it, because when hadn't a risk like this worked for him? When hadn't it saved his life or made him stronger? How long could he remain an indecisive mess? The note had said it would take him a week to reach the Huron Mountains. That was wrong. The Everlasting King underestimated Huon's speed. Even in his current state of mental pain and utter anguish, he should be able to make it in 2 days, like last time. Faster, as his body had improved since then. That means I have 5 days. 5 days before I have to move. 5 days to heal, to figure out a plan, to save my friends and myself. And if he couldn't, then maybe he wouldn't be able to save anyone. Chapter 25. Huon wasn't sure how long he had remained in that clearing, clutching his head, trying to think. He had attempted to contact the Devil of the West multiple times, tried to pray to him, to reach out, but he hadn't been able to. He didn't know if his mind was too fractured, too injured for it to work, didn't know if the Devil of the West was simply ignoring him, or if he was hiding, even fighting against Kalak. If only I could contact him, he would be able to warn the others, maybe even get them out of there. He would owe me that much. Wouldn't he owe me that much? But it wasn't meant to be. The hour had passed. The everlasting king would have reached the Huon mountains. The others would already be within his clutches. He didn't know what he might be doing to them. Would he be torturing them, forcing them into bonds? Leona would sooner die than be bonded again. She told me so. Maybe she's dead already. Maybe they all are. He shook his head. A plan. He needed a damned plan. 5 days he had. And there were 6 stockpiles of cores hidden around the continent, each a part of the whole source of the everlasting king's power. He would feel it if I destroyed one. He would feel it and then kill them. And Huon knew he was wrong. Not about the king feeling it. There weren't only 6 stockpiles, not anymore. The everlasting king had just pulled hundreds of thousands of cores from his honor-bound army, and 2 from his former immortals. Another stockpile. Hidden where? I don't know. Destroying all the other cores, would that make him weak enough for Huon to kill? Would that matter, if he got his family killed in the process? If only there were more of me, 7 of me, 1 at each stockpile ready to destroy them, 1 at the Huon mountains ready to kill that bastard when much of his power disappeared. Even if he could split himself into 7 pieces, he didn't actually know the locations of the cores, only what the places looked like. It wasn't enough. A small, weak part of him wondered if he should have stayed in that cave when he'd heard those screams, the ones that had led him to burn, to the saber-tooth attacking him. He wouldn't be here now if not for that. He stamped that weakness down. He didn't need it anymore, couldn't abide it. 5 days wasn't enough time, not enough time to train and get strong enough. What exactly could he do in 5 days? Creation essence. I still have so much of it in my core. Could he use it? Use the rest? Strengthen his body even further? But even with the everlasting king at half strength, Huon hadn't been able to stop him. He had been able to fight, but not enough. I need to become twice as strong as I am now. More than that. How far could he take his body with the creation essence he possessed? How far could he take his mind, injured as it was? Would the creation essence help him heal his mind, where stamina was doing nothing? Only one way to find out. Huon moved into a sitting position. Clearing his mind wasn't an easy task. It wasn't just that it was fractured, in an agony beyond anything he had known. It was everything else piled on top of that. Still he breathed, slowly and with purpose. In through his nose, out through his mouth. He breathed until he had achieved some semblance of a rhythm. Breathed until his thoughts and emotions turned from a hurricane to a storm. Breathed until the pain became nothing more than the background noise of the universe. His mind was strong, even in pain, even fractured. It was more than it ever had been, his focus acute. Still, the creation essence took him longer than it should have to find. In the mind space, he had experienced a flood of it entering his core, experienced it roiling in chaos once more, but that chaos had not been real, and the creation essence that was truly inside him did not boil. Rather, it rippled silently, like a still river a rock had been thrown into. When he felt it, he almost sighed in relief at its now comforting presence. He had already used 1/10 of the essence to reforge his body. Then he had used more to strengthen his mind. As he looked at it now, he found that he had at least 3/4 of what he had originally gained left within him. That explains why it has been so quiet and calm. It's nowhere near full to bursting any longer. Huon still wasn't sure what else he could do with the essence, but just like last time, that wasn't important. He needed to heal his mind, needed to think more clearly. Don't use it all. It took him time to imagine what he wished the essence to do, his forehead dotted with sweat as he pushed his injured mind to its limits in this state. But as before, he managed to picture what he needed. For the third time, Huon surged creation essence. He made it flow from his core and into his mind, made it strengthen him even further. There was something addictive about its use, something captivating about the power. I need more of this. I need as much as I can find, as much as I can gain. It pooled around his head, inside his skull. Slowly the agony turned into pain, and the pain turned into nothing at all. The emotions Huon felt still raged within him, but that was a different kind of pain, one he no doubt deserved, considering his failure. When it was done, and Huon had only half of his original creation essence reserve remaining, he opened his eyes and released a long, calming breath. His mind still felt somewhat fragile, somewhat raw, but he imagined that would change. I am whole again. He could not celebrate, however. Now that he was able to think more effectively, it was time to work on his plan, which made it sound as though he had one at all. 5 days didn't feel like enough time to do anything. It certainly wouldn't be enough time for him to become stronger than the everlasting king, no matter how far he pushed the creation essence in his core. It also wouldn't be enough time for him to travel to the other side of the world, to the continent of Taloniar, and seek help. Not that he would be able to find any help in that place. They forbade me from returning. They would kill me on sight. Not that he would let them. Think. Then it came to him. Temptoria. Was there any way for him to return? He and Leona had spent more than a year there, and in their own world only a week had passed. 5 days could turn into a year. A year is a long time. It still didn't feel like enough, but it would give him more time to get strong, more time to plan. To be away from Leona for that long would hurt, but if it meant saving her life... Of course, there was the problem of getting there. The Celestials and Taloniar tracked movement from and into this world. That was why the Devil of the West had been so careful when he had opened that portal, both for the initial trip and the return. He had been hiding it from them. But did Huon care about hiding from them? Taloniar's council already knew someone had become a low Celestial on this continent. There was no way they wouldn't have felt his advancement. The Devil of the West was the one hiding from them, not Huon. So the Celestials of Taloniar aren't something I need to worry about. But how do I get there? Can I? He recalled the Devil of the West's words. I had thought to leave you here until you reached the rank of low Celestial. By then you would be able to find your own way home, with a little bit of guidance. The man had decided against letting them reach the rank of low Celestial in Temptoria, mainly for the reason that it would alert beings more powerful than high Celestials. The fact remained, however, Huon was a low Celestial now. If there had been a way for him to find his way home from Temptoria, what was stopping him from finding his way back now? A little bit of guidance. He didn't have that, but maybe he didn't need it. Sitting in the middle of the clearing he had found, Huon went over everything he knew. The Devil of the West had created a portal, one that had bridged their world with the world of Temptoria, a world where time moved more quickly, where gravity was heavier, where unrefined soul essence was thick in the air. How could being a low Celestial let Huon do the same? It couldn't be soul essence. The Devil of the West hadn't had soul essence, hadn't been aware of it. Something else must make it possible, but what? No surges had magically manifested in Huon's core when he had advanced to the stage beyond immortality. So what was the secret? What was he missing? Though no surge had manifested, Huon had manifested a surge before, back in the Justice Arena, his first match. He had only been a champion at the time, yet he had managed such a feat. Is there such a thing as a portal surge? How would I gather essence for that? He supposed it wouldn't matter if he could gather essence for it or not. He had soul essence. That would fill the reserve. Soul essence. Huon sat up straight, eyes widening. What if he didn't need to manifest a surge? He could mold reality. His mind was far stronger than it had ever been, stronger perhaps than that of a high celestial. He had yet to stretch the bounds of his imagination, the depths of his belief. It made him wonder about something else, those 2 days of travel time. Huon could teleport, though he had only managed to do so in places he could see. What if he had been selling that ability short? The further he teleported, the more soul essence it used up, but he could gather quite a lot of soul essence, now he was a low celestial. Could I have teleported straight to the cave? He hadn't even thought of it in the state he had been in. Then again, in the state he had been in, his mind fractured so heavily he might not have been able to manage it. His soul essence reserve had also been depleted more than he had expected when he had reinforced his mind, so perhaps he wouldn't have had enough, even if such a thing was possible. I can't change the past. I can only focus on the present and what comes next. For the next hour, Huon spent his time refilling his soul essence reserve. He realized that he hadn't been cultivating, hadn't been using essence circulation, or the eternal wheel, not since his mind had been fractured. It had been too difficult to split his attention. Now he paced back and forth, cycling through his options over and over as his essence cycled through him. Temptoria still felt like his best bet, but there was a problem, not including the fact that he might not even be able to get there. He was still only one person, and even if he had an entire year there, he wasn't sure how it would be enough. But if he had help, people with essence drain surges, people who could destroy those stockpiles of cores, maybe they could defeat the Everlasting King together. I need help. I need others to come with me. I can teach them how to use soul essence, how to create an essence drain surge. But who else was there? Who could he bring? Alak, Ray, Jameson, Garl, they were dead. Leona, the captain, Gale, all the rest, they would have been captured by the Everlasting King. Even if I could teleport over there, I can't risk the Everlasting King seeing me. I can't. That would start this whole mess a week earlier than needed. He couldn't think about what might be happening to his family, his friends. He hoped they weren't being hurt, but he knew, right now, there was nothing he could do. He turned his head, looking through the trees in the direction of the ocean. Taloniar. There would be no help from that continent, no help from any of them. He tilted his head up, gazing through the canopy. No help from the Devil of the West either. But not everyone on this continent could be dead. There must be people hiding. Huon shut his eyes when it came to him. The only people that were likely to be alive and able to help him in all of Harlan were the Resistance. Jacob, his father. Problem was, Huon had no idea where they would be. Chapter 26. Huon needed to move fast, flying with low celestial level speed. It wouldn't be enough, not if he wished to spend as much time in Temptoria as he could. Assuming I can even get there. One problem at a time. He sat in the clearing. One part of his mind was circulating essence and turning the eternal wheel, strengthening his soul essence reserve. Another was going through all he knew of the Resistance and where they might be. The stronghold under Lake Lorelar would be abandoned, but could there be information there? The rest of Huon's mind was tackling the task of long-range teleportation. Teleporting was the second thing Huon had ever managed to do with soul essence. It was the reason he had been able to sever the Immortal of Fire's bond. But so far he had only been able to teleport to where he could see. Right now he wished to go somewhere he very much couldn't see. How does the Devil of the West seem so omniscient? Huon knew the man had watched over them when they traveled from Harlan to Taloniar on the strong wind, knew it was because of him that they had survived the ancient kraken the first time around. Captain Avery had distracted it, but the Devil of the West's influence had helped. Does he have some all-seeing eye? Can he see places he isn't in? He must be able to. Huon had heard of surges like that. They were incredibly useful for scouts, but they couldn't stretch as far as he needed, or perhaps a lower-rank Surgecaller couldn't make them stretch so far. He stood and paced around the clearing once more, finding the movement of his body helping him think better than sitting right now. He couldn't abide sitting still, not while there was so much for him to do, and he hadn't done any of it yet. Celestials must be able to manifest surges more easily than other Surgecallers. Huon could see the advantage of that. Soul Essence was incredibly helpful, but it also required far more mental energy than any other surge. It was more versatile, but more taxing. A base, physical, elemental, or unique surge, either cultivated from a beast core or manifested during a moment of revelation, didn't require such focus. They did those mental tasks all by themselves. They also had separate reserves. Huon didn't need to learn how to manifest new surges right now, however. That could be something he learnt while in Temptoria. Right now, Soul Essence was his best bet at achieving his goals. All-seeing eye. As best he could, Huon imagined where he wished to look. Lake Lorelar, outside of Camhaloth, the second-largest city in the Everlasting King's realm. The largest, now Glenhaven, has been destroyed. If he could somehow see the place through a surge, maybe he could teleport there. Then he could inspect the underwater stronghold for clues as to the Resistance's whereabouts. Huon had to shut his eyes and focus as hard as he could to recreate the image of the place. His memory might be perfect now. Everything since becoming an immortal was clear in his mind, should he look for it, but his memory from before being an immortal was less so. He remembered the docks, the wood creaking beneath his feet, the longboat belonging to the Immortal of Strength they had sailed in. The lake had been larger than he had expected. Its depths were dark and deep, and sea monsters lurked beneath the water, ones that would have been able to defeat him with a single swipe back then. It only took a few moments for the full picture to emerge. Simply imagining the place wouldn't be enough. He had to see it, for real, had to see what it looked like right now. He knew if he tried to surge Soul Essence to be there, it wouldn't work. The memory he had conjured might be enough to sustain a mind space, but for teleportation, he needed the real thing. Huon spent a futile hour trying to throw his vision toward the destination he wished to see, but his approach simply wasn't working. Patience was important when it came to being a Surgecaller. There were many blocks one would hit on the path of advancement, but Huon felt like he had no time for patience. "This is a waste of time!" He flung his hands up in the air. At this rate, journeying there would be faster than teleporting. "No, I need to figure this out. Anything is possible. Anything. I know that. I've proved it on more than one occasion." Huon was powerful. All he needed to do was tap into his abilities. He tried something different. Instead of imagining the place, he tried to throw his vision before him. He looked at one of the massive trees in the forest, the same house-thick, tower-tall trees as before. "I want to see the other side of that tree." This was a difficult thing to imagine and believe, because he couldn't see the other side of the tree. So how could he imagine it? How could he believe he was seeing something he wasn't? A few more minutes passed. Huon released a sigh. "Gods, this isn't working." Another idea came to him, something simpler, if somewhat gruesome. All-seeing eye. Huon bit the inside of his cheek. The idea seemed ludicrous, but when had that ever stopped him? Never. For the third time, Huon tried to throw his vision. This time, he was more literal. He imagined an eye hovering in the air in front of him. imagined a connection between his own vision and the eye he was to conjure. Then he imagined that the eye was not beholden to the same level of speed that Huon could manage. It can move through space and time at lightning speed. As this was somewhat unusual to Huon, it took him a little longer than other things to solidify his belief on. Admittedly, it didn't take that much longer. Perhaps 10 seconds. His mind, gods, it was so much more powerful than it had ever been before. Huon smiled as an eye appeared, floating in the air before him. The same instant in which the eye materialized, Huon was able to see himself, as though he were looking in a mirror. He saw himself wearing the honor-bound armor he had taken to sneak into the camp. His own armor was stashed a little ways from the main army's camp. He should probably change back into it, especially as he was looking for the resistance. He had taken it off after getting armor from Bosca. Gods, Bosca! Huon ran a hand through his hair. Bosca's wife, Lilia. I was supposed to save her for him. Now she's dead. They're all dead. Unless he had been caught, Bosca would be hiding somewhere in the forest. How do I keep forgetting about that man? Huon had told him to remain where he was for an hour, that he would return. Things hadn't gone to plan. I should have gone looking for him, but if I had, then he would have ended up with the others. He would be dead, just like them, assuming he isn't already. Huon hated the part of him that thought finding Bosca might help him. One man wouldn't be enough to help Huon take down the everlasting king. He would need at least 6 other people for that, 1 at each stockpile of cores, but at least Huon wouldn't be alone until he found the resistance. I'll have to tell him that his wife died, how I got her killed. He supposed finding the man would be the eye's first task. Huon felt a small trickle of soul essence releasing from him into the eye, keeping it going, an incredibly minuscule amount, which made him wonder. How many of these could he make? How many could he have going simultaneously? Having eyes everywhere would also be good for combat, if not somewhat disorientating. My mind can handle it. Huon surged more soul essence. He ended up creating 100 floating eyes. That seemed to be about the limit he could focus on, and he imagined he would be able to focus on far less if he was actively doing something. Splitting his mind, one controlling each eye, he sent them off, journeying through the forest. He sent half of them in the direction he assumed Bosca would be in. Then he sent 40 around other parts of the forest. Then he sent 10 straight to Lake Lorelar. Huon knew he had created the eyes to move quickly, but he hadn't been sure if it would actually work. They flitted through the trees at an incredible speed, though he did realize as they moved they used his speed reserve. That had come as a definite surprise. They're using soul essence and speed essence? It was rather strange. Huon wondered what would happen to them if they were attacked. Would they use stamina essence to heal, or would they not survive a single strike? It took a surprisingly short time for them to locate Bosca. The man was huddled under a tree, his back against the trunk, hugging knees that were pulled up to his chest. Huon left a single eye hovering in the clearing where the man was. The others he sent off toward the everlasting king's realm. At the rate the first ones he sent to Lorelar were moving, it seemed like they would still take a few hours to reach it. Far faster than I can travel, at least. As he peered at Bosca, the only honor-bound soldier Huon had freed who remained alive, Huon supposed it was time to test if he could teleport there now that he could see the man. He surged soul essence. In an instant, he appeared in front of the man. Internally, he cheered himself on. It worked! At least one part of his plan was working. One of many parts I still haven't figured out. Bosca's gaze snapped straight up to Huon. You're back! The man snapped to his feet. He looked left and right, excitement on his face. Then, as he saw Huon was alone, his face fell. You could not find Lilia? Huon lowered his head. I'm sorry, Bosca. The man shook his head. It's okay. There's still a chance.
To save her? No? He gestured toward Huon's dagger. You can still cut her bond? He forced a smile. All hope is not lost. Maybe I can find her, bring her to you. He nodded his head sharply. Yes, that will work. The guilt of all those deaths hit Huon once more. He had been suppressing his emotions as best as he could as he tried to form a plan. Now they came back in full. I'm sorry, Bosca. That won't be possible. Lilia is dead. They're all dead. Chapter 27. After Huon explained what had happened to Bosca's wife, to the entire honor-bound army, the man had raged at him, almost to the point of attacking him. Perhaps the only thing holding him back was that he knew how futile such a thing would be. I was trying to save all of them, were words Huon never let leave his lips. He had lost people. He knew it wasn't worth saying. He might not have been the one to kill the army, or Ray, Jameson, and Garl, but it had been a direct consequence of his actions. Huon had clenched his fists through the tirade he received from the man, knowing he deserved every word. The everlasting king was the one who killed them, not me. The thought brought him no comfort. The man grew withdrawn after he had spoken. Huon couldn't ask him for help, couldn't put that on his shoulders. This was someone who needed to be alone, someone who he had already caused so much pain. If I take him with me, all I'll do is get him killed. He apologized once more, then disappeared, teleporting straight to where he'd stashed his armor with the use of one of his floating eyes. Huon threw off the honor-bound armor, put his own back on, then sunk to his knees, the weight of all that happened still upon him. At the same time, his mind was split, searching. The floating eyes journeyed across the continent, covering as much ground as they could. They went over mountains, across large forests, through dry, empty deserts and deserted cities and towns. There was no sign of humans anywhere. All he came across were beasts. It was eerie how silent the land could be. He peered into a city with two of his floating eyes. It was half burned to the ground. It had walls around it, parts completely crumpled. Did the everlasting king destroy those walls after turning into a giant like in Caralor? He didn't know the city. It was all stone architecture, all old brick. The eyes kept moving, kept searching. Huon pushed himself harder. He conjured more, as many as he could, more than he should. Felt his mind stretching, felt the strain on his reserves, had to constantly refill them to keep all the floating eyes going. 1,000 eyes flew around the continent. Huon saw through every single one. It took a few hours before he reached the everlasting king's realm. Before he reached Lake Lorelar, Huon realized he didn't need to teleport there. The eye could swim, and he managed to sneak it into the stronghold below. But there was nothing there but old rotting corpses, the people the Immortal of Fire killed when we raided this place, when I was his oath-bound warrior. They had been left behind, discarded, forgotten, like the honor-bound army in the forest. Huon ground his teeth. The search went on. He had escaped his father when he left this continent. He hadn't wanted anything to do with the man and his methods. Had Huon been a hypocrite back then? Jacob had wanted to make Huon ruthless, had thought he would need to be, to do what had to be done. Huon had tortured the man until he had given up, tortured him to make him surrender in their duel so that he could be free of him. Now I'm searching for him, for his help. Now I've gotten hundreds of thousands of people killed, my friends among them. Was that the ruthlessness he spoke of? Has my father ever killed so many? Am I really any better than him? If anything, Huon was worse. Then he knew there was another problem. A possible one, at least. His father was soul-bound as Huon had been to a high celestial, Kalak, the same high celestial hounding the devil of the West. I can't think on that. I have no other option.
Hours passed as his eyes searched, flying through the open skies, inspecting every corner of the Harlan continent. They curled around coastlines, explored cave systems, climbed mountains, ventured through dark forests and desolate wastelands. Time! I'm losing time! Huon had faced the everlasting king in his mind space that morning, when the sun was only just blessing the world with its burning light. Now the sun was leaving once more, dipping below the trees, blanketing them in darkness. A whole day. I've wasted a whole day. He supposed he could not call it a waste. He didn't dare send one of his 1,000 eyes to the top of the Huron Mountains, lest the everlasting king spot it. But now he had discovered this method of using soul essence. He knew he would be able to teleport the distance if needed. He may have lost a day, but he had taken his travel time down by 1. I have 6 days, where before I had 5. This plan can still work. It has to. When the sun rose once more, bathing the trees in a bloody hue, their leaves and branches throwing swaying shadows down upon him, Huon saw movement. Human movement. A woman in the deep wilds of a rainforest, fighting a giant snake, wielding a sword and shield. Her movements were crisp, her technique perfect, though there was a wild ferocity to them. He couldn't help but recognize how she fought. Even before he noticed the silver hair, he knew who she was. His eyes widened at the sight of her. He hadn't seen her since that battle they were both a part of. Her on the side of the queendom of Erisalon, him on the side of the honor-bound, though his oath-binding had just been severed. My old instructor from the justice arena. Huon couldn't help but smile, having thought this woman dead. Huon didn't waste time. He teleported straight to her, the farthest he'd ever teleported before, as the rainforest was on the far side of the continent. It wasn't all that close to the everlasting king's realm or the queendom of Erisalon either. Huon stumbled as he appeared 20 feet behind the woman, still fighting the giant snake. Huon shuddered at the sight of the beast. He had never liked snakes. He held his head. That teleportation had taken more out of him than he had thought. While it hadn't used all of his soul essence reserve, it had used almost all of it, maybe 9/10. He had even lost half of the eyes in the process. He had felt his mind struggle to keep their connection to them as he teleported such a long distance. They must have dissipated into dust like his wings did when he was finished using them. Huon observed the fight for a few more seconds, but he wasn't in a patient mood. Denasia appeared to still be a legend, and the snake had mostly legend-level surges, though its speed appeared to be at immortal level. Though he was sure she would be able to win the fight without his help, he didn't feel as though he had time to wait. As the snake's massive head darted forward, its fangs dripping with some corrosive venom, he flashed toward it, drew his Soulblade, and shifted it into a sword long enough to slash the giant snake in two. A single strike was all it took. The giant snake was bisected. Huon felt Denasia take a step back. He also saw it, the floating eye still above them in the rainforest, peering down past the large leaves of a tree. There was hesitation in her posture, like she didn't know whether to attack or run, though as she would have seen how fast he moved, she would know neither was an option. He turned. "Hello, Denasia." Denasia's silver hair was tied up in a bun. She wore sleek, full-plate armor that had seen better days. Her mouth fell open, eyes widening, though her sword and shield were steady in her hands. "Huon?" No time for a heartfelt reunion. "It's good to see you alive. Good to see you escaped the everlasting king." Denasia nodded numbly. "And you? Last I saw?" She shook her head. "But then I heard... he said you survived." Huon frowned. He? I was to be executed, along with every other surviving legend after the battle. She pursed her lips. "None of the immortals survived. If not for your father, I would have been among the dead. He swooped in and freed us." "My father? You know Jacob?" Huon barely believed his luck. He took a step toward her. "Where is he? Is he..."
He's alive. Denasia threw a glance over her shoulder. I can take you to him.
Huon took a breath. Emotionally, he wasn't ready to see his father, but that didn't really matter. He nodded. Yes, please do. He touched her on the shoulder, lending her low celestial level speed. Don't take this into your core. Denasia's eyes narrowed.
This feels more than immortal level.
It is. There will be time to explain more, but not right now. Denasia stared at him as though trying to pierce his thoughts, but she didn't delay.
Follow me.
She led him through the rainforest, a distance that must have taken her hours as a legend to travel. Denasia still wasn't near as fast as Huon. As Huon's base speed, the essence amplified, was far higher, but having 2 levels more of essence certainly made a difference for her. They stopped outside a large tree, perhaps the biggest one Huon had ever seen. Denasia walked straight up to it and knocked, using the edge of her shield. She wrapped the trunk in a specific pattern, too slow, too fast, too slow. A moment later, a door appeared in the trunk. It reminded Huon of the village of Arelon and how outsiders were barred from entry. The tree seemed even larger on the inside than out. It was completely hollow, spiraling stairs running up the trunk's walls. More like a tower than a tree. The man who opened the door frowned past Denasia and right at Huon. Who's this? Denasia still had her sword in hand.
The Savior's son.
The Savior? He still calls himself that? Huon didn't remark on it. He was too busy searching the place. He had left his floating eye outside, not wanting to waste time explaining its existence. There were at least a dozen people here, not near as many as I would have expected from a resistance. His gaze snagged on someone he recognized, a dark-haired woman in light leather armor. On the left side of her hip was a hand-and-a-half sword. On the right, a quiver. On her back, a bow, as though ready to head out. Perhaps he shouldn't have been surprised to see her here. His father had said the woman was still alive. He whispered under his breath, Knight Kyla. 2 old instructors in one day. He recognized the man standing next to her as well. He wore heavy full plate, a large warhammer on his back, even larger than the one he'd wielded before. Knight Elian. There was no sign of Nyan, the other knight from House Tyrol, who'd gone missing the day Byrne had attacked Huon, Jameson, and Leona in the deep wood when they were still squires. Huon blinked. It was surreal. First Garl and Jameson, whom he had gotten killed, now Denasia, Kyla, Elian. Am I destined to get them killed too? Should I leave this place, lest my very presence lead to their deaths? Before Huon could think any more on it, a large man in battered, honor-bound full plate with a close-cropped beard headed down the spiral stairs, eyes locked on Huon. Jacob, Huon's father, smiled as he approached, extending his hand for a Surgecaller greeting. My son. Chapter 28. Huon stared at his father's hand, not sure whether to grasp forearms or slap it away. He chose neither option. Instead, he crossed his arms at his chest. I need your help. Jacob's hand fell. So did the smile on his face. Thought you wanted nothing to do with me. I still don't know if I do, but I can't take down the Everlasting King alone. All eyes in the place turned to him. He felt them, Denasia, Kyla, Elian, and the other 10 people in the place. Jacob tilted his head up, turned, ran a hand through his hair. Fight the Everlasting King? He shook his head. Something I've been trying to do for years. He slumped down onto a chair beside a rickety-looking table. The chair creaked as it took his bulk. What exactly have I to show for it? Huon frowned at his father. He looked around at the others, the resistance within the hollow tree. They looked downcast. No, downtrodden. Where are the rest of your fighters? There were far more than this in the stronghold beneath Lake Lorelar. Many had gotten away. That hadn't been their only hideout. Jacob hung his head, put it into his hands.
Dead. They're all bloody dead.
Huon sat on the chair opposite his father's. He leant his elbows on the table. He didn't have a lot to say to Jacob. There should be 1,000 things swirling through his mind to tell the man. He should share his fears, or maybe share his anger. He didn't know which. He should burst out his bottled-up emotions about the people he'd just gotten killed, or his friends, his family, currently captured by the Everlasting King. Leona. He never should have left her, never should have left all of them. But Huon was wrung out. All he could think about was the mission. I know the source of his power. I know how to destroy it. Then destroy him, and I have a plan to do just that. Jacob dropped his hands, raised his head. There was an odd look in his eyes.
You're not still latched to that celestial of yours, are you? I've found out who he is. The man spat. The Everlasting King's brother. I tried to have you freed of him. Had I known, I never would have let you get on that damned boat.
This man was nothing like the man Huon had seen the last 4 times, nothing like the mysterious man talking to Byrne from under a dark hood, nor the emotionless rock who had sent him straight to the justice arena because he deemed him weak. Nothing like the man who'd forced him to fight Byrne, only willing to let him free from the Immortal of Byre's hold if he won, if he killed someone he'd once called a friend. Or the man who'd only let him leave Harlan when he showed him he could be ruthless, that he could do what needed to be done. Whatever mask he'd been wearing had evidently cracked, or maybe the man himself had. His words sunk in. Kalak, Huon breathed. You sent him after the Devil of the West?
Sent perhaps overstates the part I played in that. No one tells a Celestial what to do.
No, I suppose they don't. Huon's brow furrowed as he processed the man's words. He still wasn't sure who Kalak was, and he certainly didn't trust the mysterious High Celestial, especially as he'd gone after the Devil of the West, and, well, he had never met the man. But could this Kalak be an ally? Could he have mistaken the Devil of the West as an enemy simply because he was the Everlasting King's brother? Such a thing has happened to that man before, 1,000 years ago when this all started. Having a High Celestial who was both on his side and actually willing to fight the Everlasting King would be more than he could ask for. Though, if the man wasn't an ally, if this Kalak had his own hidden agenda, coming into contact with him might only make matters worse. If they could get worse. Are you able to contact this Kalak? Huon asked. Jacob pulled off his bracer and showed Huon the mark on his wrist. It was a perfect circle, hollow inside, no oath binding, no soul binding, nothing, just like Huon's.
When my resistance failed to bear fruit, his words, he released me from his bond.
Kyla approached the table, inching forward apart from the crowd. Good to see you again, Huon. Not a squire anymore, I see. No, not for some time. Huon looked her up and down. And you're not a knight. Legend now. Legend, Kyla, has a nice ring to it. You say you have a way to destroy the Everlasting King.
Must be lies, Jacob muttered. Those High Celestials don't help anything, not in my experience.
Huon looked down his nose at his father. He had to say he was disappointed in what he'd found. I'm no longer bound to the Devil of the West. And though he is the Everlasting King's brother, they are not allied. In fact, he freed me because I am against him. He took his own bracer off then. Jacob peered over at it under a heavy brow.
What did you do to disappoint him?
Nothing. A soul binding simply no longer works on me since I advanced. Jacob frowned.
Becoming an immortal doesn't nullify a soul binding.
I'm not an immortal, Father. I'm a low celestial. That got mutters filling the room, right until Jacob raised a hand for silence. His back straightened, and a little of his edge returned to his face.
My son, a low celestial, he smirked. Always knew you had greatness in you.
Huon couldn't hold back his glare, but he held back his biting words. I do know a way to kill him, but I can't do it myself. He tilted his chin up. I don't need you, Father. He looked at the others. I can do it with them, if they're willing.
How?
Jacob asked. There's no time for how. I need 6 of you, volunteers only, your best fighters. He didn't want to take more than he needed, didn't want to risk more lives than was necessary.
This doesn't feel right.
It was Knight Elian who spoke, Jameson's old instructor.
How'd you find us? We're as far from civilization as anyone can be.
He looked around, motioned to Huon.
This boy was a squire when I first met him, only a handful of years ago. Now he's a low celestial? How is that possible? A champion I could have swallowed, but this?
Huon supposed he understood the man's doubt. He could have dropped his veil, shown them his power, but that would be like alighting a beacon to the world of his presence. I've no reason to lie to you. He stood, tossed a lazy gaze about those in the hollow tree, eyes locking on each of their weapons. With a surge of speed, Huon flashed around the room. 14 people stood in the tree room. He took the weapons from every single one, including his father, and piled them up on the tabletop. It took them no longer than a split second to react. To Huon, it felt like an age. He wasn't trying to show off, but he couldn't help flashing a smile as he leant against the table, piled high with swords, bows, hammers, spears, and shields.
Guess that settles that,
Denasia whispered. Kyla narrowed her eyes.
How?
That's something you can find out if you come with me. Huon looked at his father. As much as he hated to say it, part of him wanted his father to come with him. Now that the power balance between them had dipped the other way considerably, it was much easier being in his presence. What do you say? Jacob stood. There was a gleam in his eye, a bit of the old fire.
The everlasting king is more powerful than we ever imagined.
I know.
Going after him is a suicide mission.
I disagree, and I have to go after him. Jacob motioned around at the others, who were each retrieving their weapons before shuffling back a few steps from Huon.
Even if it's not everyone will make it.
They will if things go to plan, Huon thought, but didn't say. I know that too. Should he tell him about the honor-bound army, about Jameson, Garl, Ray, all the people he'd already lost? He glanced at Elian. The man was once Jameson's knight, as Kyla was Huon's, except Jameson had been in the House of Tyrol far longer than Huon ever had. Nyan was Leona's knight, and there's no sign of her. He pushed those thoughts down. Every minute they spent in this world was hours in Temptoria, time that they could train, better themselves, figure out how to find the location of those cores. He had images of the locations in his mind, but he knew that alone wouldn't be enough, and he honestly wasn't sure how to track them down from another world. Kelney would know. He has soared over the continent hundreds, if not thousands of times. But Kelney wasn't here. Perhaps Jacob might know. Jacob laid a hand on the hilt of his sword.
I'm in, then. Whatever your plan is, I trust you.
Huon blinked at that. He was more surprised by his father saying that than the fact that he had found so many people he used to know alive. You trust me?
I underestimated you, son. That's not something I'm going to do again.
Denasia stepped forward.
I'm in too. Can't say I ever expected you to outrank me, and I would certainly like to hear more about where you've been. How exactly did you manage it?
Huon smirked. I didn't think you liked questions. That got a smile from the silver-haired legend.
Fair play. I guess you heard me when I said nothing is impossible?
Kyla stepped forward as well. She raised her left arm, rubbed the underside of her wrist.
I spent much of my life a slave, trapped in what I thought was right. I don't want anyone to have to suffer that, and I want the Everlasting King to pay for his crimes. Of course I'll join you.
Elian clenched and unclenched his fist, as though he were trying to grasp the grip of his hammer over his shoulder. I'm not just going to sit around here and let the four of you get the glory.
That's four.
Everyone else within the trunk took a step forward. Huon wasn't surprised, but he was heartened by their reactions. Are you sure you only need 6? Jacob asked. Huon nodded. I don't want to risk more lives than that. He also didn't want to have to train too many people, which felt like a rather selfish reason, but he was the one who was going to stand against the Everlasting King in the end. He would need as much time for his own training as he could muster. He pushed back his doubts about opening a portal, about finding those damned cores. All he could do was take one step at a time. Then I'll choose. Jacob turned to the remaining Surgecallers. It didn't take him long. Rowan. A man with a shaved head, but for a ponytail that reached down to his waist, stepped forward. At his hip were 2 short axes. Gray. A slender, blonde-haired woman stepped forward, holding a spear and wearing a big grin on her face like they weren't talking about taking on the most powerful being in the world.
Huon folded his hands at his back, looking at the 6 people.
His father, Jacob, his first real instructor, Kyla, Jameson's old knight, Elian, his teacher from the justice arena, Denasia, and 2 people he hadn't met, Rowan and Gray. It wasn't the team he would have asked for. If he'd had his way, the people standing in front of him would be Leona, Captain Avery, Gale, Eliko, Kelney, and Cyrus, even if he was a null. But he supposed he would have to take what he could get. Jacob eyed him. What now? Now? Now we go to another world. Chapter 29. Huon explained why they needed to go to another world, only briefly. Then he got to work on the portal. As he had seen a portal created twice before, once while he was an immortal, he could pull on his memories of them. It took a surprisingly short time for him to manifest one into being. That, more than anything, made him realize just how powerful he had become. It used up half of his remaining soul essence reserve. He had been creating more essence every second, even before spotting Denasia with one of his 1,000 eyes, but it was well worth it. They were standing outside of the large hollow tree when the portal sprang into being. The others stared at it. Huon supposed he hadn't had very long to appreciate the first portal he had seen.
So all we have to do is step through that, and we'll be on another world? Denasia asked. Other worlds. I didn't even know they existed before speaking with Jacob.
Kyla's eyes were wide.
I never imagined actually going to one.
Elian's gaze gleamed as he stared at the portal, though he didn't say a word. Truly remarkable, son. Jacob stepped toward it. He raised a hand. How long will it remain open? I'm not actually sure. Huon motioned toward it, but we should head through at the same time. He shifted his weight from one foot to the other. The second he had manifested the portal, he'd gotten a sick feeling in his stomach. He could feel the portal. He didn't even try to sense it, and he could feel it. He didn't think the others could. Perhaps it had something to do with them being a celestial. This is why the Devil of the West had to hide the portals he made for us from the other celestials. It's like a beacon, one that could be felt all around the world. He'd known other celestials might be able to feel him open this portal, but he hadn't been worried. Now he was far less sure of himself. Jacob waved him through. You should go first. Huon released a breath, gave a swift nod, then stepped toward the portal. Someone stood directly in front of it. They hadn't been there a split second ago. Moving that fast, it had to have been teleportation. The stranger was a man. He stared at Huon, curiosity burning in his eyes. He looked odd, like no one Huon had seen before. His shoulder-length hair black as night, his ears tapered to a point. He smiled, revealing sharpened teeth.
"What have we here?"
The strange man stepped toward Huon, looking him up and down.
"The new Celestial."
"Who are you?" Huon's hand was on his Soulblade. He sensed no fear in this man, or whatever he was. He was clearly a Celestial, but not one Huon had ever seen. And he thought he'd laid eyes on everyone at the Tournament of Grace, except for...
"Kalak," Jacob breathed. "What are you doing here?"
"Meeting your son for the first time, and seeing him. Perhaps he should have been the one I placed my hopes on all along.
"Kalak." Huon stared at the High Celestial. "You shouldn't be here." In his mind, Huon prayed to the Devil of the West, but a part of him knew the man wouldn't come. He hadn't responded to Huon's last attempt at contacting him. Why would he respond to this one?
"Do not presume to tell me where I should and should not be, child."
"I am not a child," Huon said through gritted teeth, instantly not trusting this Kalak.
"To me, you are, and always shall be."
The pointy-eared Kalak paced in front of the portal, barring their way.
"I felt you advance in Glenhaven. Since then, I've been tracking you. The explosion that destroyed the city. Well," he smiled, "it was quite something."
"Glenhaven has been destroyed?" Kyla said in a small voice. Kalak waved her off.
"The Everlasting King's work. Seemed he was unhappy. No one was in the city, though. Not a single boring soul perished."
"If you are truly an enemy of the Everlasting King, let me pass," Huon said.
"You told them you know how to destroy him."
Kalak threw a glance over his shoulder at the portal.
"And now you're leaving this world?"
He made a tisk-tisk noise.
"I'm not going to let this information get away from me."
He folded his hands behind his back and leant forward, inching his face toward Huon's. There was no sign of where the man kept his weapons, assuming he had any. He also wasn't wearing armor, just what looked like a mix between martial arts and ceremonial robes. They were silver and lacked any insignias that Huon could see.
"Where are the cores?"
Huon didn't reply. Instead, he tried to contact the Devil of the West once more. Kalak smiled, lip twisting at the side, a wicked gleam in his eye.
"I found your friend, the so-called Devil of the West. He's been good at hiding, that one."
The High Celestial leant back, inspected his nails nonchalantly.
"Not so much anymore."
Huon had a sinking feeling in his stomach, a sharp twang in his chest. Could this man be telling the truth? Was that why he could no longer contact the Devil of the West? Because he was dead? "Why would you kill him?" Huon said through gritted teeth. "You're on the same side. You both want the Everlasting King dead."
"Actually, I don't much care if he dies. I'm simply after the source of his powers."
"What?"
Rage leaked into Jacob's voice, his face reddening.
"You lied to me."
"Of course I lied to you," Kalak spat. "Do you know how hard it is for someone like me to ascend? My people have been trying to do it for millennia."
His entire demeanor shifted, anger flashing in his eyes. He bared his sharpened teeth.
"I couldn't abide being weak any longer, yet they banished me for my experiments. In a way, that's something I have in common with the Everlasting King. Both misunderstood, punished for perfectly reasonable pursuits, though that unfortunate soul lost his core. Still, it is amazing how much power he managed to gather afterward, isn't it?"
"Your people?" Huon glanced at the pointed ears. "You're not from this world?" Genius you are. Took your father a hell of a lot longer to figure that one out. A minute in your company, and you've already got it sussed.
You never cared about freeing my people.
Jacob's fist was clenched around the hilt of his sword. Huon hadn't spoken to the man about his current advancement, though he did get the feeling his father had made it to immortal. Not near enough to stand a chance against a High Celestial. Huon, hand still on his Soulblade, thought about his own chances as he stared at Kalak. "I'll make you a deal," Kalak said. "Share the location of the cores, and I'll spare your little friends." He flicked his fingers toward the others. "We don't have to be at odds, Huon. We may not want the exact same things, but one of our goals is the same. You wish to destroy the source of his power. What better way than to give it to me? Then, I promise." He placed his palms together as though praying, leaning forward in a mock bow. "I'll leave this world and your people in peace, and you'll be able to take down a defenseless, everlasting king all by yourself." "You won't be able to absorb them," Huon said, thinking about the Devil of the West's words, explaining how High Celestials ate cores. "You don't have the means." Though he didn't know if he was right about that, this man was different, after all. Kalak reached out to Huon. "You managed it?" He curled his fingers backward. His nails looked as sharp as his teeth. He truly is from another world. "Provide me the means." Huon didn't consider it, not for a second. If this man wanted the Everlasting King's power, he would go straight for the closest stockpile of cores. The moment he drained them of their creation essence, the Everlasting King would know, and he would kill the people Huon cared about. But how could Huon fight this man? He was a High Celestial that had managed to defeat, kill, by the sounds of it, the Devil of the West, someone that had taken the might of 3 Sentinels to take down 1,000 years ago. But Huon was different. He wasn't a normal low celestial. His body had been reforged in ways no others would have been. Considering what this man was after, Huon had to imagine he didn't know how to harvest creation essence by himself, which likely meant he didn't have access to soul essence either. If right, that was something Surgecallers from Huon's world and this man's world had in common. He had come to this world to steal power, for at least as long as Huon had been alive, as this was the Celestial who had freed his father from his oath-binding before Huon was even born. This man had been hiding in the shadows. But Huon had to confirm this. This was all supposition. "You wish to learn how to use soul essence? Is that what you call what you do, when you conjure surges you shouldn't possess?" Kalak raised an eyebrow at the portal. "Then yes." He straightened. "Teach me your ways, child, and I shall spare their lives, and yours." The man's words lacked even the barest hint of sincerity. Huon went through his options. He could provide Kalak with the means and the locations of the cores, at least what he knew of the locations of the cores. The man would go after them. Huon's friends would die, unless Huon gave himself up to the Everlasting King before Kalak went for the cores. Then I would die, and the Everlasting King might well have been lying. Then Leona and the others would die anyway. Huon could fight. There was every chance he would lose. Then I would die, everyone here would die, and Leona and the others would die. He could try and escape through the portal. He would follow. The fight would happen in Temptoria. If I lose, I die. He returns, these people die. Huon leant back on his heels, eyeing Kalak. There was only one choice that made sense to him. He glanced over at Kyla. Nothing is impossible. He looked at Kalak and smiled. I have to fight. Huon surged forward, his body reforged beyond the boundaries of a low celestial. Not once, but twice, was faster than it had a right to be. Coupled with low celestial essence, he might just be quick enough. He tackled the High Celestial straight through the portal and into the world of Temptoria. And I have to win. Chapter 30. It had been a little while since Huon had felt the gravity of this world. It pushed down upon him, making him weigh far more, making every movement of his body more taxing. He remembered the first time he had come to Temptoria, the first time he had experienced this. It had taken him and Leona a little while to get a feel for it, to become accustomed. Once they had, it had felt completely natural. Huon didn't know where this Kalak had come from, didn't know if the gravity on his own world was the same as the gravity on Huon's world, but he had a feeling it was. If anything, the man looked a little more slender than the average human Surgecaller, which made Huon think his natural gravity might be even less. This, Huon hoped, would work to his advantage. They might not be of the same rank, but if Huon could throw him off balance, use the gravity of this world, his soul essence, the power of his reforged body and mind, maybe, just maybe, he could win this. Maybe he could defeat a High Celestial. The Low Celestial and the High Celestial tumbled over the ground. When Huon had created the portal, he had imagined the place where he wished it to be. Outside the cave Huon, Leona, and Kelney had last been staying inside of. He knew the terrain well. Another advantage. Huon hadn't come alone through the portal. At the same time as he had stepped through, he had sent one of his floating eyes, the one that had spotted Denasia, through as well. It watched the scene from high above, giving him a bird's-eye view, one that made it easy for Huon to teleport away from Kalak, creating distance between them, enough for Huon to draw his Soulblade and watch the other man stand. Kalak snapped to his feet. A look of pure rage adorned his sharp-featured face. He bared his pointed teeth, glaring daggers. "Foolish child!" He stumbled a step as he stood, looked down at his feet, deep furrows slashing across his usually smooth brow. He chuckled. "That's why you shoved me in here?" Huon smiled. "Throwing an opponent off balance is a valuable strategy." Kalak smirked. "Indeed." Without haste, he pulled something from one of his pockets, a small length of fabric, its silver matching that of his robes. He tied up his hair with a familiar ease. "But that won't be near enough for you." The High Celestial flashed forward in a surge of speed. At first, all Huon felt was a mild shock of surprise at how quick he was. It wasn't that he was shocked at the man being faster than Huon. He was shocked that he was only marginally faster. Usually, the difference between two ranks was far more pronounced. This might actually be possible. The moment Huon had entered the world of Temptoria, he'd felt the unrefined soul essence in the air. Unlike the first time he'd come here, he was able to instantly take it into his core and began turning the eternal wheel, which meant he was constantly creating more and more soul essence, refilling his reserve at a rate he hadn't thought was possible. With the floating eye above, Huon was able to see the man's trajectory and easily able to see the rest of the battlefield. The cave where he had stayed was off to the side. The area was rocky, the ground hard. A forest wasn't too far off, and even from here he could smell the beach, the ocean, where they had trained. Huon drew his Soulblade and teleported directly behind Kalak as the man almost reached him. He noticed the High Celestial still had no weapon. He'd been coming after Huon with his nails, which seemed more like claws. Huon shifted his Soulblade into a long spear and thrust it straight for the man's spine. Kalak rapidly dropped his body, as though he knew where Huon was striking. He dived into a roll, avoiding the thrust, and whirled. "It's rare to see someone teleport so liberally." He tilted his head. "Is that your soul essence at work again? Perhaps I'll find out when I inspect your core." He sped forward, slashing out with one arm. He's too far away for his claws to be in reach. A halberd appeared, as though from nowhere, grasped in the man's hands. Huon only just managed to deflect it with a glancing parry, jerking up his Soulblade to catch it. Where did that come from? A series of follow-up strikes came Huon's way. He found himself straining to block, though he realized something interesting. He instantly gained the flow of the fight. With his enhanced mind, he practically knew exactly where the man would strike, so even though Huon wasn't as fast, he was able to get his weapon into the right place to block. It almost felt like he was clairvoyant, like he could see a fraction of a second into the future, but he knew it was just because his mind was working so rapidly. Being able to block, parry, and dodge the pointy-eared bastard's strikes didn't exactly give Huon the advantage. The High Celestial had him on the back foot. Huon was still trying to get a sense for how he fought before he tried anything. He hasn't used any elemental surges, no teleportation ones either, even though he teleported in front of the portal. Kalak would no doubt have many secrets up his sleeve. Perhaps he didn't yet think he needed to use them. The halberd swept downward, threatening to cut through his skull. Huon flicked his Soulblade up, shifting his foot to the left, letting the halberd slide harmlessly to his right. The halberd came again, this time for his side. Huon caught it, shifting his Soulblade from a spear into a scimitar with a viciously curved hook. He yanked the spear to the side and thrust his leg up, kicking straight for Kalak's chin. The strike connected. The High Celestial's head snapped back. Kalak's halberd disappeared. Huon stumbled back one step, no longer leveraged by his opponent holding his weapon. In a flash, the weapon was back in Kalak's hand, seemingly materializing from nowhere. "You'll pay for that!" A snarl, a clang of metal slicing through metal. Pain jabbed Huon's shoulder. His armor didn't stand a chance. Huon had seen it coming, but had been too slow to avoid it. He hadn't been too slow to activate Stone Skin, however. The blade bit through his armor, through his stone skin, through his normal skin, but was stopped at Huon's bone, unable to move forward. Though the pain was intense, Huon barely registered it. He gritted his teeth and teleported out of the man's reach. With his floating eye, he looked at the wound in his shoulder, but his low celestial essence, coupled with the natural healing abilities of his reforged body, had already healed it. Only a slash of blood and the metal of his armor being sliced through showed the wound had been there at all. Kalak straightened, eyes practically bulging out of his skull. "Impossible! That should have taken your arm off at the shoulder." He stomped forward one step, the force of his foot hitting the ground, leaving a hole in the stone. "The power you took from those cores, it courses through you. Makes you more than you should be. It should be mine." The ground came up to grab Huon's ankles. Huon surged will essence through his feet, dispersing the earth and making it crumble around him, just as he'd done to Zarta's vines back in his first match of the Tournament of Grace. Gods, it felt good having access to his core. His last real-world fight, the one in the mind space with the Everlasting King, something he didn't quite count. He hadn't been able to access his core until right at the end. Huon projected confidence as he spoke, a confidence he actually felt. "You aren't going to win this, Kalak." He waved a hand, motioning him away. "Find someone else to steal power from. There must be countless worlds out there." "You know nothing of the universe, do you, child?" Kalak's fists tensed around the shaft of his spear. "The only way to gain power is to take it. The strong thrive, the weak wither, and I will not remain one of the weak." "You're a High Celestial," Huon barked back. "Isn't that enough for you?" Kalak released an odd cackle of a laugh. "A High Celestial is nothing where I come from. My people are slaves to power far greater than our own. The divine beings care nothing for the weak, but I will ascend. I will break free of the shackles forced upon my people." A part of Huon could sympathize with what the man was saying, but only a part. Maybe Kalak was telling the truth. that his own people were enslaved, just as the people of Harlan had been enslaved under the everlasting king's rule.
Until I got them all killed.
But Kalak differed to Huon. He didn't say he wished to free his people, save anyone. He just wanted power for himself. Huon shifted his Soulblade into a two-handed sword, his favored weapon, and took a step back, sliding into a fighting stance. Images of all the honor-bound soldiers lying dead on the ground, of Ray, of Jameson, of Garl, it all assailed his mind. He had been blaming himself for their deaths since the moment they had happened, carrying around that guilt, however much he suppressed it, the guilt of letting Bosca's wife, Lilia, die among them as well. But Huon wasn't the one who'd murdered them. The blood wasn't on his hands. It was on the everlasting king's hands. If I had done nothing, he would have swept through Taloniar with his army, killing, ripping out cores, enslaving the entire continent until everyone was dead or under his control. Then he would have killed everyone, taking their cores no matter if they were loyal beyond their bindings or not. Huon had tried to free them. He had failed, but he had tried. Their deaths were not his fault. Even if they were a consequence of his actions, they would have happened anyway. All Huon could do now was try and prevent the same thing that happened in Harlan from happening in Taloniar. He didn't believe that this man, this Kalak, would be able to take the essence from all 6 stockpiles of cores before the everlasting king caught up with him. He can't do it alone, but he wouldn't be willing to relinquish the power to someone else. No, he would die trying to take all the power for himself. Or he would go into hiding, slipping back into the shadows like he had been doing for the last few decades. Then the everlasting king would be free to continue burning down the world for his own power. It doesn't matter what you want, Kalak. You are an obstacle between me and killing the everlasting king, between me and saving my friends, my planet, from destruction. I will stop you. Kalak laughed, free and easy. Then, without another word, he sprang forward. Power emanated from the man, his veil free and open. The pressure was immense, like an attack in itself, but Huon was able to resist it. He had felt more power, the explosion in Glenhaven, the creation essence he had taken in. This was nothing compared with that. Have I truly come so far? The fight started in earnest. Chapter 31. Huon kept Stoneskin active on his body as he didn't bother blocking the man's strike. Instead, he thrust straight for Kalak's neck. Kalak's halberd struck Huon in the side. Huon's sword thrust into Kalak's throat. They broke away. Huon's wound healed faster. They clashed once, 100, 1,000 times. Each left their mark on the other, slashed robes, cut armor, dried blood. Huon used his teleportation ability to maneuver around the battlefield. Kalak turned so swiftly and fluidly, it almost seemed as though he didn't have any bones at all. All of Huon's normal reserves were full, and his soul essence reserve was being renewed almost as fast as he could use it while in Timtoria. He surged elemental essence, everything he had. He knew that elemental essence, especially, would be fairly ineffective against his enemy, as Kalak had a higher level of essence than Huon, but it should be enough, just being a distraction. The earth shuddered. 100 tornadoes materialized around them, their wind razor-sharp, but not sharp enough to damage the High Celestial. Still, Huon hoped they would be enough to obscure the man's vision. He surged fire essence into them, flames whirling around them as they struck. Thousands of ice shards hounded Kalak, striking at him one after the other. Children's tricks! Kalak's lips pulled back, pointed teeth bared. Easily dispersed. A surge of power, all the elements pulsed outward. Every single one of Huon's attacks were turned to nothing. Huon knew how difficult it was to have sway over another Surgecaller's essence attacks. He supposed he shouldn't be surprised this man was able to manage it, considering their differing ranks. Kalak surged elemental attacks in return, but Huon dispersed them in kind. When he had first landed a strike on the High Celestial, will essence imbued into his Soulblade, he had unfortunately found it ineffective. It didn't interrupt the man's surges or cut him from his core, not even for a split second. Huon didn't know why. Perhaps it was because his attack was too weak. Perhaps High Celestials had a stronger connection to their cores than lower-ranked Surgecallers. But his will essence still worked to disperse any of the man's ranged essence strikes, forcing Kalak in close. Huon surged roar in the man's face, but it did nothing. So much of what had worked for Huon in the past simply wasn't working now, just as it hadn't worked in his mind-space fight against the Everlasting King. It was infuriating, but there was nothing that could be done. Huon still had more tricks up his sleeve. They clashed, coming in close, leaving marks on the other once more. Kalak's silver robes were ripped, slashed, and torn. Huon's armor was cut, gouged, and scored. Kalak, being the faster of the two, left more marks on Huon. Huon was just working himself up. He may have had a flow for the fight, but he needed to know as much as he could about how this man moved. He might not have too many chances to do what he needed. At some point during the fight, Huon had forced the portal to close, hoping that would stop Kalak from returning and killing Jacob and the others, but the man must know how to make his own way from one world to the next, so it wasn't a perfect solution. Huon had quickly decided that this man wasn't about to surrender, but he might try to escape if he felt he couldn't win the fight. The enticement of gaining the information he wanted from Huon still appeared stronger than any danger Kalak felt. If that changed, he might escape, and he seemed, from the short time that Huon had known him, like the type of person to kill Huon's father and the others out of spite. Which means when I have an opening to kill him, I have to take it without hesitation. Huon slashed a wound in the man's thigh. Kalak opened a cut in Huon's forearm. Huon lodged a kick in Kalak's side. Kalak smashed his fist into Huon's nose. Their blood splattered the ground, spraying it red even as their wounds healed. Without any sense of how much time had passed, both of them, moving so rapidly, the hard-packed ground in which they fought upon began to soften with the accumulation of their blood. They each healed so damned fast, the source of the blood wasn't evident a moment later. The booms their weapons made as they clashed became nothing but background noise, though Huon knew they would echo for miles and miles around, one crack after another, like an unrelenting thunderstorm. There was something primal about this fight. Skill was involved, there was no doubt about that. Technique, training, strategy, it all came into play, but so did Huon's instincts. Though his mind moved more rapidly than it ever had, it wasn't his thoughts that propelled him. It was his body. But that didn't mean his mind wasn't hard at work. He had split it in multiple ways. Several times he had manifested more floating eyes. He had a dozen flying around the battlefield, giving him a view of every angle of the fight. Another part of his mind was in charge of the shifting of his Soulblade. It turned into whatever weapon he needed most: sword, hammer, axe, halberd, spear, dagger. Then there were the parts of his mind working on his soul essence. This was what would push the fight into his favor. This was what would give him the win, letting him not just defeat this man, but defeat him decisively, in a single strike. Though Huon had infused essence drain into his Soulblade on multiple occasions, the man seemed to have an immunity to it, just as he had an immunity to will essence. After this had become clear on multiple strikes, Huon able to break his enemy's skin but unable to draw essence from him, Huon realized what was going on. Huon could land strikes on the man, many of them, in fact, but there was one place that his enemy guarded more strongly than anything: the location of his core. That's when Huon realized Kalak wasn't immune to will essence or essence drain. Rather, it would only be effective if Huon hit him straight in his core. Therefore, that's what Huon would have to do, which was easier said.
I never would have dreamed it, but it appears we are evenly matched.
Kalak smiled wickedly as he struck for Huon's head. Huon ducked, stepped in close. His soul blade as a long, thin dagger, he went for the man's ribs. Kalak slipped out of the way, though he was still smiling. There was disappointment evident in his eyes. Huon wanted to reply, "We aren't evenly matched. I am your better." But he bit his words back, keeping them to himself. He was sure he would win this. He just had to time it perfectly. Fighting this man, this high celestial, someone who had defeated the devil of the West, Huon was starting to realize something. He was far, far stronger than he should have been. Even more than the devil of the West had thought when they'd last spoken. The creation essence had taken him beyond the realm of the possible for someone of his age and rank. And yet, he was here. But if he was strong enough to hold his own against a high celestial, as he appeared to be doing, and was confident of soon winning, it only drove into him exactly how strong the Everlasting King must be. The Everlasting King defeated Huon in that mind space while at half strength. Since their fight, he would have gathered hundreds of thousands more cores, making him even stronger than he had been. No wonder he's moving on Taloniar against the Sentinels. But his power was a lie. It came from an outside source, one that could be severed. It wasn't like the power that came from a natural Surgecaller. Huon's power was permanent. It could not be cut from him, unless his core was taken, or he was killed. If his core was emptied, he could regain all his essence. If the cores the Everlasting King was connected to were drained, he would not be able to attain his power once more. Kalak pushed backward, creating distance until he was 10 steps away from Huon, that damned grin still on his face.
"Maybe we can make a deal."
His right hand left the shaft of his spear, reaching to Huon, palm up, fingers curling backward.
"Maybe we can work together, share in the Everlasting King's source of power. Together we could—"
"No," Huon said. Even if he believed the man would keep his word, there was no way he would agree to this.
"No?"
Kalak growled.
"See reason, child. I will defeat you eventually, but you're a natural powerhouse. If I left you alive and you fight for me, I'll never fight for you."
Huon flashed forward, snapping his soul blade out. Kalak caught the strike, turning it away, but Huon was unrelenting. He pushed 12, 100, 1,000 strikes at the man. For the first time during the fight, he actually had him on the back foot. Huon was perhaps more surprised by that than his enemy was. Kalak's movements became frantic, the world's gravity having an effect on him. It wouldn't make him tired, not at his level, but he hadn't been here long enough to become used to it, and he no doubt wasn't used to being put on the defensive like this. If he thinks he will lose, he will leave. I have to act now. Huon brought the parts of his mind that had been infusing his belief into different soul essence surges to the forefront. As he had Kalak on the back foot, he surged 1,000 small razor wires into existence, making them curl and tighten around Kalak's limbs. He surged a wall, not of stone but of metal, into existence directly behind Kalak. He shifted his soul blade, once again making it into a long, thin dagger, with sharpness and strength essence infused into it. Then he created something he had been less sure of. At least, until he had made himself believe he could do it. A bubble around them, not of air, but of essence, like the essence shields they had back on the strong wind, to prevent essence from leaking when they lowered their veils, but different. This was a protective barrier he infused soul essence into, with the belief that it would prevent his enemy from teleporting away. Though he had only seen Kalak do it once, he was sure he was capable of it, sure he had been saving it. Huon wouldn't let him. The razor wires constrained the movement of Kalak's limbs. He'll be able to break out of them in less than a second. The metal wall halted his backward movement, crashing him into it. Again, he could slip past me in less than a second. But long before Kalak could react, could retaliate, break free, slip away, or even widen his eyes, Huon lodged a thin blade straight into his midsection, a blade infused with sharpness and strength, and an essence drain surge. Huon made himself and the Soulblade incorporeal, ensuring nothing would impede the dagger's travel. Then, when the blade's tip reached the core's position, he became corporeal once more. Kalak's eyes finally widened in shock as his essence was drained from him before he could move. It rapidly weakened him, preventing him from being able to escape. His mouth fell open as he stared at Huon in utter disbelief. "You should have left when I gave you the chance," Huon said, his voice flat, emotionless, cold. It reminded him of Byrne's voice when they had first met and Byrne had watched his Oathmaster die. It reminded him of his father's voice when he had sent Huon to the justice arena to toughen him up. There was no joy in it, like when Huon had tortured his father after he had lost an aspect of his soul. No, there was no joy. This was simply something he needed to do to save his world. The essence flooded into Huon, more than he had imagined. Though it was high celestial essence, the Soulblade purified it before it flowed into him. It was like taking a high-grade cultivation pill, though Huon doubted any pill had this much power packed into it. He cultivated, purged. It reminded him of when he had drained the ancient Kraken's core, but even more intense. When the last ounce of essence left Kalak's core, Huon withdrew his Soulblade. The razor wires dissipated to nothing, the metal wall disappeared, and the High Celestial fell to his knees, defenseless. "You could spare me," Kalak muttered. "I will not return to your world." "I could spare you." Huon's voice was flat. "I could even take your core to weaken you. But the Sentinels spared the Everlasting King when they should have been more decisive. That did not work out for them. I dare say it would not work out for me." He shifted his Soulblade into a sword, then decapitated the High Celestial in one swift swipe. Huon wasn't sure how long he stared down at the body of Kalak, the High Celestial from another world that he had murdered. He was surprised to find he felt no regret for his actions, no guilt at having killed the man once he'd become defenseless. He tilted his head to the side. "I did the right thing," he said to the corpse. "I gave you a chance." Huon turned from the body and manifested a portal with ease, stepping back to his world. The others had stared at him, jaws slack as they took in the state of his bloodied, cut and slashed armor. He hadn't said a word as he ushered them through to Temptoria, and they had asked him no questions. The corpse of Kalak was in front of the portal. They all saw it when they came through, saw his head lying a few feet from it. Jacob swallowed, looking from the dead High Celestial to his son. "I believe it now." His gaze drifted back to Kalak. "That you'll win, that you'll defeat the Everlasting King." Huon closed the portal and looked at his 6 volunteers: Jacob, Kyla, Elian, Denasia, Rowan, Gray. He had always believed, or tried to believe, that what he wanted to do was possible, that he could kill the unkillable, that he could become strong enough to save his world. More people had died along the way than he had ever imagined, just as he had come further than he truly thought he could. But now he believed it more than he ever had, that they would win, that he would win, that the world would soon be free of the Everlasting King. Huon sat cross-legged on the bloody ground that had been his battlefield and told them his plan. This is the end of Soulblade, a Podium Audio production. If you enjoyed this audiobook, we would love for you to rate and review it. For more progression fantasy, check us out at podiumaudio.com and sign up for our newsletter. We promise we won't spam you. Also, consider joining our community of listeners, fans, and trolls on social media. We are active on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and Reddit. We'd love to connect. You have been listening to Soulblade, Book 8 of Surgecaller, produced by Hannah Grenfell, written by Todd Herzman, performed by John Perhala, a member of SAG-AFTRA. Text copyright 2023 by Todd Herzman. Production copyright 2023 by Podium Audio. All rights reserved.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.